Welcome to the Blast of Bounty Season 2, presented by Polymarket, and it's day number 2 for us. We're going to see some more quarterfinals play out after what was already such a riveting start to our playoffs and our LAN here in Malta. It's always a great time when you get to watch Counter-Strike, but even better when you get to talk about it with two people like Vu and Maui. Vu, how are you feeling for day number 2?
I feel like we're going to have a bonanza today, Nat. I'm feeling amazing. I'm so happy to be here.
Huh?
I just need someone to spin it a little harder than Zontix. Just a little more effort. I don't care who it is. I just want to see a little more enthusiasm when we're up there.
I want to know, when are we going to get the talent bonanza, you know? When are you guys going to get up there and give that wheel a spin? Because I feel like you're judging from the comfort of the desk.
Well, the problem is the players, they win like $15,000 on a bounty, and then they win a prize that, it's not quite as enticing. For me, I want these prizes. Yeah, these prizes are a huge deal for me. Give me some of these.
$100 Steam gift card, that buys a lot of indie games, okay?
Dude, I was saying this. I was like, come on, there's some good games out there that you could pick up with that gift card. I mean, there's other prizes too. There's peripherals. I know you're looking to get a little bit better, Vu, so maybe you need to land on that one.
Which indie game did Zontix say he was going to buy?
He actually DM'd me afterwards. He said, thanks, man. I'm really excited to play a little to the left, you know?
Some unpacking.
He's all about that organization in his life, but we can also see exactly what happened yesterday, because it was a lot of fun outside of what happened on the Bounty Bonanza. It was also what happened in the server. Liquid up against Spirit didn't necessarily go the distance that we thought it would, but it definitely delivered on the energy and the fun between these two teams.
I definitely wanted a little bit more from Liquid, but one thing that we can be happy about is the fact that Jorko does seem to be a legitimate prospect. All of the maps, you see moments from him that show you why they signed this guy. And I'd say, unfortunately, JT wasn't quite able to show the full extent of his calling when Spirit is just charging him down.
I think, unfortunately, we saw why they signed Jorko. We saw why Spirit is the favorite at this event. I mean, they came in with a solid game plan. They've got their coach back. They knew what they were coming up against. And Liquid they need more time to grow and deliver a little more effectively as a team. But you have to be happy with what you saw from Jorko. Even against a Spirit that was dominant in those games, he was showing himself to be a force with both the AWP, the rifle, the pistols. I think he's much more well-rounded than some other unnamed AWPers that have been on Liquid in the past. Okay, I think he's a little more well-rounded, and those flicks are so fast, Maui. They're so quick.
But they're controlled, though. They're controlled flick. This flick, look at that.
You're right.
He sees this guy, doesn't immediately shoot, swings the crosshair to the right. That's kill confirmation, okay? Not just flicking fast and then flicking away like it's some kind of TikTok reel, okay?
I joke, but you are right. You can see that he has that little microsecond where he makes sure it's on him and then takes the shot, and he doesn't lose kills for it generally because he's quite fast reaction-wise. And
he's taking the time to celebrate as well. He knows what he was doing.
How can you hate this guy?
The most unhateable person in Counter-Strike, some may say.
He was delivering every sort of front, you know, whether it was a server, having fun with the energy of the team, interviews as well. It was really nice to get to hear him because, yeah, you're wondering how exactly is someone going to come into it, and he was just honest. It was candid. That's the thing I think I liked the most about Jorko. He's like, yeah, I'm nervous. I'm pretty much just like melting from the inside out.
If you look at his Instagram, he takes selfies with other pro players. It's the cutest thing ever. I mean, he's just a fan of the game, but now he's getting to live out his dream. I just hope that dream actually is then going to actually take Liquid to the promised land, because it has been an awful long time since we've seen a good, stable AWPer on that team.
Yeah, their biggest concern was, are they going to get dunked? And they also all pretty much tweeted about it. They alluded to it too. Sometimes you do just get dunked. And one of your biggest hot takes, or something we like to drive home that you've been bringing to the table, Vu, is that this might be the highest rating dunk will get at an event.
Don't call it a hot take. This was a lukewarm prediction that we all saw coming.
It was a premonition, actually.
Donk at this event could and may outperform his best event of all time. I think in that series, if we're just looking at the LAN, I think he did outperform the Katowice 2024 rating. And if he has some struggling opponents, if they can set themselves up well, there's no reason he couldn't. There's no reason it's not possible.
Especially with how shaky some of the adversaries or the likely suspects to reach them in the grand finals. Like, you give Donk 3 maps against a team that is severely underpowered or still trying to iron out their kinks, he's just going to take full advantage.
Let's say it how it is, Maui. When he faces MOUZ in the final, and that's a team that went triple OT against 3D Max. That's a 2.0
Questions
rating.
must be asked.
2.0 rating.
Let's talk about that series as well, because we thought it was going to be the Liquid Spirit series, maybe going to a map number 3, but 3D Max really came out swinging. They took everyone by surprise, especially their opponent's MOUZ, and the big one that you really want to be looking at is map number 2, Nuke, the one that could have been a closeout for 3D Max, the one that could have been a 2-0, and seeing them advance to being a top 4 team here at Bounty.
Yeah, you could see 3D Max in the interviews after the game. They were regretting not closing this one out in 2. You get to map 3, disappointing map. MOUZ finally activate, but maps 1 and 2, 3D Max looked incredible. Map 3, despite being, taken down by a Torji that was on point to a level that we haven't seen from him in a while, they still managed to throw great utility. They had retakes, they had mid-round calls, they had the boost up into heaven. They were looking incredible as a team. The problem always comes down to 3D Max doesn't have the individuals to fight against the MOUZ once they're on point.
You could see how and why 3D Max want to go with this assembly of players. The mid-round, just how decisive some of the actions that they took were. That was something to love. As always, the tactics from that team look like they can upset teams that do have more firepower than them. But when push comes to shove and you get a favorite on map 3 so frequently, you're just going to see that people like Spinks just take over the game, where they say, I'm just better than everybody that's facing me in every default. And so he just takes so many 50-50 duels, but he wins well over 50 when it's against 3D Max.
The key piece, though, in what was happening for MOUZ, what was working, what was pushing them to this, especially in Nuke, was Torzi. Let's be real. He was able to get a 3K in what felt like more of a 1v4 situation, even though he did have a teammate alive for himself. That pushed him even further into the overtime and really secured Nuke for them. This man showed up when it mattered most and adjusted well to what 3D Max were bringing.
I think if Torji had, 30% worse of a game, maybe an average or even just a slightly below average game, you're looking at 3D Max going through on this one. He was dominant, especially into the overtimes where you saw 3D Max. They were calling new plays, they were having new looks, and Torji consistently had an answer until he just took over the game completely. I think near the end of the game, he just took it over entirely. This is the 3K that you're talking about, where Spinks off screen is at the back of lobby while he's
just a mile away. Yeah.
But this is Torji in a form that we haven't seen in a while.
It's also really impressive to see that he got so much of the work done on the T side. It used to be easily his biggest weakness that he would, on that offensive side, sometimes end up with 1 or 2 kills. Like, that was not completely uncommon for him, but maybe it's also the exertion effect too, putting him into good positions or taking that space. But his rifle definitely kind of dropped in the last 9 months, so to see him have a rifle highlight like that, it instills me with a little bit more faith.
I know you guys harp on players a lot as well about finding consistency for themselves. If you do well one map, can you do it in the next? If you do well in a series, can you do it in the next? Same with tournaments. But now I beg the question, are you guys consistent in what you're able to bring when it comes to our fun game of higher and lower? Because yesterday you guys were popping off to the point that production had to sabotage us, right? But if you guys want to head over to Blast.tv, there is a fun CS higher lower presented by IC Market. We have the market value of the item on the left there, and then we're trying to see if the item on the right is higher or lower than that. I'm going to take a freebie higher than 35 cents.
Surely.
The crane flight, though? Love that.
You've never heard of that? Bloodsport? I own this skin.
Oh, so you should know.
It's worth $12. It's lower.
Oh, wow. No way you know that.
12 on the dot?
Gosh, if you nail this, you're a beast.
It's lower.
Give it.
It was higher. It was higher.
I'm rich.
Oh my God, it's
I'm rich. I'm rich.
Oh.
I am rich.
Overnight, it's 4x.
I didn't even know it. I didn't even know how rich I
He either won higher lower, or he's like, my skin's worth more than I thought. Come here. Yeah, we're running it back.
We're still going?
Yeah, we're doing it again.
Higher on the point disarray.
Higher? Yep.
I'm taking higher for sure.
Okay.
Oh, that was actually closer than I thought.
We just
had this on higher.
But the other one was a different wear, wasn't
the other
it?
one
This
was
one's
field
higher,
tested,
though.
I think. It's higher.
This is higher for sure. Yeah.
Easy.
Lower.
We also had that one. That one's
Yeah.
lower. Was it 35 cents? Oh, this was a different one.
Operation Broken. I think higher.
Yeah, it's old. It's got to be higher.
Yeah, it's maybe 7 years ago or something.
Okay.
Love that.
I own this sticker. It's worth
That's got to be higher.
$172. It's much higher.
Okay, I love the specificity, even though you're.
Wait, I'm
shocked. I'm shocked.
2015.
No, I'm actually so shocked that's so cheap. I'm gonna stock up on those. I'm gonna stock up on
You're
those.
gonna buy
That's way undervalued
way.
right now.
There's
There's
no
no
way.
way that cute little penguin being $6. Are you serious
no
right now?
way.
I'm pumping.
There's no-
I'm
I
pumping.
just need to see food. I need to see your
I don't believe this.
inventory, and
I
I
don't
gotta
believe
see
this.
what it's worth, bro.
it's all- it's
You
just
need to
pure
like
capping.
a stock take, yeah.
It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe.
All right, well, I'll give you something that's very believable and you can trust is 100% true. It's our schedule for our last two remaining quarterfinals here for Blast Bounty. It's going to be starting off with FaZe up against the Mongolz and then Astralis up against paiN to close out our two best of threes here and give us our top four, two teams that will be joining side by side with Spirit and MOUZ.
I feel like both of these games are going to be really close today. This is a very likely 6-map day for us here, and thankfully, actually, for the audience too.
Yeah.
Because they need to enjoy some more Counter-Strike. Yesterday was a little too quick on that map 3 between MOUZ and 3D Max, so I hope they get what they paid for.
Yeah, yesterday you had the favorites. You were expecting some blowouts, and you had at least one close affair. Today, I think we're pretty confident we're seeing two close games. Both of these teams, both these series have teams that are very close together in skill level.
Well, we're going to dive deeper into this. We'll get our day started, but not before a quick break. On the other side, it is going to be FaZe up against Mongolz.
We're here with Liquid at the LAN portion of the Blast Bounty. I want to ask Mobs first off. You play with a handful of IGLs. How does it feel with JT now calling?
We clicked as a team, so it's like we're just understanding each other really well, so it helps a lot. With Jorko as well, I think we are just a bunch of funny guys just enjoying our time together, and it's been really nice so far.
JT, I'll swap over to you. How does it feel working with Mobs, working with the Liege again? I feel like you got just an insane amount of firepower now.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good. I wanted to play with a few of the players for like a long time.
Yeah.
It's been really easy for me just to put my system in and just play how I want to play.
Yeah, regarding Jorko, I mean, how much initiative does he take on himself?
It's really good for the team, honestly, because we have a team of veterans or a team of like older players, and with him coming in, like he's always excited just to do things, and he's also playing really well. He's listening to what we have to say and just hitting his shots, and that's all we can really ask for.
I was looking at your stats. You're doing really well on CT side. Your T sides are struggling a little bit. I know there were people talking about you or a Liege first in, second in. Like, what's the T side looking like?
I'll just run in first, I don't care, just trade me, and we win the round. That's all I care about.
Well, you're winning a lot of rounds.
Yeah, exactly.
How's Flashy been incorporated into all of this?
It's mostly my system, but with a lot of flashy details that I think is making a big difference. I'm showing him what I want to bring, and he's showing me what he wants to bring, and we're just working together every day for a lot of hours, honestly, and I think it's improving the team fast.
Do you feel like the team has like a really good balance of personalities and input? You're not getting too many ideas?
Having myself and Elige on the team is already like big contribution just from the two of us in terms of ideas and vision of the game. And then the rest of the guys are just following along, but also contributing about the details. And I think so far it's been good.
Do you think this Liquid team now, you've got all the pieces, everything it takes to be, a contender again?
It should, yeah. Like, we have amazing players, like, individually. We gotta be slow. We gotta understand that if we lose, it's part of the process, because we just started. So, yeah, I think it's looking good so far for us, and I'm really happy to play for the first time in a while.
I'm gonna count down, and I want you guys to say, 1v2 with 100 HP, knows where both players are. Who do you want on Liquid in that 1v2? All right.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
At least. Naf is also good.
Yeah, let's finish with the follow-up then. Okay, why NAS?
He's very experienced in that position. He's obviously always in clutches, so I think he knows what to do.
Then why Leash?
I think Elise is really creative in clutches, and he's really sharp as well, so he's really good at like taking 1v1s.
I think JT thinks you're completely wrong.
From
No, he's seen it. He's clutch enough times. Yeah.
FaZe up against Mongolz here. A little bit of fun that the teams had on Media Day, but now it's all down to business. They have to lock in if they want to make it as a top 4 team. And you guys have already predicted here on the desk that this is going to be one of the closer races that we have between our two series today. FaZe up against Mongolz. What makes them so even in your mind that we could be going to that map 3 overtimes or on the cards?
Well, I feel like the teams are meeting in kind of a both of them are in stages of transition, or they're at least trying to solidify their position after making some moves that, for FaZe, to me, felt completely necessary. For Mongolz, sort of forced upon themselves. So I think that with all of the roster moves, you get a couple star players that are going to shine on a team like FaZe, but I would probably argue today that the Mongol system is a little bit stronger and more well-oiled.
Yeah, you look at the firepower, you've got Frozen, you've got Twists on the side of FaZe, and then you've got 9-10 popping off to this insane degree recently on Mongolz. I think you have two teams meeting. I think in transition is the right way to talk about it, because both of them, they need some more time if they're going to get to a contender category, if they can ever get there. FaZe, I think, are hoping for that. Mongolz, you're looking at the new players, you're questioning what they're going to look like in the future. So they're meeting at this time where they're both really on the same page in terms of where they're looking for the rest of the season, what a good event looks for them. I think both of them would say if they could top this team, if they could win this game, it's okay if they go out in the next round.
At what point do we sort of also subscribe to the fact that for so many rounds of Blast Bounty, a lot of teams have seen them as that weaker opposition, that they have become quite vulnerable, but we no longer subscribe to that. We go, actually, there isn't really that many vulnerabilities in what this roster brings.
Unfortunately, I think I still subscribe to that in terms of where their rank is. I think they are a bit vulnerable. They're ranked a bit higher maybe than the roster suggests they should be. And you've seen the newcomers, they've done well. They performed admirably for the position they're put in, but you look at them, they've played so few games. I think Darkmeister has under 10 games on HLTV entirely. So no matter how well he's going to perform in a couple of best of threes, as you mentioned earlier, Nat, consistency across events, across games, across series, you still need to see that before you're ready to put your faith in these guys.
That's where a lot of people obviously have said, well, we've seen what Mara and Blitz have done in the past. I think that it would be foolish to just count them out entirely, and I think a lot of people have already suffered the wrath of underestimating them, teams like Heroic, you know, any of the ones that Mongolz have faced. However, it's still just the amount that these two players have to learn in European CS so quickly is just too tall of an order for me. I think eventually it's just going to run out, and maybe there's a lot of skill. I mean, we're going to get into those two players later, but I think that it's just you know that there's some potential here, but for them to actualize that this early on LAN feels less likely.
Yeah, and then you're adding in what you just said, right? The fact that you don't have a coach. So when it comes to these elements of taking pauses, it's been so many events that we've had that conversation. When do Mongolz take pauses without a coach? What's spoken about when you have it too? Now you factor in having two young players on LAN. Is too much distraction being added that if a pause has to be taken, you're just putting all your energy on how are the newbies feeling? How are Ticklewack and Darkmeister going to push through it?
I think in one of the tournaments that they didn't have Mara, they didn't call a timeout for an entire...
That was Rotterdam. They did not do it once.
Yeah, so that's going to be extremely concerning. We see that, I mean, weirdly, we've seen a couple tournaments for other teams who have just haven't had their coaches for various reasons, and you just see that if something's going wrong, it keeps going wrong. So all of the adjustments have to come from within, whether that's 9-10 taking a more aggressive stance in the next round, Blitz finding some sort of solution, or Techno being that secondary voice that can aid. But without that guiding figure in Mara, who has been the architect of this whole Mongolz project, you're missing the element of just the oversight, which can so frequently remedy any sort of problem that's arising.
Yeah, I think sometimes you might even see a pause just to calm a younger, more inexperienced player down. You know, sometimes they're just in a big moment. They're coming to a LAN. They haven't played too many of them. They need to calm down and play their own game. You just need someone there to center the team, I think, and you're not going to have that. These players are kind of on an island. They're going to have to perform on their own, and that's where I really question if they can manage it.
Yeah, my favorite is whenever we hear from coaches that go, sometimes we take pauses after big round wins or big clutches because the players need that little bit extra to breathe. And so Mongolz might not have that depending on what position they put themselves in. But at the end of the day, to put themselves in that position, we also need to know exactly what they're hoping their maps that they're going to be playing on are.
The maps are good, you know. It's kind of the maps we were expecting. We were expecting a little bit of a different maps, I think, but we expected Cash to be one of them. But to be honest, yeah, it's three good maps for us, three good maps for them as well. They have new players too. It's not the same Mongolz that it was like last year, but I know that these guys can shoot hard, you know. Like it's always individual duels here, left and right. So yeah, maps are good. Let's see what happens on the server, to be honest.
Will we see some Cash today? Are you ready for that?
Cash?
Yeah.
You mean map?
Yeah.
I just banned Cash.
You got it?
Yeah.
You did not want to play FaZe?
Yeah, because I watch their demos and they play so good in cash.
Okay.
Well, a little bit of insight as to what they did or didn't want to be playing up there. He said, yeah, no cash on the cards. So when we do look at our bans, our veto here, it's going to be FaZe taking out Inferno. Anubis is followed up there. And by the way that you guys are nodding your heads, it doesn't feel too suspicious, but maybe the picks are where you're going to be scratching your
I think
head.
we might see cash.
I thought that's where obviously a lot of those interview questions were headed, and I thought that we were going to get maybe a FaZe pick on cash, but Vu, I'm a little surprised that they went for Nuke here.
Yeah, I was looking it up on Skybox, and it says they're going to pick Nuke, but I am surprised by that because they haven't been picking Nuke recently.
No.
The only thing I can look at is that Mongolz did look really fallible on Nuke.
Yeah,
they had a lot of problems.
Yeah.
They got destroyed by Heroic, and it was Heroic's map pick, but they did look very vulnerable, and there's not too much data for a lot of maps that Mongolz might be playing in this series if FaZe wanted.
Well, Mirage is going to be their pick for the side of Mongolz, and then of course now FaZe is going to be banning out Dust 2.
Say Handshake Ancient here is where this one was headed, even regardless of it. But I mean, Blitz did just tell us that they banned cash.
Yeah.
Is it Ancient or cash?
That was a really good prediction there, Mally.
Thank you. Yeah, I do listen to the interviews, as a matter of fact. I think that the surprise in this one for me is just the opening map pick. I thought we would get Mirage. I figured it would probably be Ancient for a decider. But for FaZe to go for this one, with J-Bone, I think they played it once with him total. And also, they just won because it was against Dendelay, and they just had a great CT side. So I actually don't really know how J-Bone's slotting into their T-side system on this map. We just simply didn't get enough footage to see that kind of stuff. But I think that Twist, in his second outing as an in-game leader, has looked a bit better on this map. It's not just one note with just set pieces, which he kind of was spamming on his time with Liquid as the caller. So maybe you'll get some of the rounds draw out, which should test some of the Mongolz inexperienced players.
Yeah, I think when you look at Mirage, I think you're a little less surprised. Mirage, typical Mongolz map. It's the map they beat Vitality in the major final on. It's a pretty comfortable map for them.
What about these new players, though, right? Because you sort of alluded to it a little bit, Maui, where it's like, yeah, we might know some of those elements of FaZe, but how are they going to face up against exactly what our newbies are bringing, right? Tikwak, Darkmeister, how impressed have you guys been so far for them, and what are you hoping is a continuation to still be impressed when they come to LAN?
I would say that Tikwak he's been all right in situations. I think where he gets to benefit for joining this team is that he was playing a lot of the Mizzino spots, and so in turn, they just put him back into those kinds of roles. On Nuke in particular, which we're going to see here, versus Heroic, he didn't have the best time, but he also just didn't get challenged a lot. I mean, he was playing that ramp spot. I think the one thing that is kind of funny about Tikwak when I'm looking at him versus Mizzino is that they're both headshot machines, and so in a way, they kind of have that sort of similar, just snappy aim style that can just kind of get you that first kill, but I don't always know if Tikwak, I think when I'm watching him and why he's not really just jumped off the page despite the snappy aim is that he sometimes takes too many liberties for can he get to this next position. Like when Heroic was charging him down sometimes, he thinks he can get like a really good spot when he should just take the okay spot, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I'm happy you mentioned him on Nuke because I think he was okay on ramp. He didn't cause any problems. He wasn't the reason they lost. I actually think Darkmeister was a problem on that map. Despite, I think Darkmeister has had some really good maps, especially on Dust 2 and I think the Heroic series as well. He had a really great map. He's struggled to be consistent. He's in some spots he's maybe not perfectly comfortable with. He's not perfectly experienced. And when you look at that Heroic game, they attacked upper and he was not comfortable. He could not deal with an upper exec. So Tikwak ended up rotating in. Hard to perform when you're in that situation. It's very possible that's what FaZe saw.
I'm going to take all of the things that maybe you're worried about for the newbies, about that consistency, being able to show up, the experience as well, and present to you 9-10 in Blast Bounty, all right? Because right now he is really showing up as a player, and I wonder if there's someone on the side of FaZe where you're sort of seeing them at the same level, right? The way that 9-10's been able to show up in every aspect, not just AWPing.
Well, the direct comparison would definitely be J-Bone because he's going to be in that op head-to-head, and Yeah, 9-10 has been a beast without a doubt. I feel like, well, for me, in the list that I've made for who are the 20 best players so far this year, 9-10 is firmly on that list, in around the top 16 or 15 players. He's even looking better here at the Bounty than he has in some of the tournaments. And so J-Bone, who the rookie for FaZe, is going to have his work cut out for him. He's looked good in instances. I like how he can be kind of like, he can be more aggressive. He can push forward. He can trade frags surprisingly well with the AWP. But I still think he sometimes is darting between ideas. Like when he's scoped up on an angle, he's not super confident all the time that that's going to be the next fight. I see him just kind of shifting that crosshair between this angle, that angle, not always expecting what's going to happen next. And versus a Mongolz team that can be very hard to read at times, that might be his undoing.
Yeah, looking at 9-10, he's arguably the most impressive opera, I think, in the online stage, because Mongolz rely on him so much since Senzu left. You see maps where they will just give him a spawn, he can take it, then he'll pivot over and go for another opening. This is not the 9-10 I remember seeing way back when Mongolz first started coming up. I think they've given him a lot more space since he's been on this team without Senzu. I think they've relied much more heavily on him, and this is going to be, for J-Bone, a very important showing that he can go toe-to-toe with 9-10. Even if he can't outperform him, he can at least not get blown off the server and be a problem.
You're talking about all these things, though, that Mongolz can be very unexpected. They can show up in positions, hold angles that you might not necessarily have looked when you watch those demos. But I think at the end of the day, outside of all the prep that's going into it before you face up against Mongolz in the server, it's trusting in your IGL as well, right? So Twist coming in, he's that IGL for FaZe. Where would you put it right now? Because there's some opposing opinions about what people believe Twist is succeeding with the IGL role in FaZe.
I told Maui before that I had a bit of a hot take. I actually think Twist is not a bad IGL.
Why didn't you just say good?
I think he's actually performed very well with FaZe so far. If you look at their T-sides under Kerrigan, they were drastically worse than their T-sides have been under Twist. You have had a couple of player changes. You have had the J-Bowen move, but even with Brokey still on the roster, their T-sides improved. It's not that I think he's a better caller than Kerrigan. Nobody say that. I think he was a better fit for this team so far. In the way Kerrigan was calling, I don't think it worked for this five-man roster.
With Twist, I simply like that I think the plans are more strictly outlined, which gives guidance to people like Jacob, who has since blossomed a bit more under Twist's tutelage, as opposed to Kerrigan's, whereas with Kerrigan, so frequently, I think Jacob's doing one of two things. He's either one, running out first and dying, or two, wondering what he should do next. That's not really a recipe for success for a rookie coming in. I think Twist is just a little bit more directed with how he wants to use his pieces. I think instructions with Kerrigan, rather blurry. With Twist, very clear.
The misconception I think we've had so many times with Twist when he's IGL'd in the past, you expect he's a star player, he's a great player in looser systems. You expect him to call a loose Counter-Strike, but he doesn't. He's more systematic. He does give really good ideas for players. J-Bowen is going to be a good one, but Jacob, as you're saying, has really popped off under him as an IGL. You're looking at that as surprising to see a player like Twist be more structured in his approach, but I think it's very effective for a roster that has some newer links.
I'm going to need more evidence from you, though, Vu, because we learned yesterday that sometimes stats are just numbers, right? You look at it and you go 3D Max, they got 2-1, sure, but you don't know how close Nuke is, right? You're giving me these Twist IGL stats, but I'm going to need more from you as to, like, why. Like, show an example.
There is a round we had pulled up. We thought Dust 2 could be on the cards. It was possible it could get played. I'm not sure if this is necessarily a mid-round call or a plan, but either way, it's really effective. J-Bowen doing his thing, but you're going to see them get entried in middle very early on, and the pivot they make, I think, is really impressive. So Twist gets caught off here. Does he get caught off? He gets taken down regardless. Natu will immediately, after a couple seconds, enough for Twist to calm that he should do this, I think. He throws a B fake that draws a 4-man rotate over to the B side, and then you see FaZe actually aggressively make their way forward to try and catch this rotate. He got frozen, catch the player in middle as he makes the pivot, and then they immediately pivot over into a short hit right afterwards. So they lose a player, they go down 4v5, they still throw a bit of a fake, enough of a fake based on where Twist was and what he was setting up to do, that it makes sense that they could be going B, and then you still have the Jacob 500 meters ahead of his team. You know, you still have some problems, but I think that's why I believe that was a mid-round idea. All right, he was
Yeah, yeah. It looked a little bit messy, but in terms of the theory behind it of trying to sell a fake to catch them as they're trying to scramble to help that lone defender on the B bomb site, Twist understands that there's a weakness on the map, that they're gonna apply some pressure, but you don't always want to go right into the most obvious choice. And so I think that, yeah, Twist is actually, he's just grown up as an in-game leader. On Liquid, he would have just gone for the B play. I think he would have just said, okay, guys, we have to go B, but instead it's fake B, go short, okay? It's like the Alexi B special, all right?
Fake A, then don't go A, go B.
Yes, exactly.
Personal growth, you love to see it in whatever role players are going there. Unfortunately, Dust2 not going to get seen there, but I do like the evidence that you're always bringing to the table there, Vu, to back up your arguments. Instead, we are going to be seeing Nuke. It's our first map with our first set of casters here. It's DDK and Vardov.
Yes, it's time to get into the game, and James, there's going to be so much firepower on the server. I think this is going to be a really close game with a lot of action, a lot of clutch. That's what we love to see.
What do the people believe, though? Oh, I like this. A lot closer. Now we're getting deeper into the tournament. An underdog for Mongolz. I mean, this is a very tight game. I think the desk put it well that we might have a 6-map day here today. I think it's going to be a very engaging day of Counter-Strike. And what a way to start it with a match such as this. I did also think that Dust2 would feature in this series. It's not going to, but I'm excited for what will. Of course, starting with Nuke. It's going to be a problem, as always, to deal with FaZe Clan on this map, but we'll see what Mongolz can do. They've got the luxury of starting on that CT side. First map, opening map of the series, opening map of the day. Let's get cracking.
FaZe will be off on the T side, and the Mongolz on the defense on the CT side here. It's going to be really interesting to see where the form is on LAN right now. A lot of change-ups in the rosters, as we've seen. We do have some poke outside, but looks like FaZe are eyeing up that inner bomb site.
Outside with a P250. Love to see it. Little fishing going on. Like questions being asked. What a way to start. My word, Techno starts with the Zeus, and the round is finished very quickly afterwards. It's so rare you see a start like that on a pistol round, but perfect with the close quarters of Nuke. I mean, that's a nasty surprise for FaZe.
Is that, I mean, hang on. First kill in the first round of a series on LAN with a Zeus. Is that something that's happened before? You know, it feels like the opening kill with a Zeus.
We've done a lot of Counter-Strike, but I can't say many times I've seen that happen. And he follows up with the USP as well.
Yeah.
That's just like griefing from the first frag of the entire series.
It actually makes so much sense, though, given the fact that, you know, if that first player's out really fast, you can just insta-kill him, and then you pull the pistol out, and you've got full accuracy. So it actually makes a lot of logical sense. But, you know, it's going to force FaZe onto pistols, a full eco. They didn't get that bomb down, so straight away, you're going to have the Mongolz feeling very comfortable.
Yeah, talking of comfort, I think this is a great environment for Tikawak to kind of go through the ranks now in a live studio environment with a crowd cleaning up. That's a very prompt 4K. Not able to get the 5th one. It'll be a nice highlight for him nonetheless. But again, I think it's a really good environment. Not 12,000 people just yet, but you've got a live crowd, so you know you can take the steps into those environments. See how he deals with this one first.
The baby steps. Is it a baby step, James?
I mean,
what kind of step? Is it, you know?
What's after a baby step? An infant step?
Yeah, I don't know what's next.
Somewhere between baby and adults.
All right, well, 2-0 for the Mongolz, and FaZe will be bringing out the AKs. See what the default looks like for them. Heavy pressure into Squeaky already, and both teams really wanting to fight here. Down the vents, they go here. FaZe not really messing around, but quite a couple players getting cut down in the effort. So right now, FaZe somewhat dispersed in terms of the lineup. Every single player operating solo.
They've lost a bomb as well. I think the bomb carrier was maybe the one getting sprayed through that smoke, so once they dissipate, the CTs will certainly know that they have some advantages as well as a numbers game. But jabon will try to thin those numbers. Dropping Blitz towards the ramp and collecting 9-10 as well. Combo with the HE. And all of a sudden, the 2 versus 4 is into a 2-on-2. And now it's really concerning. Mongolz don't have the personnel to cover their backs, which makes it harder for them to defend the bomb. They'll have to go maybe and look for these FaZe plays a little bit. I think they're trying to combine and cover each other's backs. But this has suddenly become quite awkward for them.
Yeah, very doable situation, absolutely, here for the FaZe side, and considering how it started out. Very interesting indeed. And lots of time on the clock still to make the play. And you can see the Mongolz really, really unsure now. So much time has passed that they have to question more or less everything. 1v1s is the name of the game, as well as timing. Techno spotting one player mini. And now, where is the other player? Good drop onto him from Darkmeister. And it's the Mongolz with the 3-0 start.
Yeah, Jabone only had 5 HP after those ramp engagements. Awkward for all concerned then. But some good damage done by FaZe in that round, which is important as you look for your first round. We saw the struggles Liquid had yesterday in that regard. Not getting enough kills early while losing the rounds. So maybe that will pay off for FaZe. But it will be the pistols here. They're equipped in this next round for a fast play. They've got a lot of utility, and the Tech 9s as well. So let's see if they choose to send it into the A-bomb site or if they've got something else in mind.
Yeah, lots of fast pace here so far from FaZe. This round is no different. Straight in there with the pistols. Darkmeister will decapitate to Twist with an opening there through the HUD. Quickly responded to Blitz out from the smoke here with some good coverage. The Tech 9 does do some damage, but with 2 losses and given the context of the 4-0 start here from the Mongolz, I think they'll be quite happy with the result there.
Yeah, 4 rounds in a row for Mongolz. Not a single bomb plant yet for FaZe. And, of course, that was a half buy, so they'll be fine. But in these buy rounds, you've got to get those bomb plants so you can keep those AKs up. Again, they've dropped a few players for the CTs. But they need to build on those frags in a round such as this, where the AKs are coming out once again. AWP is out for 9-10 and 9-10 only. So we'll see how much of a problem he can be early in the CT half.
And so far, this might be the first round where we'll get a bit more pressure on the outside, more of a commitment here from the FaZe side. Again, they've had a very fast pace, generally speaking, so maybe looking at a slower round here now as well, starting to mix up that pacing. We'll see how quick they want to go. Because actually, no, it might still be quite quick, in fact, here, getting the way straight into the upper bomb site, the split.
The bomb was on the roof, though, on Silo. Spotted with a quick engagement. Someone is on their way towards Secret for the CTs. I think it's 9-10 with the AWP, which could be a nasty surprise. You can see now that bomb carrier delivering nades into that A-bomb site. Can they find the openings they're looking for, though? Tikkuak up top in heaven, helping his teammates. Reload will be needed soon, though, and Darkmeister holds his position once again. Great work from him. Tikkuak supporting as he needs to. They said he's the anchor, the A anchor in many of these bomb sites, and that's another big round for him with 3 kills.
Yeah, really nice hold there from the Mongolz in a FaZe. After they took that initial space outside, setting up the positioning and the timing to hit a coordinated split into the upper bomb site. Maybe there was a pause there that just the Mongolz were able to have a great defense on because they were able to then reposition in that window, that small window where FaZe were coordinating themselves. And the Mongolz, they're able to fight the fire with the fire here right now. FaZe, they've been going fast, time and again. And I'm expecting to see at some point, James, that FaZe will start to mix up that pacing to start bringing more of a question to the Mongolz as to, how can we best use our utility? What are the timings that the FaZe side is playing with now?
Yeah, timing faster or slower. They're not really dropping Darkmeister on this bomb site. 6 for 1 is Darkmeister, 8 for 2 is Tikkuak. Supporting his teammate really well there. And again, this is round 6 now, and FaZe have not even felt close to getting a bomb plant, which makes things awkward. And you can see their money's on the cusp of being able to buy. I think some of the team had 3,900. Again, you get that bomb plant, they can have the rifles out with some utility in this round. But the fact they're not planting the bomb turns this into an eco round instead.
Yeah, and we heard from the desk as well, that perhaps the selection of Nuke was due to FaZe seeing some weaknesses in the way that Nuke has been played previously by this Mongolz lineup. But, there's been time to patch things up for the Mongolz as well. Maybe that was more of an outlier event for the Mongolz in the previous Nuke. So FaZe, they might have to start adjusting somewhat soon on their T side here, away from whatever initial game plan they had, because this fast place, the upper attacks, the split on the upper, hasn't been working out too much. And one thing that's for sure, James, is we haven't had the outside of ramp tested just yet.
You can see the setup here for 9-10. They are very expectant of the play here from FaZe. Little exchange of utility. Small window for the T to try and make their way in. Got a few kills here, but again, 9-10 still up top, covering for Techno. He may or may not have the time to get a reload in. So Jacob, the last one left in the hut. Bomb plant looking unlikely once more. But you saw how expectant Mongolz were of this play. 910 posted up in heaven, you know, dropping some nades here and there, but they knew what was coming their way.
Yeah, very interesting so far. You know, again, you know, FaZe is on them now. You know, we're halfway through the first half.
Very quickly as well.
Very quickly, yeah, and that's all due to FaZe. You know, fast pace and upper. That's essentially just been the story round by round from them in one way or another. The only reason they've taken outside control was to create an upper split. So we'll see. You know, FaZe now will start to mix things up. Jaboan is on the AWP. How do FaZe want to play this one? Outside presence here from the Mongolz as well.
Smokes are going out for FaZe. And 910 will take the lurker out in the lobby, which already causes problems for FaZe. They're all the remainder are outside, and they have to assume that Mongolz know that.
Yeah, I think that's a great call, you know, with that forward control, taking out the lurk, as you say. It really does paint the picture for the Mongolz. FaZe are in a kind of a desperate spot right now. The Mongolz always ahead of them. That means their position is very good here for the defense. FaZe are going to have to shoot their way out of a situation where they're at a huge disadvantage.
Great baked opportunity for Darkmeister as well, with his teammate on the hut roof, just saying hello. He's being looked for, and there are multiple angles. They're walking into a sandwich between Blitz and Darkmeister, who doesn't show just yet. But what an immediately awkward position for FaZe to be in. All is known. You can't generate threats if you lose your lobby holder immediately. Like, just full information from Mongol seconds into this round. And again, it comes down to, can we do any damage? Once more, the 7th round where they have no chance of planting the bomb, which means the pistols could be around the corner for the next round. Twist has a bit extra, so does Jacob. So maybe there's a bit extra to come their way, but again, there's no mileage on the FaZe vehicle right now.
Yeah, no options after the two. Well, there's two positions here for FaZe. You know, the first interaction, as you spotted, was that the kill of the lurker in lobby, and that just really gave Mongolz all the info that they needed to understand what the rest of the team was, like you said. And then FaZe, because they decided, okay, we're going to commit to this outside presence as opposed to going back and re-clearing lobby, they can't really easily do that. That's very risky for them to go back and do. You don't know if the CDs are set up in there. You don't have the info, so it feels safer to stay outside and try to make something happen just with these gun battles. But that has not worked either at all. I mean, the Mongolz are playing a very disciplined Counter-Strike, which is, I think Nuke is one of the CT sides in the game where if you play very disciplined, you're going to get a lot back from just how the layout of the map is, with the bomb sites stacked on top of each other. And there's been no way in, James. And FaZe, they haven't created, I think, a single round where the Mongolz are having to guess, where there's an information void for the Mongolz.
Darkmeister 7 for 1, 910 7 for 1, Techno 7 for 2, Tikuak 9 for 2. Again, we spoke about metrics in that Liquid match where a lot of things weren't going right for them, and the same is true here for FaZe. They're just not finding success. Again, you've got another crappy buy. Like every other round, every buy round, FaZe are defeated. This is just so much easier for them. As hard as the full buys look for FaZe, this was just the second time as MOUZ kill was first in game in CS2 A tier history. 3D Max versus Vitality at Budapest. Rops, it would be Rops.
Yeah, I was gonna say Rops got there first.
Shoutouts to a man like Rops.
Well, we'll have another explosive attempt potentially here from FaZe with the pistols and the single AK, the hero AK on Twist. Not too much you can do other than wait out some of this initial util, find a good spot and just shove all in. They could try to play the pick game, but they are, again, so heavily outgunned in the open spaces on this map.
They were so expected last time around as well, when they were trying to approach A, like so expected. There was utility juggling by Mongolz, so 910 could hold his angle. A different approach this time.
Yeah, and I mean, you're getting the pistols down secret. You then have close ranges to work the pistols and the numbers. That is a good objective, but we'll see if they're able to get down there with the full integrity of their numbers. Smoke's dissipating, kind of a scary moment. However, Twist with the AK does his job.
How do you even call the rest of this round out for FaZe? 30 seconds on the clock. Tikuak trying to keep eyes on the outside. Still reasonably positioned to defend with on A. And now the race is on. 18 seconds for FaZe to plant the bomb or die. And if this is the round where they plant the bomb, even stranger. 9-10 dropping Natu on the B bomb site, looking for more, trying to thin the numbers as the retake might be on. But have a look at that flurry of frags from FaZe. Twist and Jacob now in a 2 versus 2.
Same spot here. 9-10 is going to lose his head. Another great frag from Twist. And Tikuak now, we'll see what he can do. 1v2, very doable. Decent amount of time as well, AK. Both hiding in the same spot. One of the best tricks. And Jacob's going to just completely annihilate Tikuak on the way in there. And James are going to have a round for FaZe. You know, it seemed like the Mongolz didn't really respect the threat of the lower bomb site there. They played very passive on info and position on that lower site. A little bit greedy, perhaps.
Yeah, just one of those bizarre rounds where maybe the lack of usual structure just makes things a little weird. So an opportunity for FaZe. Nice release for the team. Now, can they claw any rounds back in a normal round where they've got the AKs and the AWP? Because that's where things have been going wrong.
Yeah, if you really hit the nail on the head, and Jacob will find a head as well. 9-10 goes down. Okay, early advantage to work with, 5 versus 4. And we've been talking a lot about Twist as a caller. This is the spot where that can really shine, a caller that is. 5v4 on the T side, with lots of time on the clock to work with. Twist making his way outside. We'll be testing Mini here, and might look to find some legs. Darkmeister, and again, just such a good angle. And there's no trade frag, so 4 versus 4 now. And you can see the Mongolz are very ready for the additional peaks, but Natu will trade it out.
That's a great first frag to have in this game. 0 for 8 until just a moment ago. Natu carrying the bomb, able to find a second on this A bomb site now. Not too late to come to life. Techno and Tikuak start to get to work on this A bomb site, but Techno runs out of bullets and runs out of health soon after. And now we've got some momentum for FaZe. There's still money for Mongolz that they can try to spread around, but off the back of an unlikely one for FaZe, they have found a second. Maybe it's not too little too late. We'll see what the score looks like by the time we get to halftime. But again, Natu, perfect time for him to come alive.
Yeah, we know that FaZe has great individual skill on the team, and right now in terms of the overall strategic approach to the game, maybe you could say that there's something to be desired, but Twist have got the team into positions they can just take 1v1s. So that's always going to be an opportunity here for FaZe. We'll see if they can keep it going. You got Frozen looking for it from the hut, but on this next round, the 1v1's not quite going the way of FaZe. Natu, the only one to answer back.
I was going to say this round might be worth 2 for FaZe if they can break Mongolz, but that's not looking likely now. Some shadow warning there for Darkmeister to pop Natu. That leaves Jacob in a 1 versus 4. Just 2 rounds so far in this half for FaZe, leaving much to be desired from their point of view. Absolutely stifled and suffocated by the Mongolz.
There you go, 8-2, and yeah, the suffocation, the stifling, definitely some good words, I think, to describe this situation. Again, FaZe need to find individual fights here. I mean, that just seems to be something that I think they've realized as well. How can we create a round where we can get these 1v1s? Still, though, the Mongolz are also a team that is just packed with individual skills, so nothing's guaranteed here. And for FaZe, it feels like there's a lot of gears that, you know, haven't been tested as far as a T-side nuke goes.
Oh, we had a quick look from Jaboin, looking for an early frag, as it has been 9-10 stamping his authority on that CT side. Something which Jaboin may need to do more in this series versus this team.
Okay, well, there's the threat to go down secret. We'll see if it's respected by the Mongolz this time. They don't have anybody watching lower. Okay, we will have someone drop down onto the vents.
Darkmeister's on the way.
Now there's the walk down. They will make it across safely. Better movement here from FaZe.
No HEs this time. That's a nice one from Tikuak. No HEs to break the smoke on this occasion, but that'll certainly be enough. Now Mongolz will have to be careful not to over-rotate until they have enough information. No lobby encroachment this time. So who peeks first? We can see Natu carrying the bomb once more. But they seem to be holding position for now.
So FaZe have created a scenario where they have forced a reposition. And so now they're looking to kind of, they might be trying to fake here that, oh, look, we're rotating back to upper. That's one thing they could possibly do. and they can also have time to hit the lower site. They've got 2 options here. They're going to try to find the player in Garage. Blitz is going to take down Twist. The flashbang not doing the job. Frozen, though, opens things up towards the upper bomb site now. 20 seconds to go.
Just wondering if Natu is going to go through the vents. Oh, that's such a big frag from Jacob because Natu's having to rotate into the open, jiggling but not baiting 910. He catches Jacob. Now they've got to deal with him before they plant the bomb. Rotations coming from the back as well. Perfect delay there from 910 after dropping that rotator. Darkmeister to collect the rest. 9-2 Mongolz.
A much slower round from FaZe, and I like, I like how they put the question to Mongolz. That's kind of the awkward spots that you can put the CTs in that we haven't seen the Mongolz be in this position very much, where they're having to kind of figure it out and they're having to kind of guess what positions they need to hold for an effective defense here. FaZe run the clock down to the last 10 seconds, but still the Mongolz with a great read, good positioning, good performance. And now, once again, FaZe on an awkward buy.
Tikuak and Darkmeister, 12 frags each. Doing really strong work for the squad. Hard to kill.
Damn. Feels like the Mongolz have been getting a lot of solid movements through radio and picks and info. Unpunished in this game so far.
Yeah, happy to disengage with that advantage as well. 910 doing 910 things. Darkmeister on his way into the vents. And Frozen makes his way towards B. I thought he was standing on the other guy, but perhaps he got stuck on the ladder. Either way, FaZe will do what they can to get a little more, if possible, in this last round, but 1v3 with 20 HP. Frozen could, but 910 will deny him. A very big half. 10-2 for Mongolz, a monster lead at halftime.
All right, we're here with FaZe Clan, we're here with Twist, J-Bone. Let's just get into this, okay? How do you guys think the online portion of this event went for you?
Yeah, on a team level, the individual performance went pretty good for the players, and also the team performance was pretty solid. Our games were relatively very simple, and yeah, felt good to qualify.
J-Bone, I think when you put on the FaZe jersey, changes the pressure from being an academy player. Have you felt that when you're playing some of these matches?
I think the pressure is mainly from myself. I don't feel the pressure from my teammates or the organization or the fans or something like this. It's only from me.
What do you think the hardest aspects of the jump up have been beyond just the pressure?
The enemies are way better for what I'm used to. Normally I could just abuse people and just re-peek into everything and take some stupid duels, and now I just get punished if I do these stupid decisions maybe. And yeah, the team level is just way higher, yeah.
Let me ask Twist, have you had to take him aside and be you can't do that type of peak at that level type of thing?
He said it himself, he's finding out. I think what Nikki and I work on is more fundamental stuff. Where to be at what time on the map, where not to show yourself. How having the op is it's a game where you choose where you want the info to be for the enemy. And I think that's something that he's figuring out, and NK is doing a good job as well.
How about your journey as in-game leader? Does it feel more comfortable now than it did the first time around?
Yeah, it felt much more comfortable. I think I was a lot more ready to take on the rule now, whereas back then it was kind of just a band-aid that ended up becoming something a bit longer to last. It's night and day for me as a captain here versus when I was a captain in Liquid.
How is your IGLing style in terms of how you want to lead the team?
I think it's a lot more structured. I think our games have displayed that sometimes rounds are a bit more free, and sometimes there's a lot more set pieces into whatever ending, per se.
How does it feel when Kerrigan leaves you guys after you just missed the major and then he goes to win it?
I think I'm allowed to kind of be salty about it, but I can also be happy for him and the players that are there. I mean, winning a major is a very hard thing to do. A lot of teams, a lot of players only win it one time. Of course, I'm happy for him. Do I think the situation that we're in when it happened was diabolical? Yeah, it was diabolical. At the end of the day, it is what it is. I think taking on the challenge instantly and kind of welcoming the rebuild and looking forward to the future of FaZe, I think it's created a lot of hunger in the team.
For the Bounty, what's your guys' team expectation?
I think team expectation is semifinals, I would say finals, and then we can think about what it takes to really get the trophy. So yeah, I think we have realistic expectations for us this event. We definitely want to beat whoever we pick into the game that we play. Yeah, I think we're hungry as a team.
Imagine being at a water park, but there's no water. You're at the top of one of those big slides. You've got the Speedos on, but it's bone dry. You jump in and you try and go quick, but your skin just getting caught. You're going nowhere. That's the first half for FaZe. They come into this 2 for 10. They are hurting. They really need this pistol. Otherwise, their pick-off nuke is going straight into the bin.
Yeah, this pistol, as you say, somewhat key. Somewhat key. No doubt. Need that momentum going forwards, get jsgo onto the AWP, get him feeling the game. The Mongolz, though, with a slow start, they obviously are looking to toss in all this util into this upper bomb site. And, of course, you know, got this first bit of patience that we see right now to catch anything that FaZe might be doing that's aggressive. But FaZe, it's a CT-sided nuke. They're happy to receive the push as it comes. And here it comes.
All right then, time to get clicking. jsgo waits for them to appear. Just one coming his way, and that's a promising start. But what about Hut? There are 3 coming in that direction. jsgo's got some map control, but what of the A bomb sites? There's time to try and solve these problems, but it looks like they're committing to this bomb plant. Darkmeister and Tikuak, the guys on A who are causing problems in that first half, trying to defend this plant now.
Good headshot there from Tikuak. Evening things up 2 versus 2. Frozen, though. Some good timing. And now all on the newest and youngest addition to the Mongolz. In the 1v2, there's a tap there. It's a fake. There's a reload. Doesn't believe. But now has to respect this. Has to respect the whole 1v2 pushing forwards. Frozen does manage the defense there in the much needed pivotal pistol picked up by FaZe for 3 to 10. But that's still a huge deficit.
Don't worry about that. It's just a round in front of you. But my word, that was a critical win for them. I didn't see how many bullets were in the magazine for Tikuak, because I think if he wasn't spotted before that reload, that kind of gives the game away as to where he could be. Didn't have the threat of coming through Squeaky at that point. An awkward duel, but a must-win for FaZe. That was the huge round. Now the half begins.
Here we go. FaZe looking to go for the defense here. They were the ones that barraged the upper site, and now they defend. A similar play. Oh, we've had a couple players dropping down into the vent. There's a bomb plant here. That's not a good sign here. FaZe need a clean round, looking to defend the lower bomb site. It's starting to get very dicey. 3 versus 4 now for FaZe.
Off to the races. A reset here would be so unpalatable. They might throw up at their desks. No kit for the remaining 3. A long walk when you don't want to give up the sound cues. 3 on 4. The cost of losing everything. This is a really, really tough spot for them. To do this with no kit, to find all those kills in time, it is such a risk. And if they lose that round and take no rifles, they lose absolutely everything. The game's over, basically.
Yeah, this is horrendous. Trying to force at least some extra deaths at the end of this one when the bomb explodes. We'll see if they're able to do that. The escape route, though, through the upper vents has been found to be somewhat of a dangerous trap. jsgo on the other side. And you got Tikuak is going to be able to survive with that Galil. So at least some of the weaponry is limited into the next round. But that is just terrifying now. FaZe have to somehow recover. The Mongolz with a steal there with that ramp drop.
It could hardly be more tense, because with what they've saved, they still have a chance. You know, if they lost the round and all the weapons, then it's kind of GG, but it's not quite. But again, there's not many rounds they can lose that remain. On the side note, it was 4 bullets in the magazine for Tikuak on that pistol. Thank you, production. A faster round from Mongolz now, charging in towards the A-bomb site. Still 10 players standing, just about for 910. Natu the first one to drop. 910 roaming with 15 HP. And it looks like a massacre on this A-bomb site again. They've lost a lot of position, have FaZe, excuse me.
A lot of damage, though, on the remaining players of the Mongolz. All 4 of them fairly low on HP. And FaZe do have the weapons to do something, but I mean, they really have to just go for it at this point. Frozen opens up onto the lobby, shows his position. The re-smoke upper there. You need some distraction for that for the player Heaven to be able to burst out. The coverage is there on the the CT vents. See if csgo can open things up here. Flashbang in. There is the play through the smoke. That's not going to work out. More needs to be done here by FaZe, but they're not liking the look of it. They are going to be forced to back away.
It's really death by paper cuts for FaZe in these rounds. They're just being invited close enough to lose absolutely everything they're carrying. Fighting for survival after the round's lost as well. And then it was 12 for the Mongolz. Really storming through these rounds in both halves. This is the pick of FaZe. And it does not appear to be going their way. Game point now for Mongolz, many of them. Again, FaZe scraping a bye together around what they saved. But it doesn't look like there's a recovery to be had here on Nuke.
Yeah, and the question again, you know, it's going to be on this pick of Nuke, where are you over-prioritizing your own comfort to get a map that you feel like might be weaker for the Mongolz? You know, it's a really tough one, and it's not going to feel good for FaZe if they lose, especially around this kind of a scoreline, having to play into the Mongolz pick. But we'll see what they can do here, James. Like, so far, you know, the chaotic rounds that the Mongolz have been throwing at them have been really effective, and FaZe tried the same thing against the Mongolz in their T side, and it just failed.
There's good util for FaZe. Maybe they can have some map control with that, but again, the junk is just being thrown. Vintage strats on Nuke there. Twist being barbecued. 4v5 before you've even seen anyone.
No sweat at all for the Mongolz. This has to feel so easy for them. So effortless. A 5 versus 4 with so much time to play with. And a long round. FaZe can't handle that. They're going to have to be active. You can see they're trying to see if they can get something, a timing for this push, perhaps into Squeaky. They don't have utility to play this round out. They need to make something happen.
Double peak, perhaps. What is the cost of this, though? Techno's positioned so well. Oh, the clock is ticking. Got threats of a ramp push as well, I think. Jacob able to trade. Really big work there from FaZe, fighting for their lives on Nuke. Secured the bomb for the time being also. Blitz will have to race over. There's potential for Mongolz to be put into eco territory. But they're still threatening with Blitz and Darkmeister remaining.
Yeah, real time concern here. You can see that the smoke at the Molotov was really necessary, but at the same time, Blitz down to 29 HP and Darkmeister a little bit too far away. It's not realistic. And as you say, you know, saving these guns will keep the pressure on to FaZe, who are playing with their life every single round. And, you know, just seeing some good Counter-Strike experience there. You know, they understood they're in a horrible spot. They can't play a long drawn-out round. And so they take that option away from the Mongolz. Definitely a good call from them. And Jacob delivering those 2 key kills. Oh, man.
That's a sick combo. Once the nade comes into the molly, you know you are done. You absolutely know you are done. And that play is so old in the DNA of Nuke. Classic Virtus Pro throwing double HEs in there oh so many years ago.
Now if you're FaZe, you know, you gotta be afraid of everything, James. You know, the upper timings have been working out when the Mongolz have been rushing it down. They're not gonna do that this time around, actually, the Mongolz. You know, actually taking a slower approach, maybe putting more players towards the outside. They have the cross smokes. So the Mongolz looking to get into closer ranges. They have a hero AK to work with as well.
Opportunity knocks for csgo. He'll need to be quite present in this half for FaZe if they are to mount a comeback. Some aggression into a lobby, maybe? I don't know if 910 was having a look towards A. Either way, he's been eliminated. So now Mongolz have a taste of their own medicine. 3 remain. See if they're able to get a bomb plant here.
Yeah, so there is a world where something could happen here for the Mongolz. If FaZe don't have any defense, and you know they have everybody on the upper upper side of the map right now. The closest player maybe from ramp is Frozen. So this could actually get a little bit dicey. If they do allow the bomb to go down, there is potential here for Mongolz.
Yeah, that's one of 2 incendiaries for them. They can buy themselves some time. Plenty of kits, as you can see here, for FaZe. But Tikuak goes down for free. Maybe some lessons to be learned there for him. 2 on 5. Maybe it's a question of damage. That clock is ticking, though. Do what they can. FaZe needs to combine together now. Blitz is doing a lot of delaying here, and he is still standing. There goes Jaboin, and Natu's not far behind. Techno's in a 1 versus 2 now to win the game. Should it be this difficult? Techno rounding the corner. But he's not going to be able to stop Twist from defusing that bomb. That was a scary one.
Yeah, it is a really scary one, and it's one of those rounds where, again, I'm super curious what the analysts might think of that. You know, you have the 5v3 as the CTs, and you can play for retake, but on the lower site, it does feel very risky, and the question is, do you need to take that risk? Can you have someone in a position where they can spot the lower rotate? And I think for FaZe, they could have spotted out the lower rotate to have more control and time to react as a team. So it's just, yeah, playing with fire there, but they're still alive, still in this one. And the Mongolz, they've got a lot of rounds to buffer. They can just keep throwing stuff at FaZe until it works.
With the new squad, we may see growing pains in things like timings for retakes and so on. And at maximum pressure here against game points on the CT side. Perhaps it could be their undoing. We shall see. Pistols indeed for Mongolz on this one. And again, if FaZe are able to stop the Mongolz getting those bomb plants, as we saw in that first half, Mongolz doing it to FaZe, perhaps their lives can be made easier for them.
So sneaky. How has he gotten down there? Down the vent he goes. 2 players actually down towards the B-bomb site right now for the Mongolz, so they're somehow finding position. And they're taking pot shots. They just need 1 bullet to connect, and it's going to really hurt for FaZe. 50 seconds to go now as the Mongolz. 4 versus 5, still trying to work some of these positions. Just teasing.
Just a bomb spotted outside by Jaboin. And Twist will go and collect that, which will limit what Mongolz are able to achieve in this one. So far, so good for FaZe. Again, got to just focus on the round in front of you. Handily dealt with. 4,000 to 5,000 for Mongolz. So they'll have a good buy with no AWP for 9-10. And boy, is he a nuisance with that scope. 13 for he and Darkmeister. Tikuak up there with 17 frags so far. Natu still having a quiet game, 5 for 15. Maybe the CT side is where he can turn things around.
Yeah, very different story, the CT side of Nuke. Okay, the Mongolz now see what they can find on the outside. A couple players out there to potentially challenge Jaboin. We'll get those cross smokes coming again as well. And a very forward play here from FaZe. Twist able to get the better position around the corner of the smoke.
Have a look at lobby though. We've got fast moving action here from Mongolz. Are they going to try and take advantage of this timing of the CTs being outside to do something on the inside? Everybody around smokes for the time being, and it is going to be, well, they were asking questions towards that ramp position, but Frozen still holding for now. But maybe that's drawn distraction. That's allowed Techno to get behind enemy lines. I have no idea how he's in this position, but what can he do with it is the question.
Yeah, this is potentially just a collapse of the entire round for FaZe. It seems like Techno, oh, he's going to get spotted by Twist. That is crazy. Very important there from Twist. Still 3 players left. Well, now only 2, as there's 50 seconds on the clock, but no real opportunity now for the Mongolz. They're just going to go and save. That's it. Oh, man, Techno. Man, there's so much potential from that play.
Yeah, it was really interesting, the initial setup from Mongolz. With the smokes outside, they had a lot of presence, but only 2 players really around those smokes. Saw Blitz getting the worst of a duel around the corner, but Mongolz had 3 people with the bomb in a position to respond to what was happening outside. Maybe they had different intentions if then players make it to secret. So you can see on the radar, moving through the staging area, heading towards the ramp, but not finding much of anything. Just running distraction, a lot of different threads out for Mongolz. dealt with one after the other. That spatial awareness from Twist, really important, catching that player heading towards heaven. I think that made all the difference while Mongolz were trying to pull them from pillar to post.
To see if there is a way back here for FaZe. You know, now 5 rounds to overtime. Nice outside play there from Twist, winning that 1v1. And Techno with the creep outside. There have been holes that the Mongolz have been able to find like this in a few different rounds. They knew what the potential was.
I mean, if he gets to heaven, that's the A bomb site gone immediately. Immediately. And then you question the opportunities to retake it, depending on how much util there is. Very, very important. Maybe a game-saving frag there from Twist.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. However, it's rounds like this that you don't expect that can be sometimes the most dangerous. There's cross smokes telegraphing the walk down to Secret. And there are players up here as well in the lobby looking to potentially go into the upper bomb site.
Yeah, is this pitch towards A, you wonder. That's a really important trade by Darkmeister. Jacob not expecting that third one to come through, but Natu's here to pick up the pieces. Again, when you... 3 people in the lobby for Mongolz spells danger. And they had that there again. So quite a few different looks when they've got 2 people outside, but FaZe have answered both of them. And let's not forget how this half started. It's a hell of a run for FaZe, which it's hard to see coming when you move into this half with just 2 rounds, but here they are.
Yeah, totally. Can FaZe keep it going though? 4 more rounds. The journey is getting more and more possible to that overtime. As these rounds go forward and the Mongolz start to scratch their heads. Jabone outside. It's a hard flick to hit and it's going to whiff. Just pistols though for the Mongolz. They need to find some of those close ranges or perhaps a long-range Deagle headshot. That's a close spot for Jabone. Lucky to stay alive. Is that a Tech 9 maybe, if it was a Deagle? A different story. Oh.
Trying to figure out, oh, the timing! He's got to be real careful. Natu able to deliver. Still standing. Help is on the way. Running out of bullets. 2 players will be dropped, but I think that's okay. There's plenty of money here for the FaZe clan. Denying the bomb plant. They're only 3 rounds away now.
Yeah, it's that threshold where you're like now you're believing. You're really believing at this point, and on top of that, you actually have momentum at the same time. So it's weird because the Mongolz, they're 1 round from winning, but it almost feels like that FaZe are kind of have more of a chance to close these 3 rounds just because of how many rounds they've won in a row. So this is a very tricky part now as we move forwards. Are the Mongolz going to be able to find that just 1 key round? Looking for a timing here for a pick onto the lobby position. This has not really been tested all that much. Frozen here with the AK, looking very poised.
Techno throwing all the nades outside alone. Frozen delivering on the ramp, but he's outstayed his welcome. Hasn't spotted Darkmeister, out-positioning him. Techno dropped on the outside. It's a big frag, though, for FaZe. 4v2 now as a fast-moving round continues towards B. Now, we've seen some, like, Mongolz being outnumbered on this B bomb site, and it looks hyper-dangerous. FaZe with some better positions this time, showing some presence with the incendiary. Good delay there, opening the doors, just buying time for them to continue to slowly rotate. Does 910 feel like he has to get a frag before that bomb plant comes through? His options will be taken away by Natu, and now Darkmeister's in the clutch. 1v4 made 3. They know he's stuck in the corner. He's in all kinds of trouble, trying to isolate these fights as best he can, but the wheels keep turning for FaZe.
10-12, 2 more rounds to go. They're almost there, almost to overtime. The Mongolz must be getting frustrated a little bit at this point, because now it really feels like nothing's working.
I think psychologically, when you go into that second half with the big leads, even if the same is being done to you, even if it's a mirror of the first half with a stronger CT side from the opponent, it just feels worse when you're the one losing that lead. Down to 2 now. Hell of a comeback from FaZe. Really hard fought for, and maybe it was about getting enough rounds to do something on their CT side. They didn't get enough, but they're still delivering.
Yeah, mostly pistols here, just one AK for Darkmeister. Jabone able to feast outside, devouring both players and now eliminating Presence entirely. It's just the 3 that remain in lobby. Now for the Mongolz to see what they can find. Need some excellent shots, but Jacob will deny Techno's attempt. Only 2 left now. Lots of time, but there's no position. Just going to be pot shots attempted now, just desperation from the remainder of Mongolz.
And the damage hardly matters as well. You try to keep a keen eye on when it does, but Jabone's got $15,000. He's going to be losing money by winning rounds at this point. So they will not be too concerned. Bomb plant looks extremely unlikely for the Mongolz. Just getting collected now. So one more crack of the whip to try and figure out a way to close this game. But let's see what 910 can do. He has got time to be a problem. He's got a few sound cues. But a 1 versus 4 is looking exceedingly difficult for him in this scenario.
Oh.
Very nice.
11 to 12. One more round from FaZe is all that's needed. And it doesn't feel like the Mongolz have an answer so far. What is the play to avoid overtime? Like, what is the one thing, James, that you call in this position?
It was a really silent half in the studio earlier on. But now the people have risen. One more go. 5 AKs for the Mongolz once again. Now what kind of look will they give on the outside, Mongolz? Early smokes on this occasion, but it's all 5. All 5 ready to do something on the inside. Very forward utility from FaZe to try and delay things. Can the numbers game work out for him? So far so good. Nate2 delivering. He was waiting for the second half. Completely unanswered frags, and now Blitz and 910 have got a really hard job ahead of them. Blitz is not going to last long. The comeback is complete. We move into overtime.
This is dangerous territory, James. You couldn't afford to let them bring this back. Can you imagine? You were down 2 and 10, and you have now allowed them back into an overtime. I think it's fair to say FaZe have the momentum.
Yeah, that is a great job, and I think it's so good to have a comeback like that when you've got a young squad with new additions. That feels so good. You can do it. You have the confidence. That brings that team unity together. And what of Mongolz on the other side? The same is true of them with their new additions. Opportunities have been lost time and again to find themselves in overtime with a 10-2 lead at the half. But here we are. Jabone dropping 9-10. Darkmeister will have the AWP.
Oof, it's so tough because, I mean, often you expect to see the first round that Mongolz will get would be the first one of overtime, but it's actually a 5v4 for FaZe. They're in favor. The Mongolz haven't solved the CT side. The fact that FaZe get to continue on the CT side feels like even more insult added to injuries. Jabone again opens up with a second kill. Now onto the huts.
This is going to be a tough one in the break if Mongolz are 0-1 down at the end of this game of Nuke. Had a lot of overtimes yesterday in an exciting match on Nuke.
There is potential here, James. There's a plant, and there is actually a potential lurk from lobby that could be pivotal here for the Mongolz. They have some position to work with. And there we go. Darkmeister takes down one player.
Molly's in the vent. Molly's on the ramp. We saw difficult retake attempts from FaZe, especially on that ramp earlier on. 2 versus 4 now, continuing to creep in a similar position, but a different result this time. They have learned, they have absorbed, they have adapted, and now they take the lead. Can you believe it? They're in the lead versus Mongolz on Nuke. 2-10 after the first half, and now they lead. How does that feel?
Well, I mean, for FaZe, you know, there was this risk of maybe just a feeling of embarrassment, a feeling of regret, picking Nuke into the Mongolz and losing the first half 2-10. But here we are now. FaZe fully powered up. Jabone in the first round of overtime really delivering the opening picks, besting 9-10 on the silo and continuing to deliver. The momentum seems near unstoppable at this point. The Mongolz need to find something different. But what do they do at this point?
Smokes outside again. Mongolz also quickly making some noise towards the ramp. And again, they're in a 4 versus 5. FaZe really off to the races on their CT side here, doing their best work. Mongolz have not been able to find an answer. They've had so many rounds with 3 starting in the lobby, trying to be flexible, looking for opportunities, denied round after round.
Do get some position outside here, but how aware are the CT side here, the FaZe? Well, jabon, he is sharp. He cannot be tested outside, just time and again. 9-10 though, will take down Twist. Jacob though, the answer back. 2 frags, puts FaZe in an incredible position now. 4 versus 1, 9-10, I mean, what does he do? His teammates have fallen around him, and he's just in an exposed position, and there it is, time's up, jabon. He's there again, 14-12 now for FaZe.
Absolutely nothing doing on this T side. Again, Mongolz trying different looks, more people outside is just netting them 4v5s quicker, it seems. And now it's FaZe's turn. Let's not forget that aggression we saw on the CT side from Mongolz. The ramp pushes from 9-10, really taking control of the match, and now FaZe are doing the same, just getting stronger as the rounds pass. There'll be another AWP for 9-10. Again, the last 2 rounds, very quickly, FaZe had the 5v4, just getting the better of them outside. jabon ready for these challenges.
Oh, so ready. Ready and waiting. And soon a test again to jabon. The Mongolz able to find a way to counter this. The jump, the run across 9-10 with the boost. And that's what gets jabon. They had to get creative, but they found a 5v4 opening. We haven't seen that for some time. What is FaZe to do now?
Frozen's asking questions towards the ramp. They don't really know how many players are in the lobby. Again, there's often been many for Mongolz. So we'll see if FaZe are able to understand that the threat is mainly going to be towards B, and if they can reposition in time. Twist will show some presence. Nasu's here as well. That's at least 2 players. What did Mongolz do with this? There's just under a minute on the clock, but again, they're really committed to these spots, it feels like.
Huge flick from Natu. And that might allow Twist to get the drop. A good timing potentially. 40 seconds, still trying to work with here for the Mongolz, but things starting to feel a little bit awkward. FaZe have managed to find their way into some positions on this lower side, but the split comes in, and there it is. Blitz from the back from Ramp. Now down to Twist in this 1v1. He can still play spoiler to this round. He can still create delay. That presence means a lot here, but the bomb does go down.
There's a timing where 9-10 doesn't survive. Frozen, after clearing lobby, able to do the job. What can Darkmeister do though? Drop Frozen down to the 2-1-2. Blitz at the back. He'll get dropped by Jacob. Darkmeister with 12 HP in a 1 versus 2. A huge peek from Twist. A great man to get that last frag. That's a very solid overtime half for FaZe.
Yeah, 15-12. They just need 1 T round. And yeah, they couldn't find any T rounds in the first half, James. But it feels like the Mongolz, when are they getting any kills? In the last 10, 12 rounds, they're getting no kills. So from a psychological perspective, you have to give FaZe a massive edge now into this T side.
Frozen did great work to go through the ramp alone towards lobby and give FaZe high confidence of the B play. Of course, lobby being left open allowed a T to make it through there, but still FaZe able to overcome. Again, I think Twist getting that last frag at halftime as we have a short break and switch sides is fantastic. A lot of timeouts, a lot of discussion through a very high-stress game of Nuke.
Yeah, we can cast our mind back to what FaZe were doing in the first half. You know, they were going for a very fast pace, generally speaking. The first 6 to 7 rounds just all ended in just a quick upper hit. And generally, you know, using lobby, using outside, splitting. That was kind of what they were just doing, just time over time over time, and it just didn't work. It looked really just ineffectual. We'll see if they decide to go for the same stuff now that they probably feel a little bit more confident into this, or if the game plan will change completely.
20 for 4, jabon went on that CT side, but now the roles change. Let's not forget how strong Mongolz were. It's their turn to have no margin for error. They just need 1 round to go wrong, 1 duel that's pivotal. to go wrong. Three outside early for FaZe, with a second set of smokes being deployed.
This is ready though, peeking up from the secret stairs, but Jacob, he has been really great on the rifle so far this game. Gets the punish in, and 9-10 is completely circumvented as FaZe have found much faster positioning.
Techno, the only one in the lower area for the time being. So does he fight to the death? Oh, he gets that rotation just in time. Taking control of control. But he is on an island. Oh dear, nowhere to go. Again, you saw the question, do you fight to the death there? His team no longer have position on that B bomb site. 9-10 will catch a lurker, but there's more work to do.
Yeah, very nice frag. The Molotov might force his hand, but a bit of space there to Koak to work with. And that will thin the numbers. The bomb hasn't even gone down just yet. It's going to have to go down right now into safety with Jacob. He's being very, very good right now on the position, pushing forwards, gets the coverage from Natu. And now Dark Maestro 9-10 in a 2 versus 2. Trying to work their way down here, trying to coordinate. A reset of positions here from FaZe. Does give them a good spot here. Jacob ready, waiting, but no, Pullet's not able to connect the shots, and now suddenly the Mongolz, the must-win round. Natu delivers for FaZe, and not a single round dropped. Unbelievable turn from them.
That is a hell of a run for FaZe on their pick-off nuke to do it the hard way. 2 rounds at halftime. CT side ending up a relief, doing their best work. Crazy numbers for Jaboin, but absolutely a team effort, working together to face the round in front of you and take it all the way back.
Overtime needed, but at the end of their map pick, at the end of Nuke, we see a win for FaZe here. And I think a lot of people would have switched off at about the round 10 mark, Maui, and they would have been shocked at the distance this game went and the result that we ended up getting.
I had to look at my phone to make sure that this was what I thought it was. The 13,
this is reality.
Yeah, 13 rounds straight was that for FaZe Clan? Like that's just ridiculous. Like Mongolz, they had their opportunities, but I feel like some of the T-side calling, it led to so many opening picks going the way of FaZe Clan. To FaZe's strengths though, and to talk about what they did well, those A-side anchors did a great job. Jay Bowen, I felt like all the youngsters here from FaZe were really pushing them towards that finish line and got them over it.
Yeah, if you're wondering why Mongolz is getting picked early on, it's for this type of T-side. Plan A did not work out except for a couple of early rounds, a forced by victory, but as soon as they got into the guns, it didn't work and they couldn't find a solution. You look at Jay Bowen, I believe the stat was he went 20-4 on the CT side, but if you look at the kills, he hit some nice shots, 100%, but if you look at how it actually went down, so many were just peeking out into a rifler in the middle of the open, a rifler peeking out into him dry, someone trying to go for a pick. They just, it felt like they fell apart completely, and honestly, we talked about Mara. I think a Mara pause would have made a major difference in this one.
Didn't see one. I don't think there was one. They were getting stumped. I think NKJ used nearly all of his timeouts when they were getting down in the rounds. But yeah, no, as that comeback was happening, I don't think they definitely didn't call one in overtime. I know that.
I don't think they called one the whole game.
No, they didn't. And this is like, you know, a film we've seen before. We've seen this story play out. And, you know, there is that element of they don't have a coach. Why would they take a timeout to give the team with a coach a little bit more advantage? But at the same time, you end up losing 13 rounds in a row and not a single time is a timeout taken there. But we can go back to the very beginning because this is probably the part that either people have forgotten or the part in which they tuned out, where we were wondering what is going on with the T side for FaZe Clan. What is falling apart right now for them?
As much as it was a great comeback, the reason they needed the comeback was because their T-sides were questionable. I wouldn't even say questionable. This was a terrible T-side. And this is what you think of when you think of a Twist T-side. What do? You're on a force buy. Give me the AK, boys. I'm just going to take a straight up duel. Then we're going to push lower and we're going to collapse on the squeaky rotate, on the vent rotate. And that's what they're trying to do at the same time as this fight happens in lower. They end up in a 2v2 and then they can find their way fragging wise to actually close this one out eventually. This is their first round on T-side on a force buy where Twist said, screw it, we can't win strategically. I'm just going to pick up an AK and go for the frags.
They had some really interesting rounds prior to that and after that, but no, I think the kind of more set-piece plays for FaZe were just not working out. Usually I would say Tikuok, Darkmeister, those guys were doing such a great job actually in just kind of locking down Tikuok on the rotation, Darkmeister on the anchor spot. And really, I was just thinking, wow, the game plan just completely fizzled out for FaZe here. They have also had they didn't have the reps coming into this, because I thought this was a super questionable pick. It looked really questionable until they mounted that comeback, because that T side, I just don't think that they really had the reps, or really, they couldn't play any round out past the first like 30, 40 seconds there.
Until the comeback, I'm still questioning it.
It's crazy.
It was a great comeback, but I still question it.
Well, maybe you need a little bit of a refresher, and we can have a look at the final round of how it played out, because I was thinking that we were going to be able to see Mongolz clutch it up a little bit more, right? The pressure on them now to have a flawless round, and unfortunately, it just wasn't really there. The pieces still didn't necessarily work together.
That kill on Techno was where this round really turned on its head. To get so much control of the lower bomb site, I have to point out Tikuok there. This is super questionable. The way that he watch how this next death comes about, where he just walks through. Oh, actually, it already happened in this one, but he walked through the right side smoke down ramp before his teammates were even ready to actually retake. I think at that point, he had just mentally checked out of this game, because just to walk through a smoke, to give FaZe in a tense, I think it was 2v2 or 2v3, the even 2v2 state was, yeah, just super clunky.
I think you even see it in the techno engagement. I mean, you take that fight, you know you have to commit to that fight. You're not getting out the door. They're already close up. There are already two people shooting at you there. You need to just take the fight.
Yeah.
He tries to run away because he doesn't want to lose the advantage. Then they lose the bomb site. Then Tikuok walks through a smoke. That's the type of round you lose when you're on a 12-round losing streak.
Okay, well, if you're on the Mongol side, right, you want to forget the T side. If you're on a FaZe Clan fan base, you want to forget the T side. So it feels like both of these teams struggling with it there, but more importantly, you want to remember the highs, right? The way that we saw FaZe grow and have that strength in the CT side was phenomenal. The biggest standout player for us, we've said it before, is J-Bone, right? He looked great, and to be able to see it, okay, questionable at the start of it, the warm-up, but he got into a rhythm and had some amazing moments for himself.
Well, the CT side is why I questioned the pick specifically, because when they had it picked against them, they had some success, but they started on the CT side.
Yeah.
They had a very dominant CT side in their last outing on this map, so you see them have it again, and you think the pick might come down to, hey, our CT side is unbeatable. Screw the T side. We just need to have the guns in our hands. We need to have some rounds behind us, and we need to get the op into Jay Bowen's hand, because every time they went anywhere near outer, he managed to find an opening pretty much like clockwork.
It was a lot of openers that were actually, I'd say some of them were created by the boost, the nade breaks, so I definitely give him credit on that, especially the rotation kills he found towards the A-bomb site. All of that was great. Mongolz did feed the hot hand, though, to go in so many rounds with these kind of trick plays, like when they were trying to sneak up the mini wall side, when he just got to just feast upon them. Those kinds of rounds maybe question the blitz IGLing, but in the ones where he actually created his own space and really was taking the fight to Mongolz, I have to give him nothing but praise.
We should still focus on the highs for Mongolz, because it needed to go that over time, right? Yeah, a little bit was fumbled, but you could say it from the two ends of the spectrum of both teams, and that's what's been making this such an enjoyable map already, not even necessarily just series. But when we look at it, our newbies, right, on the side of Mongolz, they were a big question marks. The first time being in Europe for some of them, as well as being in a tier 1 team on a stage. Where are you going to be able to have the nerves? And there weren't any showing in the earlier parts of that. For their start, Maui, you're like, wow, these guys are pretty much veterans, it felt like.
Early on, they were infallible. Darkmeister on A, the way that Tikuok was able to rotate. I love the little two-man game between them that's assembled, because FaZe are going for an A hit here, where Darkmeister is able to just kind of stay alive from here. Tikuok already rotated from ramp because he was able to read this play coming in tow. So the way that they're able to just kind of assemble that sort of totem pole defense on top of each other, you could even see that when Darkmeister was mollied out of that angle, Tikuok is making sure that he's helping him. And that kind of synergy is something that I think Mongolz are really going to love moving forward, that these guys can just play off of each other in such a seamless way, even as they join and fight against a tier 1 team like FaZe.
I think they did a great job on the CT side especially, but the question I have is how FaZe attacked them. I mentioned in the pregame against Heroic, you saw Mongolz struggled on upper execs, out hut, out squeaky. Darkmeister can't dodge the utility the way you need to. I mean, he's half blind here. This is against pistols. He gets very, very dangerous there. They don't run, I don't think they run a true upper exec. They run this split 2 or 3 times. They don't run a true upper exec the entire half, the entire time on their T side.
The one thing also about this round that actually worked in Tikuok's favor is that there was so much outside pressure and door pressure. That's why he actually rotated over. If they didn't give any inkling that there was going to be this sort of A play or that there was this outside door focus, that he might have still been sat at ramp, and then it would have just been Darkmeister left by himself. But thankfully, FaZe, they sort of telegraphed some of the plays that they were running on the T side, which played into Mongol's favor.
Yeah, I think Tikuok and Darkmeister, great job on the defense. They're in the right position. They're playing really effectively off of each other, but at the same time, make their lives hard. Throw some flashes, throw some mollies, make Darkmeister reposition. That's what he's going to be uncomfortable with, not face it-esque, I'm peeking on the side of Silo, I'm peeking on the other. They're just trying to, duel out. Even if it's a good strat, it's not a great strat to pounce on the rookies.
And they're going to have that time now. They didn't take their timeouts during the map, but I'm hoping that that's the conversation that occurs where you look towards what is going to be Mirage for them. Is we need to step that up a little bit more, a little bit of strength for them. Now, I feel like you want to say something. You can say something super quickly.
Well, look at them in their chairs. This is what the Mongol special when they don't have Mara. They just sit in their chairs the whole time and they just deathmatch the whole time, or they're just doing aimbots half the time. That's the one concern I have. I don't think it's really a mental reset. They just say shoot harder. That's sometimes the mantra of the Mongols.
Well, then we're going to take a step back. Maybe the Mongols won't do it for themselves, but we will to just before this series where Banks was catching up with Tikuok and how he's feeling coming into his first LAN.
Tikuok, first time in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. You're wearing the Mongolz jersey. You had the online period. You were in Serbia. Now you're in Malta. First time traveling. How has this whole journey been for you so far?
So far, it's my first time in Europe, so feels good. But some things are kind of bad for me, I guess, because the food is not...
It's not the same,
It's
right?
not for me, you know? Yeah.
Focusing on Counter-Strike, how are you handling all the new information and all the new things that Blitz, that the team is asking you to do?
Blitz, we have a lot of tactics, and I've been making some mistakes for some time, and like for now, I think I am like not gonna do mistakes because we've done so much scrims and some stuff.
Nice.
And yeah, I think I'm not gonna make mistakes.
And just your own performance so far, how do you feel about it? Like, what is your thoughts? Not what the team says, not what other people say, but how confident do you feel in your own gameplay so far?
About my game plan, I think I'm not 100% being myself right now, because I'm still like adapting to the team stuff and communication and some stuff, and I really think that I'm kind of like not playing myself because I have a fear that I'm gonna like make mistakes and some stuff. Yeah. And I hope this feelings is gonna fade away after some time. Yeah.
I'm sure it will. And I also just want to ask you a bit personally, when did you first start playing Counter-Strike?
I think it was right before COVID.
Okay, not so
I think,
long ago.
yeah, I think it was 2020 or 2019.
Yeah.
But like during COVID, I played the most.
Yeah.
But after COVID, I really didn't play that much because I was doing school and some stuff. And I think in 2025 is when I started taking Counter-Strike seriously.
Right. And when did you want to be a professional player? When did you think that like this is what I want to do as a job?
I think like at first I really didn't think that I was going to be a professional player.
Oh wow.
But like there was this like news about like Mongolz having a academy team, and I just wanted to like try myself out, and I just gave all my info, and then they accepted me, and that's when I started like, okay, I am going to be pro, and so, yeah.
All the the information you could want about Tikwack there, from not necessarily enjoying the food for his first time in Europe to also his career start here. He just gave it a shot. He said, "Yo, Mongolz, the academy team, if you're interested, I'm also interested." And look where he's at now. Unfortunately, not necessarily the start that they wanted when it comes to being able to win FaZe's map pick, but still in a position where you're in this best of 3. You know how close this competition is, and now you're moving into something that should be more comfortable, Maui, because they picked it, right, Mirage?
You would think so, but without having any officials under their belt with this 5-man lineup, it's a worrying prospect for this team, because the way that I'd say Mongolz would love to play this map was just that there was just this push and pull across the map all the time. Like, Blitz was usually just creating a little bit of chaos in middle, but then that's when you would see players like Mizinho activate from Palace, or just pick their timing so well to just get that free 1v1 on the site. And Tikwack, who slotted in 1-for-1 on so many of those spots, I don't know if he has that sense of timing. I don't know if he always knows when is the opportune moment to try to catch Jacob, who should be anchoring the A-bomb site, with his pants down or trying to assist in some top con fight.
And then you still have the question to answer on the CT side, which will likely be the second half, is Cobra Zero was actually their B player, and you had Techno on A. So where are you going to end up putting? You're expecting usually Tikwack, he's on ramp, he might be their anchor. I think you might have some positions rotated around more than just a replacement player being slotted in.
Okay, well, now I have so many more questions about Mongolz, right? It is like, because you're saying we haven't seen what this 5 is, but what do you expect? You're saying rotations might happen, but how consistently is that going to be? Like, at what point is it too much that no one's finding comfort? And without Mara, where are they going to find stability?
I think the fact that they picked it speaks that they have practiced the map, they are comfortable on it. It is their kind of their classical home map. This is the map where they found so much success against even the best of Mirage teams. You would still never see teams want to pick Mirage against Mongolz. But I do harken back to what you're talking about, the push and pull they had. I think when they had the change up with Senzu, they played a lot more grouped up. And when they've made this next change, I think they're playing even more grouped up in terms of the execs they need to be going for and their ability to push and pull teams when you have a 5v4 and you know how the rotations are going to be working, that you can still take a great engagement. That's one of the things that I think we were missing from Mongolz right now that was really classic to their Mirage. It was so integral to their success on this map.
That's also kind of why at the end of last season they sort of moved away from Mirage being their pick to Inferno, because then it just became Blitz and Techno with 6 years of experience playing next to each other on Banana, controlling the primary action. But the problem is that Techno himself recognizes that he's not quite as sharp as he was in the past. Like he's been kind of relegated to, well, I wouldn't even say relegated. He just simply isn't really that guy anymore. And I think that this is where Mirage feels the most like the whole of Senzu is unfilled. Nobody stepped up to the plate entirely. Yes, 9-10 can be great on the CT side, but on T sides, I just don't think they always have that same kind of spark, the opening force that Senzu used to be when he's fighting along with Blitz, and they know exactly how they want to play off each other, getting con or getting short control.
FaZe could potentially close this best of 3 out, though, in a 2-0 overtime for Nuke, and now we're seeing it for Mirage, where they've played it before, Vu, but was it convincing in a fashion that, yes, a 2-0 actually is likely, not just a statistic that could happen?
Yeah, I don't think they were particularly bad on the map. I don't think it was as impressive enough that I would have expected them to allow it for a map 3 if Mongolz didn't pick it. You know, this is a map where FaZe, they have their execs, they have some really well-coordinated executes if they go for it, but I think they struggle when teams get a little bit more effective on their defense, when they can't just find control. We saw in a couple of their series, they struggled with actually getting control of the early rounds, the early stages of mid, getting con control, getting ladder control, really proved troublesome for them, and then they would have to fall back into executes. And while Mirage is turning into, over time, more of a CT-sided map, and a lot of teams are struggling with that, I don't think FaZe necessarily have great answers when those problems arise.
So that's why I think that FaZe probably need 8 minimum rounds for their defense here. Maybe with a pistol you could allow something like 7, but no, I think 8 is a minimum. But I'm pretty scared for Mongolz here, because I think that the J-Bone, Twist, Frozen trifecta in middle can be potent enough against a Mongolz team that is in a very much so fledgling state.
Well, the benchmark has been set. FaZe are going to need to fire up, or at least continue over the fire of what was a strong finish for them in Nuke. But we'll see exactly how Mirage is going to start between FaZe and Mongolz.
Loss is necessary for growth. It certainly is, but maybe this is too short a period of time for the youngsters, the new mans on Mongolz to recover. We shall see. The numbers are growing for Mongolz, so perhaps there is some opportunity in that respect. There certainly will be for them in Mirage. The potential is there. You heard it from the desk and how many rounds they think that FaZe need on this CT side. So if Mongolz can keep a level head, perhaps they can take it to a third map. But again, there is growth to be had from loss, but first, maybe there's some mourning. I think it's hard to recover from a lead like that, especially when you're so young with a crowd in front of you.
Yeah, and I feel like there's a lot of holes here for the Mongolz in the boats, but we'll see if they're able to still make it to their destination. Here on the Mirage, the Mongolz will be starting out on the T side. FaZe, so much success on their CT side. On Nuke, we'll get to continue, but we'll see exactly how this B Apartments play is going to find its way into the B site. FaZe are not on the site right now, James.
Jacob is top mid though, already. Very quickly indeed. We'll see if he chooses to rotate over to help Twist or if he opts for the flank. The utility's coming through, angles will be taken away. Twist not quite getting what he's looking for yet. Still standing though, taking one in the face, 10 HP for him. Frozen slowly start rotating over from the A bomb site as that bomb is planted.
FaZe looking for that, just that first opening. They have a smoke, but no other pieces of utility to get them in. They need to shoot their way in. It's going to be very challenging. And here we go, the first test through Catwall. Jacob leading the charge here. Good defense, though, coming in from the Mongolz, sending out the numbers. And it's a struggle for FaZe to get in here. Frozen, important frag, but there it is. Tikuak is able to defend. Jay Bowen goes down as well. And there you go, the Mongolz, they pick up their T-pistol.
Really hard problem to solve when Mongolz understand that the remainder of FaZe are all coming from the same position. Simply abusing the numbers on the CT side will allow a promising start here for the Mongolz. Great to see the young chap Tikuak getting some kills immediately as well. Came into this one as focused as he was in the first. So Mongolz will definitely have something to say about how this story ends, but the question of whether they are or not they can take it to Ancient will prevail for a while. God, it's got to feel good to have a comeback like that on Nuke.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean, that's your map pick as well, you know. There was a world where they were going to lose it, you know, just with a horrible scoreline, and so just there's so many elements there that certainly have to feel really good, and it's a great way to, you know, win your first map in the series in terms of like getting everybody warm and feeling good just from every single perspective. So it's going to be an interesting one here to figure out, you know, are FaZe going to be going for a force buy or are they going to go for a full save? See if they can get Jay Bowen onto the AWP as soon as possible. That seems like it's, to me, just with how he's been playing, you kind of want to try to get him onto the AWP as soon as you can.
Yeah, keep that fire burning for sure. Nothing doing just yet in that regard. Take pause for a moment before we resume things. Yeah, we saw good output from both snipers on the first map of this series, and I'm sure that will continue on Mirage as well. But again, I think he was 20 for 4 on that CT side in regulation was Jay Bowen on Nuke. Very handy indeed. But perhaps he won't get as many sitters as he might, peeking here and there on Mirage. You still have confidence for Mongolz?
I mean, it's interesting. I think they're going to have to fight for their confidence a little bit. Obviously, this is a much more comfortable map, but the performance on Nuke, I think, is going to just feel pretty awful. So, you know, if they can get a string of rounds here to open up the T side, you know, I feel confident that the Mongolz can kind of get back to the form that you would expect from them. I think that more of the question for me is what is the ceiling going to look like for FaZe, and how close are they to it here on Mirage? Because based off of the performance individually we saw in the previous map, they are going to be dangerous on this map. So, you know, the Mongolz need to make the most of this start.
Yeah, the CT side was obviously, I mean, by the numbers, you can tell it was more confident for FaZe. Again, we saw a quiet game from Natu on that T side. Wasn't doing a whole lot versus what I'm sure he would have liked to have done. But we'll see how this one starts once we resume things. Good old Mirage. Been here for a very long time, but how many people know how to smoke mid, Dan? 15% maybe if we're lucky.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be really interested to see what jbowen does when he does get the AWP, because it's such a classic map in which you can be aggressive kind of everywhere and keep the opponents guessing, and there's a lot of strength in just showing that that's kind of the game you want to play with the AWP, because then the T side has to treat every single position, both extremities and mid, with the respect that, hey, an AWP can be posted here. I can't just walk into angles for free, and that tends to then add a utility cost to you kind of going anywhere and feeling safe about it. So that's another reason why I'm like, I want to see jbowen getting onto the AWP very quickly.
On the flip side, one thing we were talking about during the break was his move up to top flight Counter-Strike. There may be a fear of, okay, there are things that I could get away with against like lower ranked teams, perhaps I might not. So there may be a fear of overextension, which may stop him from being aggressive as he might be like a year down the line from now or 9 months down the line from now. So that's a question for him to answer as this game goes through. We are resuming things now, so doesn't look like much is being bought by the side of FaZe. HE grenade for Twist is the only notable thing really, as Mongolz are in anti-eco territory.
Yeah, we'll see how clean that looks from them. We've got a big surge on Catwalk here from the FaZe side. All 4 players looking to find a timing to pop. Now that smoke in mid-window is still active, so Twist can't really get active from that position to draw any crosshairs. And it's just going to be, the lineup there from FaZe to just punish the player that tries to entry around Cat.
Yeah, you say big surge. It should be as big as a Chihuahua as far as Mongolz are concerned. But it still remains to be dealt with. Mongolz with good position to start off the round, keeping their options open. And these MAC-10s can get to work as well. I mean, they may, if they can find the opportunity. I don't think they understand how many people are around that ding from short there, but they are circumventing the threat for now.
Yeah, really not that much here, and because it's just USPs, they might want to try to get aggressive, see if they can take some weapons away here. MAC-10 is hiding. You get rid of the MAC-10 quickly. That's nice. And Jacob takes down Darkmeister. Already it feels like they're getting more than you would expect. 2 versus 3, but again, weaponry is not good, and they're not going to be able to upgrade here. You got 9-10 ensuring of that very fact. The upgrade there for Techno as well, so looks like it should be limited to 2 deaths here for the Mongolz.
I love the confidence of 9-10 there, not wanting to give anything away for free to FaZe. Weapons on the floor, happy to hold position with full armor and deal with the threat. Really good work, good urgency from Mongolz. Again, they can't really afford to give anything away by being slack to a FaZe clan who are still on a high from that comeback on Nuke. Opposite can be said for Mongolz, but it's a good start. They've righted the ship early on Mirage.
Yeah, they definitely have, and now it's going to be the first test against the Bayern FaZe, but it's going to be a little bit more limited just insofar as they're not going to have an AWP in play just yet from jbowen. We will see FaZe getting aggressive, dropping Twist down into that lower position, underpass, control. Quick HE to top mid. He's going to try to find some damage. Sets up Jacob. Jacob delivers. Will get traded out. Twist, though, forced to push there with that exposed position. And it's a 3 versus 2 now in favor of the Mongolz. Frozen goes down. FaZe, they want to get aggressive here, but it's backfiring.
Maybe a miracle required now for Natu to get something done. He won't be able to. Dealt with on short by Tikawak. Again, a name we're mentioning a lot early on. He is 4 for 0 at present, the only one who hasn't gone down for Mongolz thus far. So indeed, a really good start. I think Maui said 7 to 8 rounds required for FaZe on their CT side. Still looking for their first, but this got expensive real quick.
Yeah. It's interesting because, one of the things that, on the CT side within a round like that is you're bringing the fights to the T side. The Mongolz haven't necessarily showed that they have a default that's super effective yet, so we'll see how the rounds progress. We'll return to that story in a moment because it looks like the Mongolz looking to go for maybe cheeky timing here on the T ramp. They're in a pretty close position there to start peeking into the site. They know they're going to be against pistols.
We've seen a lot of resolution for CT sides around and under the window at Blast Bounty, making aggressive plays with an AWP elsewhere. So we'll see how that approach continues for FaZe once the next rounds come through. Great baiting there by Darkmeister. Had his frag stolen by 9-10, however. But again, that's something I'll be looking out for in the rounds to come. And if we do see some spawn-based plays from Jaboin, be it A or B, with the AWP, there's lots for FaZe to construct in the rounds to come.
The best thing here really is if there's a way to steal a weapon away, but doesn't really seem like it's all that likely. Jaboin, yeah, looking forward to seeing the AWP coming in for him on the next round, but maybe there's a world where this 5-7 could deliver a rifle to a teammate for the next round. I mean, again, that really is the best case, and Jaboin might have a couple victims here. It depends if they go deeper. They might not.
Yeah, I think they're good. They should be good in their spots with the new blast damage. No pun intended.
He could go across though with the cover of. I think did he try to go for the jump across? I mean, with the cover of the bomb exploding, maybe there's a way you can get in there and sneak in and steal the gun away, but...
Something for another day.
Yes.
4-0 for Mongolz. The AWP is back for Jaboin, looking for his first frag, as is Natu. Being on a CC side, that'll partly be where Mongolz choose to go. Jaboin's got middling spawn. Could be better, could be worse. So don't expect anything crazy at the beginning from the FaZe side. But again, they've lost 4 rounds already.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that you could maybe look at that very aggressive round that we saw from FaZe previous in their first gun round. It's maybe a round that can buy space into the future rounds, because the Mongolz should be now wary that, hey, FaZe might just go very aggressive in the very opening timings of the round. If you're thinking round to round and conditioning, maybe that's the idea for FaZe. Maybe it gives Jaboin, depending on his spawn, a little bit of extra space to work with, because the Mongolz maybe will slow down their opening of their rounds, maybe giving up a little bit more space to just account for these more forward timings that FaZe might find at the beginning of their CT side.
Does Techno keep the MAC-10? Could definitely throw a spanner in the works. Something unexpected for FaZe once the unpause comes through. But again, Blitz, 9-10 Tikawak doing the heavy lifting early for Mongolz. 3 frags for Darkmeister as well. Little adjustment on the desks, and we should be back into things soon.
Yeah, I'm really curious about how Mongolz might approach this round, because they could decide to go for a pop and just gamble, and that could be pretty painful for FaZe, potentially, if FaZe have the wrong opening. Or they could go for some of these defaults, and that will give FaZe a little bit more space to work with.
Techno's got one of the better spawns in the direction of B, but he will be, I think, deploying the smoke into mid, and it's going to be a prompt-looking one towards Adan. So quick it will be by all the indicators. Ready to swing on the ramp then. Jacob will have a flash, have a look, but again, there's an ugly MAC-10 to pop him immediately. Right tool for the job.
Yeah, and right now FaZe, they've got players in position, but the frags are not going their way. Techno bursts through the smoke here. Frozen trying to defend from Ticket, but all eyes on him. Now Twist has to make a desperate play through the smoke into the pocket. It's not working out at all here for FaZe. They had the best setup. They had all the players in position. They had a close T-Ramp player. You couldn't ask really for a better situation for FaZe at the beginning of the round, but they get wiped out.
Yeah, MAC-10 means freedom and chaos. I don't think there was a helmet to fight against that MAC-10, so it was a quick deletion on the ramp. And then flying around the stairs and so on. It's just like, it's just the perfect ingredients to just break everything you're doing. Oh dear.
Oh, hello.
Ships passing in the night.
Yes. Oh, okay,
there we go. They're both wondering. But Native will be able to hold on to something at the very least. So we don't see any impact for Jaboin just yet. I mean, with a pace like that and utility, it's going to be hard to get going with the AWP, but he's still looking for his first. First round at Tikawak's been expired on as well.
Oh, the actual like pre-spray there, that's cool. But yeah, one thing I'll say, James, is that the Mongolz popping there, which is one of the things that feels scary, is because if FaZe get aggressive in mid or play a variety of other setups...
Oh, that timing's beautiful.
Yeah, the pop's just going to wreck them. But they actually had everybody in position for a rush timing on the A site. They had basically 4 players there.
Yeah.
That's going to feel horrible for FaZe not to be able to defend.
Yeah, again, the guy on the ramp with no helmet just got insta-gibbed like we're playing Quake. But
they're going back to it,
James. They're doing it again. They've got a lurker top mid this time. Jaboin has a scout. So a mixed bag here for FaZe.
Contact.
The thrift store.
Again, opportunity there. It works out though because the HE comes and delivers. Might be something more here for them to work with.
Two moving through short for FaZe. They're doing it on the A bomb site, an unlikely looking round, but they're finding some traction now. That's a very big difference maker. Is the bomb committed on this A bomb site? Blitz has found a third. Yes, they can rotate the bomb. They haven't gone crazy in that respect as Blitz is taking all the frags down, leaving Jabo in to try and contest him with a scout. He might be able to do it, but no. Blitz finds an ace in that mid position. How do they turn that round around like that?
Unbelievable. The fact that he just casually aces, and definitely a position that FaZe were not really expecting. I think, again, like if we look at the previous round, it was a full shove into the A site, and all it took was one player to just catch the rotation. Response there, and Blitz just wins every single 1v1. Obviously, a little bit of spray there through the wood. Yeah,
this is just like refrag challenges, the way that one played out for him.
Insane.
And again, Mongolz hadn't overcommitted with the bomb over towards the either. 910 was rotating. Blitz beat him to the round win, though, just deleting everybody in that mid position.
Yeah. What a save from him. Now he's going, send him in again. Send him at connector, and he delivers again. This is a problem now for FaZe because now the middle of the map is completely open, in control by the Mongolz. They can pivot into either A or B. Again, FaZe in a position where they need information. They've got to figure out what's going on.
Jacob's doing part of that. I mean, it's so risky as well, just having to go on your own and just kind of shoulder pick stuff, no flashes, nothing. Just guessing. Tikrak quickly dealt with, though. Jaboin sees problems in mid through that connector spot. 910 will go and have a look, and maybe things are going back in their favor as he just keeps getting opportunities now. 2 frags for him, 2 remaining for the Mongolz, creeping towards B as Natu tries to find a good angle and some good timing on these players, but he's being looked for.
Oh, Blitz, he might have found the timing right now because I don't think they have any idea he's this deep. Blitz, if he can just keep going, he's going to find something. Natu still has no idea, but Frozen peeks the corner. He's just ready. And the first round will go to FaZe. And I got to say, James, I think the Mongolz, they paused too long on Catwalk there. When they had such a great position, it allowed J-Bowen to activate on that long channel with the AWP, and suddenly this advantage, it just vanishes.
Just creeping around the smoke there, not enough cover. Must have been nervous with the bomb carry there as well. Almost feels like the way the first half started, even with the roles reversed. It's the first game, sorry. 6-1 lead now for Mongolz. Very key for FaZe to start building.
910's in an interesting position this round, James, because he's in Palace, but for him to really activate from Palace with the AWP, he needs a teammate to open things up for him. He needs someone to pull crosshairs away so he can find a timing and an angle with that AWP.
Nice meaty apple for Blitz. Really good spread from Mongolz as Twist is dropped by 910. Keeping everything covered. Jaboin now maybe out of action for a while in mid with a smoke up with AWP. He might need to get over towards CT as Tikrak teases Jacob on the ramp. The pre-fire looking real nice, and 910's back again. There's Jaboin dealt with, and 910 will continue. Everybody in the meat grinder, if they go into his reticle, that leaves Natu with that unfortunate job of being that B player with nothing to rotate for. And again, it's back in the bin for FaZe. 7-1 scoreline now.
Yeah, and I got to say, I love the way that Tikrak handled that fight, because that fight was interesting. He didn't actually have to necessarily try to take it and attract the attention there, but because he had a teammate that was coming to help. So he actually played to delay with his fight. You could see he wasn't fully committing to a swing, and he just happened to get the frag just as his teammate arrives to be able to trade into position with him. So great awareness from the youngster there, and a really nice round here. It's not expecting Tikrak, or rather, sorry, 910 to be in that position in Palace.
Natu fighting for his life. AK would be nice to hold on to, but they're losing grip of this entire half. A 7th round for Mongolz. Look at 910 charging through. Even he's amused at these crazy charges, but it's good to see good spirits in Mongolz again after a harrowing loss on Nuke. But they're back to the races once again. One more callback to the desk saying 7 or 8 rounds for FaZe. Doesn't look likely now.
Yeah, just the defense falling apart there, and everybody from the Mongolz doing their job. I gotta say, maybe 9-10 getting fortunate with the timing, but at the same time, you know, he's hitting a difficult shot there in that pixel gap, finds what he's looking for, and just opens up the push there from T-Ramp as reaction for the rest of the Mongolz. So just, honestly, I love the calling from the Mongolz, and you can see that they're starting to feel confident. The only thing that kind of looked sketchy was that round where the A hit didn't really work, even though I think that was a good call, and it was Blitz who just aced anyway. So 7-1 the scoreline now for the Mongolz, as they're not letting FaZe in.
2 for 6 is jsgo. Looking for shades of the performance on Nuke. Smoked in a window as per. We'll see where he chooses to go. Again, didn't have a great spawn to really make a play towards B or similar on this particular round. Under the window is where we look for action and aggression from FaZe. How they can maybe try to dictate stuff, but 9-10 is a hard person to dictate to. Darkmeister drops by Natu as Twist tries to fight, but the trades will continue. Hold on a second, there is a man advantage here for FaZe as the jsgo spots action towards B. Techno and Blitz still standing for the time being. Natu dealt with.
Yeah, this is important for Techno, trying to create space, create attention, whilst the teammate gets the bomb. Have to win this fight. The bomb has been collected though, so that does give an option to fade away now. Opportunity flash to cover, and now there is a path onto the B bomb site. However, now Techno needs to somewhat activate to get more position as the AWP goes into kitchen, and the cross can be covered, but you can see jsgo not exactly sure where the T's are right now. He's going to give up the position.
Same for Jacob. He clearly didn't see the bomb going into Apps there after the awkward duel in mid. Couldn't round the corner in time. Now Mongolz cut noise. Makes sense for FaZe to move together. jsgo's lost his angles over towards B. You can see even unsure about the window position, so very compromised indeed. There is a kit on the B bomb site. Close towards short. Looking for the quick scope now. Oh no, he scoped in. Not sure if he's been heard. Techno and Blitz playing it real careful.
The delay here, the delay game is really huge. Gotta be careful, the AWP. jsgo gets activated into this position, but Blitz now can just play the dodging game, just trying to juke away from the CT, burn as much on the clock as possible. Timing, huge. And it's going to be a very fast frag from Jacob, but is there time to get the defuse in here? That's ticking really fast here. I don't know if there's time for this one. Jacob, oh, he just barely secures it. Unreal there. A much needed round win for FaZe to put them now 2 against the 7 of the Mongolz.
Really big round. Really big round. And they need a few more of those before this half is done. I say that, this is a score they had in Nuke, but I mean, you can't expect a repeat of that. Especially as the CT side was the target for these rounds.
I do love that round, James, you know. FaZe can always go to that mid aggression. It can be gambly a little bit, but if nothing else is working, it's definitely a good shout. They're looking to get active there again, but Mongolz moving a bit quicker, underpass. It looks like they're not too shy of potentially challenging this mid play from FaZe.
9-10 and Techno looking to move together in B apartments maybe. In the meantime, Jacob having a look around the corner of that smoke. Darkmeister with a very sharp frag, and that leaves Twist alone to try and get a multi. He drops Blitz, but he's got to realize someone else is there. Catches the player on underpass as well, does Twist, but he will be traded. And again, it's a graveyard for both teams in that mid position, but this time, Mongolz are one to the good.
Yeah, and they're resetting the round now as well. They've got a lot of time to work with. And again, it puts FaZe in a position where they've got to start gambling a little bit themselves. Frozen making his way over towards the B site to cover that position. This is very uncomfortable.
Techno's got to hear some of this rotation. He's got to have a good idea as to where these two players are as well. So I think his position is important. You can see him throwing some flashes, trying to run distraction, putting the CTs out of position as far as B is concerned. And look at the results of that. Died for his country. Tikuak and Darkmeister remain. They've got position on Frozen now. Looks out of the bomb site is Natu.
Oh, this is a tough one. This is a very, very difficult one. I mean, the choke points here to contest with, the space to cover from Catwalk. He already understands the urgency. You've got to go somewhat quick here. With time on the clock, No kit. Oh, well, there is a kit in hand here for Natu. He tries to close the distance. Knows where one player is, but there is going to be somebody playing off of this. Natu finds him. HE will do some good damage. Down to half health. Tikuak, 15 health here. Next bullet wins against Tikuak, but it's a headshot there onto Natu, and the Mongols seemingly indomitable here on Mirage. It's really quite incredible.
Really nice work in the late round from Mongolz. Again, just had someone under the window there after all these exchanges in mid. Got some sound cues. They need to find a way into that B bomb site, into these positions, so that third man pulls them back towards mid. Tikuak gets into position, and then Mongolz can punish and make it really hard for FaZe, as good as they did to get back onto the bomb site and get it down to a 1v1. It's a good setup there from Mongolz, who keep their foot on the pedal. 8-2. Pistols out once again for FaZe. So hard for them to scrape rounds together on this CT side versus Mongolz.
Oh, that smoke means taking connector feels very, very difficult. Okay, well, Blitz, again, Blitz is the guy for the connector kills, I suppose, here for the Mongols. But when this mid-smoke goes away, opportunity strikes. J-Bo and Frozen, both picking up one apiece. They have a man advantage now.
Another chance at a gritty round. Timing is everything, and I don't know if Mongolz can really recover what's been lost in this one. Again, all these rounds very urgent for FaZe. The bomb is not in their control, Mongolz. Oh my God! No, not like that, Darkmeister! I cannot stress how embarrassing that is. That is everybody's nightmare when the blade comes out. Oh! I'm in physical pain from watching that.
Oh my God, you can't be doing that. You can't be doing that.
Can't believe you've done this. Wait, it's another unlikely round for FaZe, but it doesn't matter how these rounds come. Oh, not from the third person. Oh,
my days.
Stop sharing it. Oh, my days, man. Listen, you've got to be brave enough to try.
At least the 8-3 up, at least, you know, that was a fairly unwinnable situation. You know, we move on,
Oh.
Better times. They're going to rush apartments. They're angry, James. They're angry. They got the Tech 9s out. Mac 10's there as well. They're going to run it down against the B defenders. We'll see what they can find. Okay, well, they get 2 instantaneous entries.
Well then, it's the last round. You got to go for it. Another dirty one. Another grimy, gritty one. There are kits for these players. They've got the numbers, but they start to dwindle yet further as Techno will delete, and that will be a hell of an answer to that failed knife. 9-3 at halftime for Mongolz. This time, surely, they convert after the break.
You have a few Maltese words on flashcards. If you give it your best shot, go through these one by one and try and guess how it's pronounced. Have a little guess as to what you think it might mean.
Hagelberger, Birkirkara.
Birkirkara.
I have no clue. Maybe it's something related to weather, maybe?
It's a place, one of the largest places here in Malta.
Ah, no chance.
Okay, then the next word is...
Next one is this.
Zurich.
Zurich.
Zurich, no?
Zurich.
Zurich, okay. It might be a place as well.
It's a city near the sea.
Next word.
Well, it's getting tough.
Algiotta.
It will be like Aliotta.
Aliotta.
I think like it's probably like some city or like...
The meaning?
It's a fish soup.
It's a fish soup.
Fish soup?
Imkaret. The Q is not...
It's a
Oh, yeah.
For me, seems like it's some like dish.
It's like it's a pastry. It's a sweet pastry with
Pastry.
Gigi Foku or Chivchivoku.
Chivchivoku? Wow.
I have no, like, no chance.
It's fireworks which are put on the streets.
Firebox. Chivchivoku.
Chichipoku.
Okay. The last one.
So, Kicha, is it right? No.
Will be like Kuchiya.
Uchiya.
Uchiya. J is not
C with the dot is a ch.
I think it's some dish, sort of dish.
That's when a baby has his first birthday. He's got a few things like a ruler, pencil.
It's like a tradition.
It's like a tradition.
Okay.
Whatever he grabs is what he'll become in the future.
Computer mouse.
Yeah.
Or computer.
Polymarket are the prediction partner of Blast Bounty. I'm sure Mongolz could not have predicted the comeback that FaZe mounted in that first game. Things look good again for Mongolz as we switch sides. A 6-round lead. Surely they don't lose it this time.
Yes, they have activated on their home turf. Unless we're talking about how comfortable the ground is for them here on Mirage. But we'll see what FaZe can offer up in this T side. Starting to creep through the B apartments. Looks like the Mongolz definitely feeling pretty ready for this. You got a flashbang set up there for the peak to hold off the push here. But FaZe, if they're quick to the headshots, it's going to make a world of difference. But there's 3 players very far away from the Mongolz for this rotation.
But this reminds me of a... Oh, dear. Oh, there comes the flash. It reminds me of a Taric-era Cloud9 pistol setup from many moons ago, but this one not so successful so far. Blitz needs to try and find a headshot. These numbers have to be thinned out, but he doesn't know where to go. Teammate stuck in the choke point now. 910 trying to find something. Natu just waiting around the corner.
Yeah, having to move forward quickly here, the Mongolz. Nice defense from Natu. With that Glock, very hard to push away from this position. You got that longer range covered as well here, so every advantage for FaZe on these pistol battles. T-Bone with a few kills. Always nice when the AWP gets that extra cash. And there you go. T-pistol picked up there.
Yeah, FaZe could close the gap very promptly.
Yeah.
Very promptly indeed, so we'll see. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. They certainly did on Nuke. But again, this round shows plenty of promise. But again, I feel like it was, God knows what year, but Cloud9 versus NIP. I think it's Cloud9 on the CT side had a very similar setup to that, and they could not have been more blind in the apartments. That one was very successful. This one, not so much. 910 with the scout. It is a full force buy from Mongolz. No money left in the hole for an AWP. They expect to win this one right now, right here. Ooh, I spot a gap in that smoke.
FaZe moving forwards to Kuak. He hears the footsteps. When will he announce his presence? Oh no, Blitz has gone down very quickly, but still timing. Kuak coming into the back. No one spotted him. A quick 2K. And an AK down on the ground is so close, but can't quite get to it. A little bit too risky to turn the corner. Waits for his teammates. Kuak is playing this well right now.
Yeah, good discipline despite his young age. Not overextending to try and pick up that rifle. Twist trying to hold the distance. Things quiet now. When does the internal clock go off for Mongolz where they wonder about a flank, because it doesn't look like anyone's expecting this from Frozen, who make it both, but 910, my God, from coast to coast onto Twist and Frozen with the scout has made this a 2-on-1. 35 seconds, suddenly there's utility to delay Natu. Trying to find a solution to this. Where is that second player? Where are any of them? They're all rotating Mongolz.
Yeah, huge reposition. No idea here for Natu. It can be anything at this point. The timing onto the back of the sides. Darkmeister somehow. Natu is going to just turn so many degrees there and find that headshot quickly. And now another reposition, 910. The scout has done so much damage in this round. One shot anywhere on Natu's body will likely take him down with 55 health, but it's the headshot. Natu looking clean there for FaZe. that round had way too much drama, I think, as far as FaZe were concerned. They managed to get out of that situation by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, that was really, really, really tense. And I mean, 9-10 is just overperforming with the scouts in that scenario. Shots on the bomb site, shots around the back as the flank is coming through. Really good angle for Natu towards the end. It's kind of an off angle on players coming in from short there. Really strong, good timing for him to save the day on that round, which looked very, very tense. And again, you could just see from the full investment there from Mongolz. They came in with the intention to buy, and they were close. They were very close, but not close enough. FaZe continue to get closer. Really strong stuff in this 9-10 with a scout.
Damn.
Beautiful. Really, really nice. Darkmeister will, oh dear.
No.
He just couldn't catch up with the Deagle. I wondered, he fired so many shots. I was thinking, how is he still standing?
Yeah, I didn't realize it's quite that bad, but you can see it's
still clicking, he's still clicking, but he's dead that.
Okay, well, it's going to be FaZe looking to do what Mongolz did to them, actually, just going for a pop here. What is there on the other end? That there are going to be 4 players that could quickly respond here. The Mongols are going to want to collapse onto this push. They're going to see the nades coming on over. They are a little bit far away from that T-ramp position. They're going to need the Deagles to deliver here. The USP around the corner, not going to be doing too much work here. Dodging, trying to distract the crosshairs, the bullets, but you can see it's an explosion in this round. FaZe are going to pick it up very easily indeed. And that's a 6-9 scoreline. So the gap would close quickly, James. We're definitely seeing the gap start to get very, very, very closed.
Yeah, the game will begin now. Tikawak's able to drop an AWP for 9-10. Got some extra money with those frags in earlier rounds, which will certainly help. So now Mirage begins as far as Mongolz are concerned. They've got their full buy on the CT side. They've got a 3-round lead. They're very confident. They believe in themselves. Now it's time to deliver. Got a lot of players towards ramp early. Twist? What from there?
They're running its way, James.
Top mid with the MAC-10. Twist trying to run distraction, pulling Tikawak out of position now. While there is a charge onto the A bomb site, FaZe have swarmed all over it. And this should already be done. Tikawak and Techno, the only 2 that remain. I can't believe that charge from Twist. I'm still kind of reeling from that one. Running out of bullets now in mid, and Tikawak collects 2.
Crazy timing. I mean, FaZe just storming an empty bomb site. The Mongols so preoccupied with that mid-aggression. And now 2 versus 3 for them. They don't have position. This is going to be very difficult. Tikawak has 5 HP as well. And I don't think they want any of this noise right now onto the A-bomb site. They're going to try to save these weapons. Techno might find it kind of difficult to do so, though. He could get hunted down from this position. You can see he's very, very unsure as to what's even safe. Opting to stay in this position. Here's the clearance of mid. He feels like, okay, they're going into mid right now. Maybe I have some space to work with to reposition to stay alive.
Stay WP.
Surprise.
And Twist just running out top mid like he's on bath salts. A MAC-10, he absolutely does not have the right tool for the job in terms of range. Look at this guy go!
Yeah, and it's just so insane as well how at this very moment, the Mongols have every single crosshair and everybody pointing towards mid as 3 FaZe players walk up T-ramp into an empty bomb site, and it's a full buy round from the Mongols. So it seems like they kind of read the positions there in such a way that left them exposed. That's exactly what FaZe wants to see.
The 2-1-2 set up from Mongolz on this occasion. 9-10 should hear some players in the apps, but we'll see what they choose to do with this heavy presence FaZe. Man, what a pain in the butt. Imagine like Twist charges at you with from top mid with a MAC-10 like that, gets the frag, and then just types delete game in chat. Imagine how triggering that would be.
And this round is a completely different pace from FaZe. They are expecting something aggressive from the Mongols, but that boost actually might be really nice here. Looking for it. Continuation spray, not finding number 2, but a 1-for-1. That's always going to be favorable in this kind of a spot for the FaZe side. On the T side of Mirage, they've got a minute to play this 4v4 with.
Twist is just maybe trying to understand how much map control they still have. He'll be deploying a smoke towards short as well. But again, it's been fought in apps pretty much this entire round for FaZe, along with that action in the underpass. 45 seconds. Frozen will be left in situ as the rest perhaps look for a split of the B bomb sides.
Yeah, this kind of works out from the Mongols a little bit because They don't have close positions around A, but they do have 2 players on the B bomb site. Techno finding one. So 1 player on the site, 9-10. Very strong flick. Nate comes out, back into cover. Another shot here. Has to land. It will. And now you got J-Bowen in a very awkward position. Out comes the clock, and the Mongolz will save the round.
God, all these rounds are really, really tense. But my word, is it hard to bait a shot from 9-10. We saw it on Nuke with 1 player swinging past to make space for the AWP, but he's just sitting there ready. He knows when to fire every single time. That looks so rough for Mongolz with the developing situation on that B bomb site. But 9-10 is chilling, throwing Molly's just enough space to avoid the fire at the same time. Narrow victory. It's got to feel like going the way of Mongolz there from the FaZe POV or some of those engagements. They'll have the rifles for round 18.
And FaZe want to go fast again, it looks like. They're looking for anything in mid to kind of give them that moment that they can burst off of. But the Mongolz actually voiding the mid position pretty much entirely. They're playing a more passive setup.
Yeah, relatively traditional. 9-10 with the AWP and CT. And look at these numbers, these marauders.
Contact.
How much is his back covered, though, from that connector position? You see Blitz and 9-10 popping out to answer that question immediately and dismantle FaZe like pieces of Lego. Bomb spotted, 9-10 with angles. Frozen on the rotation. J-Bowen's got a lot to do here. Showing what presence he can. Oh, going for the full spray there, almost dropping 9-10, but he is still standing. Frozen just waiting for his time to strike. Still a smoke up on the Palace, and there's J-Bowen. Frozen is unable to get anything done before all his teammates are not responding on the radio. Round 11 secured by Mongolz with 4 standing at the end of the round.
Crazy round because if there's a bunch of stuff that if the Mongolz did it, it would have gone poorly for them. You have FaZe looking to contact all the way through connector, but look at this position. This position with the AWP from 9-10 playing ticket is one of the best positions to play against a connector contact play. So the Mongolz just had the right, whether it's the right read, I'm not sure, but it was the right setup in how they were playing passive to deal with the contact.
That puts FaZe on the pistols. This should be a nothing round for them. But I'll assume nothing with what I've seen so far. 9-10, 16 frags with AWP. Blitz one ahead though. 10 for J-Bowen thus far. Natu's been busy with 15. So you see that big spread up top mid. But it will be handily dealt with by Mongolz. And this is a really good round for them, again, to just build money for the remainder, what remains here of Mirage. They move to game point then, 12 to the 7 of FaZe.
Yeah, the comfort here is so obvious compared to Nuke, where they would look a little bit lost on both sides in moments. You've got the Mongolz looking extremely comfortable. Again, just great setups, great reads. I think the calling looks like way more on point, and just the individual play is also being reflected in that as well. So it's a hard thing for FaZe to solve because whatever conditioning they've been trying to apply, the Mongolz has never really been put into a spot, I think, on their CT side where they're in a bad spot to have a defense, to have a rounds where there's a timings going or rotations going against them.
A lot of Molotovs for FaZe. They don't have all the util they might have liked, but they've got the AKs. They've got the talent as well to force the action. Tikuak and Darkmeister, though, also have AKs, which maybe equalizes some duels. They've both proven very dangerous on the Mongol side. Different approach now from Mongolz. Not a traditional setup on this occasion.
Yeah, 9-10 is actually peeking into Palace by himself with the AWP, and it's a 3-man B setup early on here from the Mongolz. So they're really trying to catch FaZe off guard.
Tikuak still wondering what might be happening in that mid position. So they've posted up in their spots. A lot of early info should it provide itself, but FaZe are in a holding pattern around that mid position for the most part. Frozen lurking somewhat. So what's the next step for FaZe? Not engaged by the CTs in mid.
Yeah.
A lot of them looking towards the apartments, trying to understand what the setup is for Mongolz, but off angles are being held.
So the opening I think Mongolz are playing against is that they're playing against the B or A pops is kind of how they could punish that. But FaZe maybe were expecting more action in mid. So FaZe are like, okay, well, we have to now develop the round. There's nothing here. And now Mongolz resetting into better positions to defend each site.
Great combo with the flash and the HE to have a look, but there will be a trade. But the information for Mongolz, how do they respond to that? Again, I think that player in apps might be quite important for them should FaZe go to B, but they still have a lurker towards that A bomb site, still being really patient. There's only 25 seconds left though, so they're going to have just a rush into this A bomb site, it looks like.
Not just into the A bomb site, into 910's scoped AWP. How much util is there to deal with him? But they've got to worry about Tikuak on the back, doing damage. 910 connects the shot. 1v1 is frozen, and Frozen's dead. 13-7. The Mongols answering that nuke game. It was not a good look, but this Mirage, I think it's fair to say, Mongols are back.
Great adaptation on that CT side, a shooting gallery towards the end. Aggressive angles in B and A. Mongolz leaving FaZe in mid and deciding where the fights take place, and with that, they'll have a very solid showing on Mirage indeed. Really nice work from them.
Yeah, going into Ancient, it's going to be a very interesting affair between both of these teams. Both teams have, I think, found their respective ceilings in various scenarios on their respective map picks. But going into Ancient, what can we even say about the Mongols' form on Ancient? I guess we're going to have to find out.
With how they looked in Mirage here, the fact that it didn't feel like they were weighed down too heavily by the loss on Nuke, it does give a lot of promise towards Mongolz. I mean, they closed it out. That's what's really important here. Of course, not only the fact that they were one map down already, but the fact that they were able to do it, right? That instills a little bit more confidence to you, especially in the new guys, Tikuak, Darkmeister, showing up, having good displays for themselves and closing out a map.
It always helps if you start out 6-0 up. I mean, their T side was dominant to begin with. I think they had a really good idea of the way that FaZe play this map. Since FaZe do have film, they have tape on this map. They started with the A hits, they go into some mid aggression. They've got the kind of the playbook was actually very deep for Mongolz on the T side, despite some hiccups in the mid round, some slow reactions. I think they still had a very strong T side, which led them into a CT side where they have made some changes in the positions players are playing, but they could still manage to close it out.
I like this look from Mongolz. It wasn't the same as what it was when they had their old players in Cobra and Mazinho. It wasn't as much of that sort of push and pull nature. It was a little bit more focused, I think, in most of the, whether it's map control or for those early A hits like Vu mentioned. So I think this is a more practical way to play when you have guys that you might not necessarily be able to rely on. It wasn't like Tikuak was always playing up that Mazinho spot, finding the perfect timings, which I would have wanted to see, but you know, they find other ways that are a little bit more practical for today's CS.
I just don't know when I'm going to stop doubting you, Maui. The fact that you're like, oh, they need at least 8 rounds minimum, otherwise they won't win. I feel like I saw a couple of FaZe rounds in that second half where I'm like, oh, maybe the 8 rounds wasn't needed in the first half. But no, you were right once again. They needed a much stronger beginning.
I think 3 rounds isn't enough. I
needed to word it in a way that made Maui look good, all right? But come on, man. He's putting it all out there. I got to give him props for it.
I think what would they have had? If they had 8, they would have ended up with 11 or 12. So barely would have got it to the point they needed to. No, the T side for FaZe, unfortunately, was just not in a shape that was necessary to try to beat a Mongolz team, even one that is going through changes.
Well, 8 might be our lucky number right now because we're going to look at round number 8. That was in that first half there. A really good, strong, successful beginning for Mongolz.
Yeah, when I say that I think Mongolz had a good idea of how FaZe play, this is part of it. Jay Bowen loves to be up on short. He loves to be ticket. He loves to be fighting in mid, but he's very rarely in jungle. So at the same time as they're doing this very light mid pressure, they're having 910 set up in Palace ready for the rotate because you know Twist is going to be the one taking that fight. At worst, as an Opper, you're going to get a shot off. You're probably not going to die. Once he gets that, the defense does start to topple, and they actually have this kind of swarm nature where they come in from every different angle and take this one apart. But I think this is based around the idea they know that unlike many Oppers, Jay Bowen is often, he's in short, he's in ladder, he's trying to fight towards mid, he's not playing jungle almost ever, so there's really no danger for 910 when he goes for that peak.
A really good read. I mean, the way he's able to play into the bomb site too, just procedurally clearing the angles, also more or less knowing where the next fights are going to be, shows why 9-10 has become such a force for this team.
Yep. And then in that second half as well, like we said, even though it was off to a beginning where maybe FaZe could have done a lot more of the FaZe bullshit that happens of winning rounds in positions they shouldn't, at the end of the day, Mongolz were able to close it out. Round 18 being one of those ones, Maui, where we're like, yeah, this is it. You can kind of start wrapping it up a bit.
Round to 18 was also extremely similar to how the very last round of the game went. This is how a lot of my Mirage pugs look when we are not a team, okay? We get bundled up around bottom con, and we're just desperately trying to get into a bomb site. There's no molly for sure. There's no smoke for jungle. It's just a wild attempt to try to get into a bomb site, as you aren't really even making this any easier on yourselves. I'm kind of surprised that with the utility that was on some of the belts of the FaZe players, it felt like they just thought they had a timing or something here, and they just sort of got eaten up there, and that's just not going to be good enough against a Mongolz team that recognize we lost that space. We know where you're trying to hit us from.
I mean, if you look back at the nuke where Mongolz were really struggling on their T side, we mentioned they just let Jay Bowen pick them apart. They didn't have the utility, they didn't have the flashes, they didn't have the trades. That's what that looked like. Yeah. That was 9-10 peeks out from Ticket, and he goes, oh, well, there's a free kill right in front of me. Yeah. And oh, I can re-peek and there's more. You know, it is not making their job easy, or not making their job hard.
Yeah, it's making their lives easier, at least, which is really nice, and you want to see that hat here because we wanted to be able to see a map through. But someone else that's probably aiding into that a lot more outside of the individuals, but having this stronger game plan and goals, Blitz himself, right? We've already talked about how much more onus is on him bringing some new players to a LAN, not having a coach, but it's nice to be able to see that we have faith in him IGLing and showing up as an individual.
As an individual especially. I mean, he was totally an agent of chaos, as he likes to be for the Mongolz in this one, where the fights towards mid were working out well for him. On the bomb site hits in general, he was a nice extra piece in those. So when he's able to actually shoot as hard as he does in this kind of game, along with calls that clearly had FaZe off kilter, I think that this is a very different Mongolz than we saw on Nuke that were really, they were just a non-starter on their T side. The Mirage that they went into here had a much clearer vision of how they wanted to push and pull FaZe around.
Yeah, and I mean, that ace we saw from Blitz was an A hit from his team, and he's just lurking out in mid. He just has to focus on his crosshair. I think that's when Blitz is at his strongest, when he's not trying to micro players around the map, worry about where they are. I think that's why he's struggled when he's had these roster changes. He has to worry too much about teammates. He calls an A hit, I go out mid, I've got 5 kills, no problem.
It's great to see that, and when we hadn't seen Mirage coming out of this 5-stack yet, that's where the questions are, is Blitz going to be enabling himself in a way, right, as IGL, but is there going to be that element for everyone else in the team to just feel comfortable in what they're executing? It does, it looks great for them, and we are going to be seeing a map number 3, but a bigger question is posed. Will FaZe continue on here? Will FaZe win a Tier 1 event in 2026? That's one of the prompts that's over at Polymarket if you want to check out all of the prompts that are up there. But the big one right now, because it could be this event.
I think this almost feels like, will they win this event? Is there another event they're going to have a great opportunity where there's only one true top team at that event?
Come on, Maui.
I think that they're going to get some invites. I think they're right above the VRS cutoff as it stands. I think the August 3rd invites are coming out soon. They're barely going to make it to a few of those. I think the weakest one off the top of my head would probably be like a Fisher event or something. Like that. That's kind of where you're placing your faith in FaZe to win a Fisher. I'd have to see the other teams that are there, but that's probably why the chance is so low.
I was gonna say, well, then would you put it higher or lower than 20%?
Yeah, no, even for that one, the chance they win that is probably 1 in 5. Like they're maybe the 4th or 5th best team that's gonna go to that if they get the invite.
I'm going lower than 20%.
Yeah.
I'm going lower. I'm going lower. I see it wiggling around here as faith wanes in FaZe. I could see it more like 10 to 15% chance to
that feels fairer. Yeah.
It's because it's, they have that big comeback against MOUZ. People are like, oh, maybe actually they have it in them, and then you see them lose Mirage. You're like, you're not so sure, but maybe there's going to be some more fluctuation there on people's predictions as we do look towards a map number 3. After this break, it is going to be Ancient. FaZe and Mongolz going to a map number 3, and it will be Ancient that we're going to see them figure out who is going to be the winner of this best of 3. And Ancient was decided, Mal, because Blitz did say in the pre-series interview that they had seen the demos of FaZe on Cash and were not comfortable going up against how strong that they looked. And so it feels like you should have significantly better answers than on Ancient. You should feel more confident if that is the one that you didn't want to go up against them.
Any YouTuber worth their salt has already made a video about how good FaZe is on Cash, okay? I personally haven't, but many
So you're
have.
not a good YouTuber is what we're hearing.
Neither have I. So.
Guys, anyway, if you want to send in your resumes over at Blast.tv.
So yeah, obviously, I think Blitz, that is. I think he saw all of those. He saw all the YouTubes. He saw that it wasn't worth it to try to challenge them on it because they just had so many nades. They had so many different strategies. And even though they played it earlier at this tournament, it was just too tall of an order. But now they're flying into the unknown, where they're playing an Ancient that they haven't played since the Cologne Major, let alone with these 2 new rookies on the team.
Well, if he's saying he's seen their Cash and he was worried about it, he thought they played really well on Cash, he surely has seen their Ancient since they played this like 7 times at the XSC event.
Yeah,
like
so many times.
They played this a ridiculous amount of times. The unspoken thing there is we've seen their Ancient and we think it's vulnerable. We think there's openings, there's struggles for FaZe on this map, and they've had some pretty good results on Ancient, but it's not been perfectly consistent. I have to imagine Mongolz have seen something they want to try to attack.
Is that a sentiment that you agree with, Mongolz, then? Like you yourself, when you've seen it played out 7 times, that there are some weaknesses that you could take advantage of?
Unfortunately, I think their Ancient is actually pretty solid. It's just that their Cash is so much better.
Okay, it's like S2 compared to A tier.
Yeah. I mean, I think that there's actually a lot of strengths for FaZe too when you get into Ancient. Weirdly, J-Bone, since he's joined the team, has been their best T-side player, which you don't usually get from an Opper. But it again kind of goes back to the ability he has to, in hectic situations, find really clean trade frags. And whereas before I was saying sometimes it's a weakness that he whips between angles too frequently, on Ancient, there's actually a lot of nice mid-range fights for him that he can actually capitalize when Mongolz players eventually swing into his angles.
Well, our FaZe players, getting all my words mixed up, they're getting themselves in their seats, getting ready here. And we've gotten the pleasure of being able to see a FaZe comeback in map 1, a Mongolz domination in map number 2. And so it does beg the question, what exactly are we getting as we head into Ancient?
That is a great question. What are we going to get? I think we're going to get a great game, and it looks like that is what the predictors also think here, James, because that's pretty even. And I think it's going to be... I'm leaning FaZe, but I do think this has the potential to surprise us.
I like these numbers that we are being provided. It's going to be a very tight game. You look at the results on paper for Mongolz recently. There, it says 20%. In recent matches on Ancient, but in all of those matches, I think they've got at least 11 rounds. So pinch of salt with those results. A little thing here, a little thing there, and they could be very different numbers indeed. So they came with a plan of avoidance of Cash, a plan to be happy to take things over towards Ancients, or Dust 2, of course, if that wasn't vetoed, but Ancient it will be. I think from the beginning, the guys and girls on the desk said 3 maps. They were absolutely correct. I think that we are in for a great crescendo for FaZe and Mongolz to see who makes it to the semi-finals. It is time to decide, time to spin the block for one of these squads. It is FaZe who will be starting on the T side of Ancient. I couldn't pick between these 2 squads at this point. They're both able to take a victory here, but we'll see who's got the guts. 9-10 going fishing through the smoke. Not a bad way to start.
And he's off, he's run away. They're trying to find him, but into CT spawned. He goes into the temple, into Blitz. Oh, it's just too easy here for the Mongolz. Frozen, last player standing. Has a lot of work to do with the Glock. Now the smoke goes away, he's fully exposed.
Yeah, this range is crappy for the Glock. 9-10 falling back on a great support system. Good to have your friends around you. Frozen does not have such. He does have the bomb, and he's heading in the right direction for a 1 versus 1, which could provide opportunity. And he's got time to fish as well. As he shows to one player, the net might close elsewhere. He's looking for opportunity to be provided. And in that respect, Mongolz are being patient. Look at the range being held there by Tikawak. Frozen down to 15, put out of his misery by Darkmeister. Mongolz strike first.
Yeah, no, I mean, like you were saying, the fishing, it did really look like if he somehow manages to connect those long-range headshots against Tikawak, that actually maybe there's a world where, he can actually, make something happen there, at least a bomb plant, which would obviously be very important, but I mean, this is the kind of stuff that really starts to sap the energy. And then just great fallback there from 910, enabling him to play the bait setup with his teammate Blitz. Very nice indeed. So the 1-0 Mongolz start here on the CT side. A full save from FaZe. They have purchased only 2 flashbangs.
Maybe a P250 for Frozen. But yes, there's not much that they can afford. Darkmeister's looking for his first LAN series win in his career, in his entire career. Yeah, Darkmeister and Tikoak, the ones to focus on. The new mans here on the Mongolz. We've got problems.
There's problems all over the place, James. Not only is the bomb being planted, they're going to pick up some guns. They've got donut control. They're looking to shut down CT. Nice dink there onto Darkmeister as well. And that LAN win, I mean,
oh dear,
might be in trouble right now because Blitz is about to be in a lot of problems here too. Stuck in Temple. They know where he is. He has 13 health. He's holding an M4. That's another upgrade ready and waiting for FaZe to be collected. He's got to deploy the utility just to try to stay alive.
They've got to smell. They do smell blood immediately, putting that util down, desperately trying to save the M4. FaZe not giving us time to even read the overlays with that charge. Great way to turn things around. Again, the first 2 maps, regardless of what side they were on, there was a struggle at the beginning of each map. But that's a great response. I think winning that second round, if you can put that CT economy in the bin and leave them carrying not much, can be a really good way to start a deciding map of the series. There's one more match to come after this one, don't forget. As much as we've seen so much action already, it's that P250 getting to work for Frozen to open things up, but this really was Mongolz getting destroyed uber quick.
You don't often see near full Glock eco do anything, so yeah,
so fast.
Not the time for it to happen. Finding the one hole in the defense. Certainly some cave control being worked on here by the Mongolz. Going to try to make sure they can control outside of B and then have quick reaction into mid. That's kind of the plan there, but FaZe moving up mid might be able to defend against it.
Walking into 5-7 territory. Molotov still gives Tikoak a chance, but there's not too many places for FaZe to look. Jacob willing to take a risk and have a little look, a little ask through that smoke. The FaZe are going to limit their variance. Good comms, as you can see there, just pulling the plug on that one, especially in the speed that was required for that with their new squad mates. I think, win or lose, both teams will surely be more solidified after this series. A trade, 9-10 drops. Darkmeister trying to do what he can, but he's being held by Frozen. Good map control by FaZe.
Yeah, aware of all of the potential gaps that can be exploited and just covering them. No opportunity here for the Mongolz, just having to take the fights that FaZe want to take. And therein lies the problem for the 1. As Darkmeister's not in a position to do anything here. He's going to get hunted down, and it's an easy conversion from FaZe. Just like you say, they get control of some position, they understand how they need to deal with the potential problems, and just close the round out. So looking smooth here for FaZe.
As the desk alluded to, it was 6 games of Ancient played at XSE for FaZe, so there's a lot of data for Mongolz to work with. So we'll see if it continues to be smooth once the buys come through once again. Maybe there are more surprises in store on the T side for Mongolz. We shall see. For now, though, it is the pistols broken early. Finally a chance for FaZe to have an early lead in this series. Again, very trying time in the previous 2 maps, but it's a brand new day as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, they're already out looking for the donut control. Really well planned anti-eco here from them. Have that donut control, leaving a lot of positions open in a way that allows them to take these clean fights. Good reaction there from that cave setup, and that's going to be an AK stolen away. I feel like that's it now. That's the value you were looking for, and 910 can hold on to that.
$7,000 in the bank for Jaboin. Little bonus for planting the bomb. But yeah, that's a lot of money coming the way of Mongolz. Again, had good starts, not always a good finish in this series. That baton, though, is with FaZe for the time being. A third round versus Mongolz. Be nice for 910 if he can hold on to this AK or one of his teammates. But many questions in terms of what is to come in this game of Ancient. I mean, we might see some hard counters from Mongolz as well if there's something habitual that FaZe will do. And surely there is after playing so much Ancient in one tournament. There's got to be habits.
Yeah, you know, FaZe are a team that are not shy to take fights, and in a mid control is always one of the central points that we look at in terms of, you know, like which team is going to be more favored in how they're able to perform in terms of that mid control. Other T side looking to take other areas, and then they do a delayed mid take. They like to challenge it immediately. There's a lot of back and forth there. We're about to discover now that we get into this first buy round, proper buy round for the Mongolz against FaZe. And FaZe, they might just, are they going to pop B here?
Well, there are 3 players, 0-2-3 set up for the Mongolz, so they'll definitely have some firepower to try and deal with this. 910 collects the second one, and the rotation is on the way. Tikuak through the smoke finds his first kill of this game, and that leaves Natu and Jaboin to do what they can, and maybe they can do something. Jaboin makes it a 2-on-2 at the very least, and Natu catches the fall off. 910 trying to punish, turning things around once more, our FaZe.
Yeah, FaZe in a really good position here. They can just either cut noise, re-hit B, or full rotate. That means Blitz has to move. Blitz has to try to figure out what's going on. And going around cave, Blitz with the right read might secure the 1v1s here. Blitz in a good spot, but the crosshair placement. Oh no. There was a chance there, but FaZe control the chaos and bring in the win. 4-1 now for them.
Great turnaround from FaZe. Good retraction after the initial engagements. Great hold there from Jabone. You can see that last man just looking towards the ramp for a strafe. Never given the opportunity. Looking solid for Mongolz with that 2K from 910. Again, they started with 3 players on that bomb site. 2 in mid, able to rotate quickly. But the clutch is there for FaZe. You can see the endorphins for days for FaZe. Again, maybe the hardest of the hard work is done for them in this series.
Yeah, 910 has the AWP out now, so you know this round's not straightforward, but it is a little bit awkward. You've got a couple MP9s here, the util maybe sparse in some places, but if they can find good contact with 910, that would make all the difference. You know, poised for any play towards the A-long position. We'll see if he can find something here. Could be very, very careful. Is this even an expected weapon from FaZe?
There were 4 smokes, now 3 for Mongolz to try and delay and give 910 the space to find something. No one peeking on A, moves over towards Donuts. And there is the surprise that FaZe were perhaps not expecting. And you can see the response with utility elsewhere as well. They're trying to limit FaZe responding to that position of that AWP.
And it does give 910 time to go back to Red Room to position there. FaZe, they're going to have high urgency to get into B, but with 3 and soon 4 players deaf and a lurker, Mongolz have advantage in this round now.
Darkmeister's on the sites already. He has an incendiary and a smoke grenade as well. So indeed, FaZe will be delayed yet further. 910's made his way over to B. And look how the net has closed. Mongolz at a side with the weaknesses here, but they have surrounded FaZe more or less. We've got 25 seconds to push into more utility. You see being dropped to 910, raises his ugly head. Darkmeister's here to say hello also. 18 seconds now, and they haven't even made terra firma. They're not on the bomb site just yet. 14 seconds, and they're still trying to charge. It's to Bowen, who may risk losing an AWP here. Survives for the time being. But he won't survive forever. Really outstanding play there from Mongolz.
Yeah, that was really punishing. You know, FaZe playing the round slowly. When that kill came in for 910, there wasn't very much time left. There was a moment when FaZe were all outside B that they could have booked it through mid into A, gambling on the Mongolz rotation, but it's so hard to make that call in time, and that was the only punish available. But yeah, Mongolz with a really, really sick response in this round.
So well played. Prepared for the long game. It wasn't just about the hero AWP, but the utility around it to create space for that AWP to get working. That's Mongolz showing their power, and around such as that, very well created. Aggression now through B. As we may see a big flashpoint here, the smoke may separate the sides for the time being. Heading towards mid now, and Nate will have to try and hold his ground here. But look how many CTs are coming his way. How do FaZe respond to this?
And jaybo now in a very awkward position. Tikuak able to take down Jacob, removing some space in mid from FaZe. Absolute chaos here as the fights are being taken. 2 versus 4 now from FaZe. Over a minute to play with, but very, very difficult to stabilize from this position. The Mongolz now actually getting active. 9-10 on the big wrap from A Long. Even though jaybo gets that kill, 9-10 now becomes a ticking time bomb as he now encroaches upon the flank.
With the USP, but if he sees the player outside B, bomb site, that's going to be so awkward. AWP quickscope may be favorable, but how could he know? jaybo now, last one standing, 1 versus 2. Time is on his side. I'm not sure if he had sound cues of a rotation towards A there, but he does have opportunity. That element of surprise, if the timing is in his favor, could open up, let's say, bomb sites. He's only got one place to look, and that's right here, and he knows opportunity knocks.
Unreal timing there for jaybo. Offered up a really solid chance here to get to play the post plant, but where is the last player going to be coming from? Another game of timing here for jaybo to have to overcome. Techno, 11 HP, but he's up against an AWP. One missed shot could be the end for jaybo. A missed timing could be the end for jaybo. In comes Techno. It's a whiffed shot, but there is some damage, but still another chance. Techno puts the nade straight on his head, but it's a headshot from jaybo. A 2 versus 1 clutch for FaZe.
Big rounds. There's so much happening in these rounds on Ancient. So much development from both sides in that one round, but it goes the way of FaZe. The money's not great for Mongolz. Maybe they've got something else in their bag of tricks, but that's a really big one to secure. Keep that early lead for FaZe. A timeout to just kind of recalibrate and understand what the climate might be on the Mongol side, maybe.
I mean, they were talking about the T statistics for jaybo, James. He's 10 for 2. So it seems like the trend is following in this game. He is delivering for FaZe in this much, much needed third map.
That was a really big clutch. There was so much crazy action here as well. Like we could barely talk about the 3 for Mongolz there outside the B bomb site. They had the smoke for T spawn. There were T's behind it, but you don't know if you can push that or not. You can't help your teammates while they're getting wrecked in the mid position, but still FaZe are able to turn things around. A huge clutch. jaybo got tagged by the AWP through the boxes, ate a grenade, and has still got the temerity to deliver that one fatal shot after all of that as well. 3-round lead. We see another buy here for Mongolz. No hero AWP this time. Jacob with an early 5-on-4. That's something that Mongolz will be hard-pressed to respond to.
Yeah, they're in the B site phase. They have a completely free B bomb site. It's not going to take them too much time to clear this one. And what do you Mongolz do in this position? They are going to be so out of position and with so much post-plant utility this early in the round available for FaZe. I don't think Mongolz can do anything reasonable except to save their weapons at this point.
Yeah, nothing else makes sense. No kits. May post up for some map control in terms of holding onto their rifles. No, they're going to think better of it and move away. So outmaneuvered on this occasion by FaZe, who continue to build a solid lead on their T side. So far, so good as far as FaZe are concerned.
No loss bonus here for the Mongolz. You know, that got reset very recently, so just a couple rounds of that now coming into this one. So they do really, really need these weapons saved. And I mean, you know, they're gambling a little bit with their opening. You know, sometimes you need to throw those in, and it just can result in this particular scenario. So the very fact that they're able to at least keep the weapons is okay. But 6-2, FaZe, they are looking very good right now on this T side, and it's hard to see when it's going to stop with how they're playing.
Yeah, now we start to ask how many rounds is the minimum that Mongolz need for a good opportunity in the other half. They'll be able to buy around what they saved. So again, we've got a 0-2-3 setup for Mongolz, just trying to stave off maybe habitual surges into the B bomb sites. But there are 2 players for FaZe looking towards mid. Currently smoked for the time being. One will head over to see the climate towards A.
Yeah, so a cooler round start here. 9-10 is going to be on that B bomb side early on. Obviously, doesn't have the AWP to be a threat in that respect to FaZe, but you know, FaZe clearing out A long, looking for aggression there. Right now, the Mongolz are just playing passive, a passive 2-3 setup. And we'll see exactly what FaZe decide to do, because the ball's essentially in their court at this point. They get to dictate the action. And now they're slowly but surely working forward control. Cave gets taken away, the closer positions to the T side at least.
jaybo posted up holding the bomb so he could find an entry towards B, but there's also potential for rotation. 53 seconds, there's an Eon for FaZe as they continue to try and force the Mongolz back. Jabone's picked off though, that's the bomb spotted. That's a really big collection by 910, and that will have some more CTs getting ready to make a play towards B. Red Room's been abandoned, so they'll have to be careful.
Okay, there is a path to A right now. Natu is over there. He's on A long, so 30 seconds, they could book it. But right now, you know, if that was ever a consideration, too much time has passed. They're going to have to force things into B now.
Yeah, I mean, they would have to run through mid if they were able to go towards A. Yeah, but this is giving sound cues for the rotation as well. This is surely heard by Mongolz. They only have 2 players over towards A at present, but more are on the way. That's an important duel one or two, but there's 8 seconds to get this bomb planted. Is there a chance for this to be thwarted? No. That's a great hold by Jacob. Last-ditch effort there from FaZe, and it's working for them. 4 on 2, a lot of players heavily tagged. Mongolz decide to try and go for this one, but it's the same result. They're leaving, turning tail. Just unable to collect these FaZe players.
That's insane. With the amount of time they had left, they had to instantly frag on the entry through the smokes. That's a lot to ask for, James, but FaZe seem to make it just effortless.
Yeah, it looks threatening because they have to somewhat telegraph their intentions with the rotation. Darkmeister trying to hide in plain sight. They'll take nothing into the next round, but their loss bonus is back at maximum. The only thing going their way at the moment, but again, it was like I think our clocks were ticking. Like FaZe have got to decide which way they're going.
Exactly.
There's the small window if it's going to be A, and it will have to be through mid, but they're just dueling with these AKs. They believe in their players, and boy, do their players deliver. 5-round lead for FaZe.
What's interesting too is that there was a moment similar to this early, and they didn't rotate off, and they got wrecked going to the B site. So learning their lessons, and it's a potential fast mid action here from both sides, looking to fight in this position. Twist delivers 2 off the entry, make that 3, and the round is gone. No one's left here for the Mongolz. 910 sitting on the B bomb site with the AWP, wondering what the hell he's gonna do from this position. He's taken away Frozen, but he has to just save again.
Shut it down. I need to see a replay of that mid action. Blitz getting wrecked. I'm not sure if they were prepared for that corner, but we'll see in the replay. But again, this is going so well for FaZe now. They worked so hard to get here. Let's not forget, like, if you're joining us late, A, where have you been? B, there was a hell of a comeback. So 3 players running through there. You see Blitz facing the smoke. Twist with a superior angle, shutting things down in mid. 3 of them unable to topple Twist, who still stands at the end of the round, no less.
Oh, J-Bone's looking for this. 910, he's going to maybe peek into this! Oh no! 910's lost the AWP at the last moment. That is heartbreaking for the Mongolz if everything's going wrong.
It's a good time to note that Mongolz won the pistol round. One of the 2 rounds that they have won. There's been a 4-round streak for FaZe. After every round that Mongolz have won, those maths don't look good for the squad currently on the CT side. With 2 rounds remaining, FaZe really enacting revenge for the first half of Nuke.
Mongolz back into mid on the open, but look at this. FaZe like, hey, if you guys are going to put a bunch of players in mid, well, free A bomb site for us. Straight in there, no contest, and putting the Mongolz in another position where they're like, do we just have to save?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So unlikely to find success. Natu catching Blitz on the flank makes things even worse. This is a disaster for Mongolz. This entire half is a complete disaster. They're gonna go in. Surely close enough to lose everything. They don't have a kit for a late defuse. It's just, they're just being toyed with at the moment. Baby deer in the mouth of a lion has got to be how this feels. As again, it's time to run away once again.
Yeah, really smart choice. We see the Mongolz trying to survive, keep these guns into the next round. Another one is gone. But it's a smart choice from FaZe because, you know, the Mongolz, they've gotten aggressive on B. That's been one of the aggressions they've shown to try to take initiative, and they've been aggressive on mid. You know, these are the 2 most common spots. So if you're expecting them to feel like they need to take the action quickly into the round, and you send it A, that's probably the best chance of a free bomb site at the rush timing.
Last round of the first half. There will be M4s for Mongolz. There won't be an AWP after that loss from 9-10. There'll be a very early smoke towards B from the CT side, and FaZe choose to force through it. They know things feel desperate for Mongolz. They're not going to give them the room to take over this area.
Very tense here for the Mongolz. You know, they get that initial play from 9-10 into A long, and they're going to rotate everybody over towards B except 9-10. He kind of needs to, you know, based on previous rounds, keep himself over there for now. FaZe looking ready to just walk in though. Got to be very cautious about this. Over a minute left, they don't have any control phase anywhere else on the map.
Mongolz choosing to abandon the site itself and try to play together, but it is the waiting game for the time being. Again, FaZe don't have any probes around the map, and 9-10 continues to close the net around FaZe. We've seen this before. 53 seconds, they don't have the orb, which could be so powerful in scenarios such as this. 9-10 holding off angles towards mid as Techno is engaged around the B bomb site. 9 players around B, 40 seconds remaining, no frags just yet.
FaZe waiting for some kind of reaction. There's nothing though. 9-10 in that key position. He's going to feel confident that no one's crossing just yet, but he kind of has to remain there. Oh, okay, Darkmeister, Techno taking down 2 players. FaZe's hand has been forced. Into B they go, into the M4s, and everybody's getting wiped out. The Mongolz delivering a fantastic defense, holding their nerve for a 3-9 first half. We'll have to see if they can come back after the break.
All right, we're at the Blast Bounty with the Mongolz. So first of all, congrats on making it to the land portion. Darkmeister, I want to ask, is this your first time in Europe?
Yeah, this is my first time in Europe. It's feeling great.
Techno, how do you think Darkmeister and Tikawaka are fitting on the team so far?
They were adapting to our team very quickly, and they're learning their things as their own quickly, and we helped them a lot, individually also.
So a lot of people keep making the joke that it doesn't seem like it matters who you guys bring in because there's several people in Mongolia that can just fill the Senzu role and still perform really well. So what do you think it is that has led Controlas, Cobrazera at times to have good enough games that you guys could still take wins over big teams?
I think the IGL and the guiding is very good, to be honest. Me and 9-10 Blitz and the 3 of us, the core of this team, knowing the game very well and guiding them to have to play it properly, I guess. So that's why we're still in the good shape, I guess.
Adding new players, it might take some time to get to a level. What are you seeing from Darkmeister and Tikawak that you like?
Obviously, they're so young, and it's their first big tournament in so far, and they were doing really great, and they're really good.
Can I ask about your play level? I know you had, I think you had MVP last season. How do you bring yourself to your best form?
I would say very honest. I'm just being bad, yeah. I'm just being bad.
How did it affect you guys when Mouzinho decided to leave also?
It was shocking, actually. Just very shocking news for us. Then it is what it is, you know, everyone is have a different path, different life, different choice. I respect his choice, and we will go on our own.
How do you feel like Blitz has handled having to work with all these new players? You've been working with him for, what, 7 years or something? You've been playing with him for a really long time.
I'm with Blitz, as you said, I'm with Blitz almost 6 or 7 years, and I think he's already have to deal with the new players, maybe. I have been with him very long time, and there was a very new players, very lot of players, and it's kind of easy to deal with them maybe for him.
I feel like you say you haven't had a lot of practice so far with this lineup. Why does that keep happening where you don't have much practice?
I'm not saying it because it's an excuse, but in Asia there's not a lot team to practice, and not a good team to practice actually. And for the Europe, we can't go actually, you know, so far from home sometimes, and can't play from the Mongolia even if we have the 100 ping.
After 12 rounds, the Mongolz engine is still cold. They're going to have to find some combustion before FaZe take off and leave them in the dust here. 6th round lead at halftime. FaZe have risen at the perfect time in this series. They've had their life on the line earlier on, and now Mongolz are got to be feeling the same way. They'll have utility moving through. On this T side, the heat map on B's been busy so far in this game, and it seems it might continue that way as well.
Yeah, FaZe, they've got 4 players there, and they get the opening frag, and they get the second kill as well. It's looking really nice there. Mongolz having to try to force their way into this blitz with 2 kills, but answered back here as FaZe stand strong on the B side. They're not allowing anybody in right now. It's a desperate Glock to try to make something happen here from 9-10. Blitz on 30 HP. This is starting to feel very desperate right now from the Mongolz, and Twist shuts it down, the last player there for FaZe, but I mean, 4 players on B, James. That was a great read.
Really big from FaZe. Start as you mean to go on. A hell of a first half. Double figures immediately after pistol in a second. Mongolz have few decisions to make now. Few rounds to their name. Completely shut down on his bomb sites. FaZe are in the driving seat. No bomb plant for Mongolz. FaZe are here to stay. They've got 1 foot in the semi-finals.
That pick from jsgo was diabolical, but quick mid-take from FaZe here to get active. They can just now circle through Donut. This play into the bomb site is not bad here from the Mongolz. They would love to get a bomb plant to be able to keep the pressure up no matter what happens in this round. And it's a retake here for FaZe. The Mongolz in with a shot.
Good positions for FaZe before that bomb's even planted. Got position to potentially contain charging as the bomb is planted. Darkmeister collects 2 though. Could FaZe capitulate here? 3 on 4, just waiting for these smokes to go. Util still coming their way. There is the flash for Tikuak if he's got a chance to throw it. There is a very slow flank for the Mongolz as well.
That bomb is getting pretty ticked at the moment. FaZe have to make a move on their way forward. Jacob opens up the processions, and 2 kills starting to look pretty nice for Tikuak in the back. The spray delivered is fantastic. Now it's up to the variant. Smoke is delivered, but it's going to be a retreat here from Jacob. Knows that he doesn't have the kit, doesn't have the time, and it will be the Mongolz picking that one up with 1 player left to survive. Tikuak with the heroics with the singular AK.
FaZe reset on their CT side for the most part, just like the Mongolz were in the first half. Is this the run, you ask? We already saw a great one. I don't think that can be topped, what we saw from FaZe earlier on. Moving through the smoke. Good synchronization, but just too many man on road on that bomb site. They were handily dealt with. Mongolz have got a lot of climbing to do before they catch up to the likes of FaZe, who will go for the force buy here.
Yeah, I mean, the Mongolz did the best thing they could possibly do. Reset FaZe straight away after winning the pistol. And now they're going to be, I think, feeling some renewed confidence. It's a big comeback to make, but they're going to start off with that mid control. They've got that outer cave control as well. And the question is, have FaZe stacked? What is FaZe doing in a round like this? There's no early aggression, so you've got to be worrying about the stack or a potential trap.
Tikuak and Blitz had a very quiet first half, 3 kills for both. They've got some catching up to do in this second half.
Dangerous.
Tikuak's been so good for the squad as well. He'll be traded on this occasion. Frozen tries to look for more info, able to catch a second. That's big. He spotted the bomb as well, so he can rotate where possible. jsgo trying to find a big connection with the Deagle, buying time for the remainder to get into position as well.
Yeah, still potential here for FaZe if they want to go for this one. Only 3 players, a couple tagged up pretty desperately. No kit though, so have to move very quickly here. If you are FaZe, Jacob going to do that from Temple. Finds the first kill, evens up the numbers. 2 versus 2. A double donut setup there for the Mongolz. Another 1v1, but Blitz is more than happy to deal with that. Still looking very healthy. The 5-7 though, dangerous indeed, but Blitz will lock it in for the Mongolz.
You can see Twist there trying to run distraction, graded from mid. He was a pistoler, giving some space for the rifler to find something, rotating over towards CT as well. Not able to find the rifle on the way. But this was a really important second frag from Frozen, and spotting the bomb carrier also. A lot of information for the remainder of his team to play off of. And they responded quick enough. But it will be that 5th round for Mongolz. Putting FaZe on the pistols then. The force buy has failed.
Okay, well, mid is a really big point of focus here for FaZe. Looks like they want to try to have a collapse play. They look for a moment to kind of pounce. That smoke on red, though, is going to prevent them from really combining their numbers and forces at the moment. 9-10 out here alone. Flashing, making it feel like the Mongols are taking mid control, and that looks like it might make FaZe convinced that they can jump out. And where is everyone? There's nobody here. 9-10 has led them astray, and Blitz is the trap piece. 3K from him. That was actually so good, the awareness there from Mongolz.
Yeah, very carefully done. They got some deep mollies towards B as well. Maybe just trying to invite a response if there is one to be had anywhere. So carefully done. The threat was small. Now the threat is reasonably high. The M4s come out for FaZe. They won't have the money from AWP on this occasion, but they'll have plenty of plans, plenty of ideas. Regardless of how much Ancient they played at XSE recently, they had a hell of a first half. We did wonder if Mongolz will maybe have some hard counters once we got to their T side. But FaZe seemed to be ready for them in that first half, and maybe in the second one as well.
That's a tough 1v1 there. The trace coming in, both teams wanting to fight this one. Open battleground, jsboen with a great spray down. It's going to make it a 1v1 Blitz. 35 health here, all tagged up. Loads of time on the clock, but where is Twists?
Such a fast round into that bomb site, and it's all about timing. There's so much momentum to be had if you're able to win this round. Twist with good spatial awareness, and Blitz just doesn't have the HP. He needed the headshot there. Big round. Mongolz had to try and keep FaZe on 10 rounds there, but they're unable to do that. My word, war of attrition on EA bomb site so quickly indeed. A straight up rush in, but still they leave without the round despite all these numbers here. Great flashes, jsboen with a good transfer there as well, leaving it doable for Twist.
Yeah, like you said, that second kill from jsboen made such an immense difference. And now look at the Mongols go. They're going back into A. They want to redo into the bomb site. Will it yield a different result? The smoke's down. jsboen is behind it. And suddenly the push, it's been stopped.
What great timing for FaZe. 3 players in Donut as this rush comes through. This could be the end of the line for Mongolz. They're not going to have anything left for that last round. 3 players in Donut for FaZe. Very quickly indeed. Well poised, well positioned to deal with this push of Mongolz. Look at the money for Mongolz, or lack of rather. A perfect storm for FaZe. It's been a long road in this series for them, but they are in full control now.
Yeah, Techno, I mean, it would be amazing if he could get some guns out the hands here of FaZe. They don't have much in the way of money. I mean, the best case result is I guess, a couple of kills. That's a lot to ask for, honestly, in this position. The Mongols maybe having a read and having seen some demos. It's hard to say, but if there was a weakness on that early A-rush timing, FaZe have patched it up.
They must have asked themselves, what is expected of us going into this game of Ancient? Doesn't seem like Mongols were ever able to catch up to be at parity. One more for jsboen, who makes it 18 frags now, leading the charge. And you can see they know what that means. The body language tells its own story. Mongolz with half the score of FaZe and far less in terms of economy.
Yeah, the smoke timing there was so destructive for the Mongols, especially given that jsboen also defends against the entry fragger. That just killed all of the pace and shifted things enormously for here for FaZe. 12-6, this could be it right now for them. And the Mongols, they don't have much here to work with. Most players for them outside of B at the moment. Is it all going to finish here on this B bomb site?
They don't have a primary weapon. If you've got enough utility, then the B bomb site can be promising for a buy such as this. I'm not sure if they even have that, but they've got the numbers still, and they come for Jaboen. There's more to deal with as Twist still stands around this smoke for a moment, but it's a complete wipeout for Mongolz. They've dropped everybody that was standing on B, and they've picked up a lot of weapons as well. They've got so much to do in what remains of this half, but that's one step at least.
Hey, FaZe did it to them on the first map, let's not forget. See what can be offered here. Taking away a weapon. Frozen. Looking to take away some more, might be.
They don't have much money though here, FaZe.
It's true. They would love to get the kill onto Frozen here for sure. And there we go, in the side with the P250, sniped down, and there you go. It's going to wipe out that buy from FaZe. And it's not too far away, 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, 5 rounds is not going to be too far away. If they can completely break the money of FaZe, then every second round should be relatively easy. So we could really have a game on our hands. But again, that margin for error is completely gone for the Mongolz. Now let's see what FaZe choose to do on this one. They'll be saving almost all of their money. So on paper, sports psychology, every round is worth 2 for Mongolz if these ones are easy to deal with.
J-Bone's getting active here in the A position. Going very deep there.
Okay.
Actually finds the kill, the 5-7. J-Bone is a bit of a problem there because you've got to hold the weapon, so that's going to occupy one player's timing, and they want timings across the rest of the map here. FaZe doing damage, taking down another player, and suddenly things are getting awkward. Only 3 players with 120 on the clock. There's going to be gaps everywhere, and who wants to move into another gap? It's Jacob.
Seems nothing is free versus FaZe on Ancient right now. Blitz able to drop Jacob. J-Bowen's had his forward position this entire time on a long, so there's a lot of info here for the CT. He's just picked up a rifle. They can choose to start rotating. They might not know to climb it towards mid, but there's some fresh information from Frozen. 2v3, what is there to lose for FaZe in terms of going for this?
Yeah, there's nothing, and J-Bowen is charging in there looking for a tap. And perhaps Natu can draw some fire for him to find some engagements here. 5-7, going beyond the smoke. It's dangerous, but Darkmeister shuts that one down. And they understand that there's very likely another player from that direction. They will get a plant on J-Bowen. He's going to go and save his AK. Definitely a sensible choice.
Indeed. I think they heard him jumping around towards CT spawn as well. So they know what's happening. Looks like they want to go for the hunt. I was just watching the radar. I'm like, they're all leaving the bomb, like really leaving the bomb. But
yeah.
I think they'll be okay. So indeed, I mean, that was a scary one. You know, I kind of set it up as like, this should be a formality for the squad. Immediately get popped by a 5-7.
Yeah,
Immediately lose 2 players.
Oh man, the 5-7. You know, especially when I saw how deep J-Bowen was. I'm like, oh, very, very scary because you know the timings across their placement. That is the place where the disaster will happen. J-Bowen is going to be safe to carry this AK into the next round. So, I mean, every round's going to be dangerous here for the Mongolz. And again, I mean, just how poetic it would be if we get to overtime here, just based off of how the first map went.
Yeah, Mongolz are a strong team, but my word, FaZe have put them in check round after round, it seems.
Yeah.
But indeed, the comeback is not off the cards. And yeah, you know, each time, I mean, it helps when FaZe saves something, but each time they buy, there's not much left in the bank. So 4 rounds away, but in some ways you could argue it's 2.
And the Mongolz right now are set up for this delayed mid-take. They got outside of cave control, so they can have both of those angles to get the mid-control. But it might be a collapse actually from FaZe. FaZe might want to be able to shove everything into this mid-position again. We saw it earlier with pistols, this time with guns.
Oh dear. 5-on-3, seizing map control in mid. What can Mongolz really do to answer back? We've seen many rounds where 9-10 is able to collect a few players, given an opportunity towards mid, but unable to take it. Minutes on the clock for the remainder. Techno, Tikawak, and 9-10 trying to find a solution.
Red Room attempts. That might be the only opportunity 9-10 is afforded for an opening pick. Now FaZe, the alarm bells are ringing. They know what is being looked after. FaZe are giving all the forward space away because they know they have the numbers advantage. It does create a gap here for the Mongolz.
Twist creeping onto the side. Catching Tikawak, Techno to trade. 2 on 4. Jay Bowen's looking towards Red Room for a time. Teammate wasn't able to cover his position. That is such a good grenade. Is this the end of the line for Mongolz?
The patience here from 910. You talked about it. It's hard to bait him off of a shot. A whiff there and maybe another chance gone. Maybe a chance too many as FaZe come in, able to take down Frozen. But it's just on Techno in a known position. Another 1v1 here now for Techno to clutch this. Nate2, can he make it happen again? He will. Nate2 locks it in for FaZe as they make their way to the semifinals.
My word, that was a hell of a series for FaZe. A monstrous comeback on Nuke. Able to take control of the entire match on Ancient towards the end there as well. That's got to feel real good with new pieces on your squad coming together like that, fighting when it's difficult, controlling when they have the advantages as well, and closing things out versus a dangerous team of Mongolz is great work, and there's more work for them to do here at Blast Bounty.
And that first map, that performance on Nuke, 13 rounds in a row with your back against a map loss. We saw what happened on Mirage. FaZe saved themselves, and that's the kind of resiliency that you need to take a trophy. And so I think for the FaZe fans out there, there's going to be a lot of excitement behind what this squad was able to do in their performance in this matchup.
Speaking of, 19-11 for Jay Bowen on Ancient. I'm sure Vu will be very happy with that. He's a fragger. He is a fragger. He's putting in work for FaZe as they take another step in this tournament bracket. Really great work for FaZe.
I would certainly agree with that. It was a great work coming out from FaZe. I've got Twist standing by with me here. And Twist, let's just talk about this Nuke, because it looks like you guys were completely down and out of it. So tell me how you managed to pull this off back. It's your CT side, you start rolling it, but 13 rounds in a row. What did it take from the team?
Yeah, I mean, T side was not great. Combination of just bad calls from me, and also like I felt like we were pretty nervous. Like we were not really moving well on the map and taking initiative. Lack of information and stuff like this. So, but I think CD side, we took the one last tag pause that we had because may as well. It's already, we're facing match point already, and yeah, I feel like me and Nikki were able to say some good things to the team and get us fired up.
Can you give me some insight? What was said?
I mean, it's just. I was just saying, like, even if we don't win the map, like, let's fucking make it close at least, because it was not even close. It felt so sad to play. Like, it didn't feel like it was a team that just came from practice, just won these 2 online matches, felt hype and energy. But I started to feel it with each round we won on the CD side.
And then it kind of flips, right? You go into Mirage and we see almost the slow start struggles start again. What was happening there for you, and why were you not able to come back into once the guns came out in the second half?
Honestly, this entire series, I mean, I feel like I saw a team play at 20%. Oh, wow. That's how it felt, and I'm so happy we won despite playing at like 20%, because I don't think there's a new low that we could have reached during the game from my perspective. Yeah, Mirage, we know we have our issues. Practice was going pretty good on Nuke. Maybe it's the practice curse. Yeah, I'm just happy we won despite playing at such a low level.
So even if you're playing at a low level, then you come back into this Ancient and you dominate and you look real good, then you must be impressed that the team was able to pull their way back out of it. What did it take to make that actually possible? Because you said 20%, what was this percent going into Ancient?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I showed a lot of frustration in our practice room. Sometimes I'm trying to gauge like how good of a cop I am or how bad of a cop I can be, but I had to let some frustrations out. I think everyone felt frustrated about how the series was going, and I felt like as a collective, everyone like stepped up. It was different. I told the team, we can win just 20% more. Like we don't even need to play 100% good CS. We just need 60, 70%, and yeah, we pulled through.
Well, it sounds like the words worked, and also there's a lot of FaZe fans in here. Guys, I know you're very happy to see them make it through. They've been cheering all the way along. Anything you want to say to them?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I live in Malta, so technically it's home crowd for me. Thank you, guys.
And with that, we're going to the Bounty Bonanza.
The Bounty Bonanza is back. We got another player joining us here, and of course another audience member. If you'd like to just take a step closer to me. Frozen, congratulations on the win, but more importantly, congratulations on being selected for Bounty Bonanza.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Look, there's a lot to win. What would you be happy giving away to the audience member? There's peripherals, skins, gift cards. What do you think is the best prize?
I don't know. Is there a monitor? What do you get from
Yeah,
monitor?
there's a monitor in there.
Monitor is pretty good, no?
Okay.
I'll try my best, man, okay?
Let's talk to our audience member. Would you like to introduce yourself and tell me how many hours do you have in Counter-Strike?
Yeah, I'm Thomas. I'm a big FaZe Clan fan. I have like 4,000 or 5,000 hours, but like I'm not as good as Frozen, of course.
Maybe 10 more times that
Yeah.
you might get there. Look, this is your one chance. You can ask Frozen a question, anything you want, all right? Not every fan gets this.
My question is, what are you feeding Jay Bowen?
Feeling pretty good. I mean, he's been impressive, you know, last tournament, like the previous tournament, so far this tournament as well. Yeah, but I think that he has like a lot more to show, you know.
All right, well, hopefully
Thank
you have a lot to show us as well as you can spin that wheel, Frozen. That was a pretty decent spin. It's going around. Do you have a lucky number?
I didn't want to break it.
That's fair. It could be the Bonanza. It's number 3. It's going to be IC Market. Almost the Bonanza, but let's see what Frozen has won you. Of IC Market, you've won a $100 Steam gift card.
And that is for our player, our lovely audience member, and one of you lucky guys at home.
Make sure you invest wisely. How happy are you with that? What are you going to be doing with your $100 Steam gift card?
Probably buy another copy of CS because it's unplayable in Premiere right now, but like, we'll see.
Yeah, well, look, Frozen, I was going to say, you won for yourself. What are you going to do with $100?
I don't know, buy something nice for my girlfriend?
Okay, I like it. That's a good way to be able to spend a little bit of extra Steam cash there. But thank you guys so much for participating in Bounty Bonanza. Make sure you stick around. We've got another one coming up over our next series.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. A lot of fun had on that stage for our FaZe players, whether it was winning a little bit of Steam cash for themselves or spinning the wheel. By the way, Frozen was like, I didn't want to break it. And I feel like I got to put the PSA out there, guys. I think it's incredibly difficult to break it. So please start giving everything you have into it.
I got to put this out there. There are other prizes.
There are. You could win a monitor. I promise you.
I don't know how it keeps
monitor.
happening, but it does seem to keep happening where we're just gift card after gift card.
Yeah, there's monitors, gaming chairs, skins. You can win tickets to the next Blast event as well. I know, a little bit of a leak there, but there's some good stuff out there. We just need players to spin it harder, like how hard they're hitting in the server.
I don't know if they can spin as hard as that. You know, you have this game coming from Mongolz and FaZe. I think FaZe finally showcased the T side. The calling that I said was, I glowingly recommended Twist's not bad T side calling, and it took it to map 3 until we actually found it.
We also saw Jay Bowen once again succeeding on the T side of Ancient. It's just like this guy is actually extremely serviceable when he is pressed in a lot of these situations with the rifle, AWP. I mean, I'm glad that the fan asked what Frozen feels about Jay Bowen, because I feel like this is a guy that's actually finding a surprising amount of consistency for a new team.
And he was on Big Academy.
That is crazy. What a scout job there from FaZe, actually.
How was he stuck on Big Academy?
You never know where talent's going to come from sometimes, Zvoob, the most unexpected places, but Jay Bowen was doing amazing. The biggest notable play for him in map 3, right, because that was a lot over the series, was around 7 clutch. That one was amazing. You go, okay, now we know what everyone is seeing in them, and we could see FaZe really bringing it when it comes to that semifinals that they've secured for themselves.
This 1v3 was another reason to just get excited about this prospect, even though there are a lot of targets that Mongolz were pressuring from multiple angles. I mean, you see that this was at one point a 2 versus 5, so for him and Frozen to bring it back, first of all, hits the shot that's asked of him, some nice jiggles coming out from Tikawak. The choice from 910 here is a little bit curious that he could have just taken the freebie, but pushing through middle right here and finding the flank kill onto, I think it was Blitz actually on the bomb site, just set him up in such a great situation. And maybe you could say Techno could have played this 1v1 a little differently, commit to the walk flank, but the time was ticking down. He probably thought that he needed to find something out or find a free fight, but that moment was actually one of several where jbowen was able to have heavy contributions while on an offense that sometimes is not favorable for oppers.
I will say Mongolz definitely fumbled the 2v1 there, but at the same time, you can only hit what's in front of you for jbowen. I mean, he had a kind of gimme in a lot of rounds on Nuke back on his CT side, but still, if you put a different opper in those positions, sometimes they're just gonna miss the easy shots, and many of the shots jbowen hit this game were not easy. He put himself in a lot of great positions, and he played out from some uncomfortable spots. As you mentioned before this map, he's great when he's having to deal with multiple angles and players are actually potentially coming from those multiple angles. He can still hit those shots. He hits the fast flicks without the target acquired aspect that we saw from Jorko. I think he's actually proven himself on land in a way that I didn't expect him to be nearly this good.
What are some of your takeaways, though, for the Mongolz? Because, again, it felt like a nuke that should have been secured for them slipped away. They had a really strong Mirage, but nothing really felt like it was working to a successful amount here on Ancient.
Get me Mara. I want Mara. That's my takeaway from this. Look, you have Tikawak and Darkmeister. They're hit or miss. I think they're going to be good in the future. They have their moments. They have their timings. I think Tikawak's mechanics are very strong, but I really think this is a 2-0 if Mara's there to call a damn pause on that 13-round loss streak on Nuke.
Agreed. If they were able to just center themselves at all in this one, I think they would have already been out of here. We'd be on to the next series. I think that Tikawak and Darkmeister actually have surprisingly shown that even if you just take guys from a LAN cafe in Mongolia, they're going to be surprisingly competent and mechanically clearly skilled enough to be playing at this level. I don't even know how that keeps happening. Is there a player base there that I'm just totally unaware of? Because
apparently,
yeah, like in a lot of, I guess 50-50 duels, I would put it throughout the online stage and even today, you see these guys face off against, you know, names like Twist or how well Jacob's been playing, and they're surprisingly good at those kinds of things. But I think when they were left to their own devices on certain maps, I think Tikawak, for example, could get caught off here and there. Darkmeister, sometimes, like we've seen, doesn't always hold when it's just like professional utility is pressed against him. That's when he has trouble kind of weaving through it. And so there are tools though for him that could work. You know,
there's space for growth, and I think that that's one of the best things that can come from this for the Mongolz is they still look really good whilst knowing that the ceiling is still very high for them. Unfortunately, though, it's not going to continue at Blast Bounty. We caught up with Techno before they exited the building.
Mongolz did put up a great fight, especially with two new rookies coming through, but they weren't able to overcome things against FaZe. I've got Techno with me here. Techno, I want to talk a bit about this nuke. The start, right? It's CT side. It looks amazing for you guys. Then there had some moments where you could have closed it out, but what do you feel was the biggest reason that map slipped away from you guys?
We had a great CT side on the first halves, and second half it's all messed up, especially on the late rounds and like in the middle game. Yeah. And we could have won that game on my 1 versus 2 attempt maybe. If I could kill that guy, it was no time for them. So I think in generality we were bad on the T side of Nuke, I think. And we did, I think, some tactics and some strategies got the messed up, and that's why we lost on the Nuke.
Is that, though, maybe what you would expect when you have two new players, right? They maybe don't have all the information and know what to do in these situations?
I don't think so. Okay. It was just we were not getting duels, I think, and we got into some reads maybe, and the readings, and that's why we lost actually.
Mirage was certainly very positive though, right? And it's always been a good map for you guys. And then that momentum didn't really continue into Ancient. I know even before with the old Mongolz roster, you guys were struggling with Ancient. Is it a map that you guys have put more time into? Do you feel like it was still a problem map for you?
Not really. I think we were just mentally broke down at the beginning, so at the 1-0 round, because of that eco round. we could have been lead the first half maybe, if we won that round maybe, who knows. And yeah, we just didn't get much round from the city side and had really hard on T sides, yeah.
Overall though, right? Okay, you end here in the quarters, but you have 2 new players. Will you stay in Europe to continue practicing before EWC and keep trying to develop the team?
I'm not sure what's gonna happen next, but I'm sure we will be practice for EWC.
All right, Techno, sad to see you go, but thank you very much for your time. Good luck in future tournaments, man.
It is a shame to see Techno and Mongolz leaving Blast Bounty here, but they put up an entertaining show, and I feel like at the end of the day, as viewers, we can be happy with that, and we can just hope that it's going to continue on with maybe a little bit more success for them.
I think as Maui said before, you see Darkmeister, you see Tikawak, they have the makings, they have the potential. You can't teach mechanics as much as you can teach how to defend a good exec, how to position yourself well, make trades more effectively. I think we will see more from the Mongolz. It's just going to take them a bit of time.
Only thing I'm concerned about moving forward is that very frequently the Mongols go back to Mongolia between tournaments, and I know they do that. They don't want to get burnt out.
I mean, that normally happens when you don't live in Europe.
Yeah, but like, I think they would just do so much good for Tikawak and Darkmeister to just get a couple more reps against European teams in practice. Whereas, I mean, they've also admitted that even though they like to do that, they don't get the best practice when they're in Asia. So that's where your hopes sort of they kind of peter out because you're not sure if it's going to actually get better. Yeah, yes, they'll learn from this live environment, but whereas other teams will go back to the drawing board, they'll probably have more strategies or setups, especially to help out the rookies. I don't know what Mongols are going to bring that changes from today to the next tournament.
And that's what's been so successful for FaZe, right? Their preseason isn't just this Blast Bounty. They've been having a lot of warm-up for themselves, and now we see it really kick into gear for themselves to make it to a LAN, to make it now out of quarterfinals and into a semifinals. Are we getting a little too hopeful, Vu?
I'm not all that hopeful for FaZe. I think they're about to run up against a brick wall, but at the same time, I'm hopeful for their future. I think that Jay Bowen is incredible. I think they've needed this op upgrade for quite a while. Jacob, it's taken him over a year. It's taken him almost forever, but he's serviceable. Now I think he's been serviceable with Twist side yelling. So I'm hopeful for their future, but unfortunately, I would have predicted against them winning a Tier 1 LAN this year because they're just going to run into an unfortunately much stronger team in the next round.
Agreed. I don't think that they've caught up in every aspect. They're kind of, I mean, in a way, they're similar to the Mongols because they have a couple guys that are still getting bedded in. I mean, Natu still looked kind of rocky in a lot of moments, actually, I'd say here. I mean, if they play a MOUZ or Spirit, that's where I would imagine the road ends. I haven't looked at the exact veto or the draft show and how it's going to break down just yet, though.
Yeah, I could imagine it's going to be one of those two that they will be going up against. But look, still a big win for them here. The fashion that they did it, it's amazing. Just super impressed with the growth they've been able to have for themselves. But I'm more interested in the growth that could happen for you guys, not as analysts, but as Counter-Strike players, because I do know that if you head over to Refrag, there are so many different modes that could improve you as a player. This one that we're looking at here is called the Momentum mode, where you can work on your movement.
There weren't any players that I saw explicitly mess up their movement today, but...
That's because they were using Refrag.
Yeah, exactly. I think they probably were. So yeah, lots of obviously realistic situations in which you want to improve your movement in these. You're not going to just... I mean, there's one thing, I'd say, Vu, where you just jump into a KZ server and you work on general movement, but I think live environments like this are a lot more practical, so it's not just you trying to, AD strafe off of a ladder. It's like, when are you actually even going to do that in a real match?
Yeah, some of these are a little on the easy side, let's say, but maybe, you know, if you're a lower level player, you need the practice on some of the easier jumps, like jumping from stairs to Tetris. That one was tough. Okay.
That actually was kind of legit.
That one was legit.
This one's good too.
This one is good.
Oh.
Give it to us. Give it to us.
Ooh, nice. Clean.
He's been practicing.
That's clean right there. Also, Refrag has various other game modes, which you can see at refrag.gg/blast. I think Darkmeister would probably appreciate going into some of the defender modes, especially against executes when they're running at him on those bomb sites, so we can practice dodging the flashes and also getting multi-kills.
Do they have a mode where you don't miss someone with your knife?
You're not allowed to bring this on.
I wasn't going to say it. I wasn't going to say that.
Which mode is that,
PM.
Maui? Which mode is that?
Knifer.
That's
We're just
still
making
a
up
work in
game modes.
progress.
R.
Yeah.
That one's a work in progress, all right? I think everyone wants to try and erase that one from their memory. That's something that Refrag can work on, as well as Darkmaster there. But we're going to head to a break, and we come back. Our quarterfinals continues. We've got paiN up against Astralis.
All right, we're at the Blast Bounty with Astralis, who've obviously qualified through the online portion, now making it to the LAN. First things first, I just kind of want to get it out of the way. I feel like the way you guys bowed out of Cologne and some of the comms that sort of came out there showed some tension, that there was some frustrations about maybe a lack of communication or people taking responsibility in those moments. How is that going to be avoided in this season?
Like, I think the tension, or whatever you want to call it, is just from us not being happy about how we perform, and I think that is something we all agree with on the team. In terms of like the in-game stuff, I think we try to change style a little bit now, going a bit more back to what we did in the start of the year, and I think it will suit people better. Yeah, hopefully that will fix some stuff.
I mean, I agree. You all said it was end of the season, and like as he said, after like a couple of rough tournaments, of course, it gets tough to know how what the solution should be, and then we just tried to fix something fast, which was not the best solution. We found out, and now we are kind of starting on a fresh one with a good long break, you know. So the mental is refreshed, and we're not like too much thinking about the tough tournaments we had before the break. Now it's like a new season, and we got some new people as well in the organization too. So that's also something new.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at specifically the players not here, Ryu and FaZe, it seemed like when they first joined Astralis, they seemed to have some pop-off games, some good events. Now they've really been struggling. You think specifically your change-up in playstyle is going to help them?
We were playing like this kind of more loose freestyle in the start of the year, and then we gradually got more and more structured to a point where it was like way too structured for people to feel comfortable. We kind of had to make the mistake to realize that people were not feeling comfortable enough to like show their full potential, and hopefully, like, I don't expect us to, you know, just snap back into like what we did when we were the best, but you know, that we will see some signs of improvement and then get there.
I'm actually curious more about your position stare, because now you've had some time playing all or most of pretty much all the good spots. So how does it feel now going toe to toe with all the best players in all those best positions?
I mean, it feels good. It's my positions I like the most. I also think I thrive the most in those. I mean, I don't know if you can say I am like toe to toe with the best, because I think our competition hasn't been as good as the others. Like sometimes we have had some tough tournaments and like went out kind of fast, so we didn't meet like Vitality and Spirit as much as some other teams maybe did. But I definitely like it and feel very comfortable in my positions now.
Two-part question. What are your guys' expectations for this part of the bounty? And then afterwards, what are the expectations for the season, or what are the goals?
I mean, we haven't really talked result-based expectations. I think it's kind of, even though we didn't change lineup, it's still very new, and we just want to do like better and better. And of course, for the whole VRS thing, it's important to get some random wins under the belt, not necessarily like winning an event, but get some wins and play better than we have been doing, and get people comfortable. I think it's just what we have been talking a lot about, that we want to feel good playing again, because we were not feeling good the last few events of last season. So.
Of course, we know that Astralis is a very good team. They have 5 good players, in my opinion. And all the time when we play against them, it's a hard match, because they play a really good CS. And yeah, I'm trusting the team, of course. I'm really confident to that match, because in Cologne we make the win. And yeah, hope we can make this again. And yeah, let's do it.
How much has changed for you guys that'll be maybe enough to get the win today? Is it already enough time for you to be able to put up that fight?
It's more than enough. They don't know what's coming.
Oh,
they have no idea. They have no idea.
They have no idea what's coming, says Hooksy there. A lot of confidence being translated into this best-of-3 series. And rightly so, they've had a fair amount of time to be able to prepare for what is this land portion. 1 day extra from the draft showed in our teams that went up against each other yesterday. And so it does feel like, yeah, if you're going to buy yourself that little extra bit of time, you got to have the confidence.
And I think Astralis sounds like they needed the time. I mean, when you're looking at it, they are talking about changing their playstyle going into the major, and then changing their playstyle style going into this season, trying to get a little bit less rigid to make their players a little more comfortable in their positions. And I'm hoping we're going to see it here, because if we see the same Astralis we saw at the major, paiN take this one easy.
Yeah, a reminder for everybody. I mean, they crashed out Astralis, that is, in stage 2, when they were probably on almost everybody's pickups. They were a very firm favorite to make it through that stage, and you could just see that the frustrations were eating them up, that the calm listen-ins we had from the team were really just HooXi demanding more from everybody. And like Vu said, they had to go back to the drawing board. In the director's cut of that interview we saw between these series, he talked so much about how they tried making things more structured, they tried adding more set pieces, more set plays, but what was working for them so well earlier in the season, when they made it to a deep run at EPL, a grand finals at PGL Bucharest, it was a little bit more of a looseness.
Yeah, when I go back to that interview, one of the things I think we did miss in that is he also talked about just accepting that sometimes a player is going to go for a play, they're going to make an individual read. Sometimes it's going to go wrong, sometimes it's going to go right. And you have to accept the bad with the good. HooXi seemed like he took a little bit of effort to be able to accept that, to be able to say, hey guys, we're going to make the individual plays so that our players are comfortable, so FaZe can actually get some kills once in a while. And in order to do that, we're going to lose some rounds that maybe don't look that good.
Now, when we had our matchup between FaZe and Mongolz, we knew that it was going to be close, right? But we didn't expect it to play out the way that it did. Could we see the same happen between paiN and Astralis? Do you see them as a big ebb and flow sort of teams that might be neck and neck throughout the maps? Or is it you're going to have one really strong side for them, and when we flip into the second half, it's going to be a different story?
It's a great question. I feel like both of these teams are I would hope they're a little more balanced because they've just been together for longer. So I wouldn't expect to see just flat T sides after really strong CT sides. I think that happens a little bit more with new teams, but because both of these teams have played, well, paiN hasn't played a full season with Safe, but it's getting close to that, and Astralis absolutely did. You're gonna see teams that kind of have more varied win conditions and losing conditions.
Yeah, when you're looking at teams with FaZe and Mongolz, they're both changing multiple players in very recent memory, changing IGL for FaZe. You're expecting some inconsistency. You're expecting them to have put a lot of effort to train one side of a map or one map in particular, and then they've let the other things kind of flow. They've fallen apart. And you look at the paiN and Astralis, they're talking about making lots of changes, but these are changes in their approach, in their play style. These are changes that are much smaller. You're still going to have those players that are, the teamwork is there, the coordination is there to have a little more consistency half to half.
And that big question mark around Astralis is that support staff change up. How do you integrate a new coach for you? How do you make sure that you're not just necessarily having an exclusive cutoff ecosystem that he just has to jump into, but also you're buying into what he brings? And so looking at what they've been playing so far here at Blast Bounty, having gone up against Nemesis and Ho2, where would you think the balance is outside of what Neo has given us in the previous interviews?
So Neo has been a little bit more stand back, see what's happening with Astralis, find little ways to make small marginal improvements. What piqued my interest more when we also talked to this duo in Stair and HooXi was that the way that they've been incorporating Ursula, the former performance coach of Na'Vi, was that they weren't really sure exactly how much it's paying off, but she talked about bringing more in terms of consistent energy, not just slamming an energy drink or a coffee right before the match, peaking at one point and then just tapering off. They wanted to have a consistent source of energy because communication issues were more than apparent for Astralis in the past when they would get dominated, especially on their own T sides, because people don't know who should go next. Is someone walking in by themselves? Should this be a pair of us? Is someone flashing? There were just too many solo plays that were going in too many different directions, or it was just the most one-note thing ever. So now I expect them to be a lot more concerted with their efforts in terms of teamwork.
Are you saying she might be getting them to go to bed earlier, Maui?
I don't like that. I don't like when performance coaches do too much with the bedtime, okay? These guys are face-it grinders at night. Sometimes the best individual practice you can get is at midnight.
I mean, I have to agree with you on the topic of the communications. You heard at the major, I think there was a specific comm where HooXi is saying we need to take accountability. Accountability where? There seemed to be a lot of frustration. I think this is the type of thing a performance coach can certainly help with.
Well, how much accountability do you think is resting on FaZe right now? Because when we look at his stats and his performance that's been happening right now at Blast Bounty, I do question where is he sitting for himself and maybe getting a little too caught up in what does feel like quite a bit of a rough performance, and how much of it is the team isn't really being set up in an environment that we're seeing FaZe in positions to make this better.
Nat, I'm going to sugarcoat this.
Oh, please do, I need it.
His stats have been terrible. And that's me sugarcoating it now.
Wow.
Statistically, he is really bad. Like, it's really...
It's an anomaly, but not in the way you want it to be.
But it's a huge drop-off because actually for the first three months of this year, I had FaZe in that short sample size as one of the top 20 players. The most notable series that he had this year was the quarterfinals, where he just completely bodied Spirit. That's Spirit, you know, that he actually just completely destroyed, and you would want to see more of that. What I feel like has kind of moved away from FaZe is the setup. I don't always feel like on the CT side especially, you're getting as many boosts for him, as many people that are supporting him with nade break sort of utility, whereas in the early season, it felt like in the honeymoon, everybody wanted to help everybody out. Everybody was like, yeah, I'll boost you, FaZe. Yeah, I'll break that nade for you. Yeah, I'll throw something so that you can get set up with that op and then post on the angle. But then I feel like they just kind of left him to his own devices, and then you just kind of cut out his legs from underneath him. He needed that sort of support in order to get into these advanced positions, which caught people off.
Yeah, this is what I was really hopeful for in the Hooksy interview, where he's talking about we need to let our players make mistakes. I read that as we need to let FaZe, we need to let Ryu make their plays, have confidence to do what they need to do in order to perform. Because so often, I mean, you see this with Liquid operators. They come in, they're aggressive, they're effective, and then, oh, you're making too many mistakes or too many opening deaths. We need you to play more passive. And then for an opera, I think confidence is such a huge part of your game. Once you get that taken away from you, I think it's very hard for him to perform. So I have hopes that FaZe can get back to the performance that we did see in that Spirit series. Maybe that's a little higher than we're likely to see, but we can see him have pop-off performances from time to time. I think if he's unleashed the way he was at the beginning of this roster.
Well, we can give them ideas, reasons, maybe even part speculation, right? But we don't know the root cause. The only people who can give us more information on that are Hooksy and FaZe themselves.
I want to also talk to you a bit about FaZe, because at the beginning he was such a lights out, standout player for you guys. What has happened in your perspective with him, and what is being done to try and bring him back up to that level? Because obviously you know how good he can be, but it's just not there at the moment.
Yeah, I've gotten this question a lot of times. I've also thought about it a lot of times, like if people have the answer to get him to be like the best version of himself, be my guest. We're obviously working on it. I think a lot of it is on my shoulders because I've been too harsh on him, and maybe that cost a lot of confidence. You know, it's always with good intent, but you know, if you get too much criticism in the end, it can do more, you know, harm than good. And then I think just also transitioning from playing in all these like kind of weird teams he was playing in before, where like maybe he didn't have, you know, he didn't had as many opportunities and responsibilities in terms of communicating, making decisions, and all this stuff. It was more like maybe puggy, and I think especially on the city side, you know, there's a lot of potential to be released still, and I hope that you know, throughout the next 6 months we can release some of that.
FaZe, you had an amazing start to your time with Astralis, but it does seem like you've hit a bit of a slump right now. I want to just ask you, what do you put that down to?
I think it's different factors for sure. As you said, it did feel good in the start. Definitely some standout events as well, and been a bit slower recently. I think one part is like we changed quite a lot of our game before the major, try to mix it up a little bit. So maybe that was a bit tough for me. I think now as well at the beginning of this season now, it's been decent so far, I think. Could be better, of course, but yeah, slowly getting back into it, hopefully.
And I know you've always been not shying away from grinding and getting through it, but do you think part of it could be also mentality, and maybe is that something that Ursula, the new performance coach, can help you with?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think when you start noticing those patterns yourself, that you're maybe playing worse or something, it's easy to get into your own head. Yeah, definitely nice to have some more help with that. Yeah.
Love that follow-up question from Banks there, kind of talking about what we, you know, had a small touch on there is Ursula, right? Their mental coach coming in, and he's sort of giving her props, maybe not massively, but saying it is nice when there is someone else to bring you out a little bit of this pattern and this slump that you might not really know that you're in. You kind of put your blinkers on and you see there is nothing else. It is just this deep dark tunnel with no light at the end of it. And someone goes, actually, there's a lot of people around you that are willing to help you out of that.
I think there's only so much you can praise a performance coach before the performance improves.
No, wait until you see it, bro.
Like, if they start winning events, I think they're going to be talking very highly of Ursula. Until then, you can only see the small things. You know, she's trying to get you out of your own head. She's trying to manage the energy, manage the communication with the team. These are all great. It's just gonna take some wins before you really see high praise actively.
No, I get that for sure. We can then also have a little bit more of a wider look between these two teams, right? We focused a lot on Astralis, but looking at Stare up against Snow here, and I do want to know, where do you sit with this head-to-head when you look at these two players next to each other?
This is a pretty clear Astralis favored matchup when you get both of these guys in a lot of the best positions for their teams. Stare has been delivering with the obvious huge rating. Well, it's pretty much he's diffing him pretty hard, actually. And Snow, on the other hand, kind of a hit or miss player. The only thing that actually works in the favor of paiN, though, is Snow destroyed Astralis last time in this matchup. So you could hope that he tries to replicate that sort of performance, but against a wider level of opposition, and generally speaking, higher level of opposition, Stare has been one of, for me, the top 20 guys this year.
I think they've been trying to change Snow up a little bit. He was kind of in some split positions role-wise coming into this year. They've tried to amalgamate his positions across maps. I think they've done a good job of that, but he's still an inconsistent force. You know, you see that game against Astralis, he drops over 100 ADR. That's not the Snow we see consistently. Whereas on the Stare side, you don't see him necessarily dominate in the top tier matchups when he plays a Vitality. He's going head-to-head with their best players very often, and he might struggle to find consistency there. But I think against this level of opposition, we generally see a Stare that is consistently the better player in these sorts of matchups.
Well, this is that weird position that I'm in now, because you're giving me one information on a player of overall not really performing that well in Snow, but specifically up against Astralis, we love him. So when we look at paiN as a whole lineup, then is it, yeah, I do favor them just that slight bit more, knowing that we might have a Snow that really steps up?
I honestly got pulled over by Hooksy a little bit. I do prefer paiN, but when he said they have no idea what's coming for them, I believe them. I have no idea what's coming for paiN. I thought they were going to win.
paiN are in a position right now that is just hoping that things get better, and really, I think that they've changed enough with their style that it's made, there's less guesswork for some of their guys. I think before, in the previous iteration, because they had, in my opinion, better players, like when they had Davideus and when they had DGT, those are guys you can rely on to just be a little bit more self-sufficient. I think that Bigozera has kind of constricted everybody, but it's been to their benefit. I think that they actually have much more cohesive T sides, and you don't see as many kind of random deaths from guys like Pyria and VSM who took too many liberties when they first joined this roster.
Yeah, what about Safe then specifically as this player? When I look at that lineup, that's a name that when we were watching them play Maui, we did like to bring up every now and then, because there were those moments where like, oh, okay, didn't know you had that in you.
Yeah, when Safe first joined this team, I felt like it was just kind of it was like an emergency plan for them, because obviously NQZ in the previous season benched himself. He then transferred to MIBR, and then now they're having to bring back Safe. And at first, he was also quite bad. He would go neck and neck with FaZe for Vu's way of sugarcoating it terrible. They were both pretty bad oppers. But now at this bounty, you're seeing a new side of him. You're seeing him regain some of that form that, as a reminder, it's nice to see him in this jersey again, because that's where he was at his best. He was best next to Bigozera, because he was that budding star as he was, and then he had to go through the trials and tribulations of playing with Furia, kind of just having to work in that sort of system, which never really favored him. Same thing happened to him with MIBR, and I think he's having to realize he doesn't need to just support Art and K Serato anymore. He can now just play for Safe, because they need a guy who's going to take over games, and Safe has been doing that in doses.
Yeah, you see NQZ replaced by Safe, and I agree, he struggled at first, but we did see back on paiN, back in the day, he was a quite solid opper. He was really touted as one of the oppers coming up to join a team like Furia, but then he never really, he kind of fizzled, you know, he never really performed to the level that we wanted to see. I think we're seeing glimpses of it now into this season, this event. I think we posted 1.20 rating so far, very solid. We need to see him keep it up though against higher opposition. We need to see him perform that way against Astralis here.
Let's hear some of his thoughts leading into this series, because Banks was lucky enough to get a couple of words from him.
So if you had an impressive online stage at the Bounty and a crazy Mirage game against NIP, where did that come from you?
Maybe I just on the flow of the game, you know, and really wanted to qualify for Malta, so yeah.
In terms of that, I looked back, it's your best performance since April 2024. Did you do something like more practice coming in? Did you change anything? Like, are we maybe going to get the best of Safe again?
Not really, you know. You just keep working, you know, try to do the best that you can. And I think things just come naturally, and I was just blessed for the performance.
Now it's already your 6th event with paiN in this jersey, getting to know the team, getting to know the way biguzero wants you to play. Can you tell me about just the freedom he's giving you, how the system works for you, and just your thoughts on it? Because there's been a time where you were once a leader, right? And you were making decisions on things.
I think it's pretty similar from the last time that I was in paiN, you know, because of PKL and how biguz see things. Okay. And so coming back, just, you know, the first few events is kind of, you know, what I can do to help them, and what are their mindset and how they see the game. But after a while, you know, just kind of get used to it. And I mean, just bringing the experience to help the other guys as well. So I think that's it.
And I want to look at that experience, because you have so much experience now from the top level. Do you have a bigger voice in the team in helping biguzero out?
Yeah, I think so. I think in the prep part as well, you know, trying to do preps for the other teams. And that's something that I was doing at MIBR, but kind of, you know, just fell apart kind of, because nothing was working when I was back there the last few months, which was kind of sad because we were working really hard as well. And now in paiN, I just, you know, trying to be the experienced voice, trying to calm the comms down a little bit, and helping the prep as well. So.
It isn't so much about what Safe is saying is his roles within this team, but just how clear it is as to what he is giving. That's what feels nice, because sometimes the water gets a little bit muddied when you bring someone in and you go, okay, are they giving too much? Is their voice not really being heard? Is it pushed to the wayside? Where exactly are you helping? He goes, these are all the roles in which I'm filling, and that's so nice to see. And I'm hoping it will get a different result than what he was describing over at MIBR.
I just am a little bit concerned that he's going to play a little too selfless when he talks like this. Because I would rather an Opper take control, take command of games. It feels like in the games that I've seen so far at the Bounty Online especially, when push comes to shove, he can deliver. He can be explosive. Sometimes he can be a great late round player, but I don't know if that means he's always asking for enough. When it really, in my eyes, yes, you have Puri and VSM who look like nice prospects, but I would rather you try to set up the AWP. It's the most expensive gun for a reason, and if you center your defense around Safe, who has lately, or at least at this event, been the hot hand, why not feed that a bit more?
I think occasionally you do see Oppers go to a level above. They struggle to perform. That team says, hey, you're throwing flashes now, you're playing selfless, you're playing for the team, and then they go to a lower level team where they could be this aggressive star, and they could be trying to perform against a team like Astralis, and they don't take that for themselves. They don't say, I need this, I need these resources to perform, and then you struggle to see them evolve. I actually think at this event, at least, Safe has been very solid. They do give him opportunities to get aggressive. I think if he performs in those aggressive positions, they will only continue to give him more reins to do this aggressive play when he needs to.
Well, there's only one more thing that I really need, and it isn't necessarily from you guys, but it is going to be our veto, so let's see exactly how it's going to play out. We're going to be looking at our veto picks and bans here, starting off with an ancient ban from paiN. Maui's nodding his head, so there's no real surprise in that ban. It is going to be followed up by Anubis being banned out here. And any guesses as to what could potentially be that first map picked up?
I think we just want to see a run back, probably. The obvious difference is that there's no overpass in the pool, but yes, paiN go back to the well. They beat Astralis on it back at the major. And now the question for me, and I would pose it to Vu, is where do Astralis go? Because I think your trusty overpass is out of the picture.
Yeah, overpass gone. There's not too many maps that you can really think of for Astralis. I think Inferno does make some
Okay.
sense. I think they've had a lack of practice on that map recently, but it is historically a map they've been pretty solid on.
Yeah, I felt like it could have gone in a couple places. I mean, the thing is that Astralis themselves kind of like Nuke, so that's why I feel like HooXi is very confident going into this sort of game, because last time around, I think that there's a lot of work that they could have done to see what they messed up, how they were probably too aggressive in certain aspects. So I think, yeah, okay, we're not getting the cash here.
That's the most disappointing thing about today.
I know, not
Both
enough of
series
it.
not getting any cash.
Not quite enough of it, is there? And for the final ban, Dust 2, which should put us to Mirage. I would probably say that this veto does favor Astralis, though. I like that I mean, paiN going back to Nuke shows that confidence, but at the same time, I really think Astralis looked like a really solid Nuke team for a lot of last season.
Yeah, the problem with Astralis on Nuke is I think they have some individual players that struggle to perform. This is a paiN map where they're very consistently picking this map. Surprisingly, in their last series, NIP picked it into them and found out, hey, paiN's actually pretty damn good on Nuke, but Astralis could have seen this coming. I think you play a paiN as Astralis, you play them on it at the major, you know Nuke's coming. They're going to have a plan for this one.
Look, they're going to have a plan for Nuke, but there is one thing else that we can feel is pretty inevitable Nuke. Most likely overtime, right? Because that's what's been delivering here in Malta. I'm hoping it's going to be just as a close series when we do get into it, because it is going to be paiN up against Astralis with Scrawny and Launders.
1 round shy of overtime last time these two teams clashed. That's right, Astralis and paiN having locked horns at the major. Now with Overpass out of the pool, like our analyst told us, we've got a slightly varied matchup in front of us, Mo, but it was one that Snow particularly played very well in back in Cologne. So I think that's who they'll be hoping for can tap back into it. We see the prediction, and well, Astralis, can they deliver is the big question tonight.
The big question indeed.
Big old question. And
I
back
wonder.
to you.
I wonder, because the vibes seem pretty bad right now for Astralis. Like HooXi always keeps it real. So you get the interview, and then he goes, "Well, you know, we're playing like shit, and we don't feel that good." But then it also matches up to exactly kind of how it's been. And I think a real problem, B-Tram brought up the stat on FaZe. He was struggling. He has been struggling for the last 3 months. And the reason we got excited about this Astralis lineup was FaZe.
Yes.
It was directly related to how awesome and explosive, and you know, he was this aggressive opper that we've never really seen on Astralis before, and that made it very fun, and it seemed to work very well, especially when you look at some of the pieces on this team. HooXi's called for an aggressive style of play on G2. Gabby played on an aggressive, heroic, and FaZe loves that style. Stair always been very explosive, so it felt like that was everything clicking at the same time, and a bit of a mystery as to why the consistency hasn't kept up for FaZe. I feel like he's going to be, you know, the finisher of the conversation in this series to determine whether or not Astralis are back in form.
To FaZe that said he felt as though this season was feeling a little bit better, but he does still finish the online portion with a 1.05. Rio gets overwhelmed, FaZe can't deliver, and Snow's got a pretty quick headshot onto the Astralis in-game leader. You love a 5v3 at this point. If you're paiN, group up and a follow through down into the B site. Nobody can put up resistance here for the Astralis camp. paiN on the brink of a T-side pistol to no resistance.
It feels like paiN are in some kind of uptrend. I mean, chemistry, like it's clicking a little bit. Safe is fitting in a way that we weren't sure about, obviously, NQZ. Size 13's on NQZ, you know what I mean? Those are big shoes to fill. To me, this matchup does look like that classic. One team is trending up. Both teams inconsistent. One team's trending up, one team's not. And so therefore, form-wise, you can really see it for paiN. I never like predicting paiN because you just never know what you're going to get out of this team. They're so hard to like forecast. But like this week, they do feel pretty good.
Yeah, I never like predicting them to win, but I do enjoy watching them win.
Oh, definitely.
You know, that's the weird duality of paiN at times. And they have been kind of alleviating that curse. You know, the B-Tram's numbers backed this up when we said that, like, they'll watch them lose their map picks in far too many series.
Yeah.
That really hasn't been as as big of an issue here at Bounty. So I think that kind of taps into, like you're saying, that upwards trend surely helps when you can just win out. And again, it was a 13-11 victory back in Cologne on this very map. You had paiN working hard for that win. Snow a driving factor. Now Desert Eagles at distance don't even really pressure that cross out of paiN, so they'll take up secret control, leave VSM on top of main. The answer from Astralis, instead of trying to press up against Outer, to get this information inside of lobby. So they're going to crunch, find that clear, and we'll see what that does in terms of opening rotates lower. But paiN have also kind of hit the pause button for a second, taking over the vents. Ryu is in position, the one and only here for Astralis.
It's real crazy seeing Imperia still on T roof. I wonder how he's going to punish in this spot. I mean, this is calling the round over, though. We don't know that yet.
Oh! Stairs here now and finds that headshot on the three-player scramble that just burst down the door. No answer. What? Not one kill from paiN in the three players that try to push out that single door.
Down the vent, I mean, VSM doesn't... Okay, he'll get cleared now, but it won't matter. He gets the kill on Hooksy. One vulnerable player in the back of the site.
Teammates still all the way back up in lobby. I mean, this is very much VSM alone, and bomb possession here for Astralis. This one's done. Wow. You got a whole squad of players ready for VSM to even hope he can take that bomb.
You never know what you're going to get with paiN.
Even with the frag, he would have had to extend into the site. Everybody else would have found him. So paiN win the pistol and then trip up over their own feet, not being able to exit single. You know, it's one thing, I think, for the player back site. Hold on. AK? Okay. Held. Ryu getting his, cool, he's got cover, he is deep in the site, it catches you off, but Stair exposed on the base of ramp to that three-player scramble out the door, that's a 5-7 headshot that really sets this up on a jumping player, no less. Like this one, you understand, guy's not looking at him, etc.
That one? That one I don't understand. Any one of those traits could have been a multi-kill. Instead, just the CT's coming up. It's like they traded aim between the pistol and the anti-eco. paiN came out hot.
So Astralis quick to put a stick in the spokes of paiN. Over the handlebars they go. Face plant in round 2. Guns shift hands in the form of that Galil for Ryu. With a deep angle. Oh, just not quick enough to the trigger. In fact, not on the trigger. Doesn't shoot back. VSM finds the headshot.
Yeah, pretty solid clear. Actually makes things a little sketchy. And it could come down to Piria's awareness because there'll be players on both sides of him.
Yeah, nice
check off here for Yabby.
And Yabby was a monster in the online portion of Bounty. Above a 1.4 rating over the 6 maps they played. I mean, huge driving force in their success.
This is an interesting setup from Astralis. They kind of preset all their final rotations. They have one playing clock. They had that side position inside a secret. Not ready to, I guess because they didn't have utility, they thought, all right, let's just cheat into all these positions. And a stealth flash gets Hooksy killed. Or sorry, it gets Hooksy the kill.
That Tech9 not able to entry. The scout now at bat, and you've got players here ready to swarm. I mean, Rio's just going to fly up that ladder if Jabby needs it. Big if. Jabby delivers his first multi-kill of the game with the triple versus the force buyback from paiN. And now they are strapped for cash, damn near all sub $2,000. This is a fantastic way for the CT side to start now. And that's the weird one. I mean, this is such an off angle from Stair, I think, in terms of your first position. You think about people playing secret. This is your first round there, and you take that corner, and I think you'd get a kill.
Yeah.
But VSM, good head on those shoulders.
Hey, this is a smart guy.
Nice double! AK, hop,
Jabbo?
Give me that AK.
Yes, Jabbo? Who would be Jabbo? Is it
Jabby?
Was it, though? Not Yabo?
Nade in the pack, pistols push through, and yeah, shooting gallery in the ramp room. If Astralis can really get through this one unscathed, oof, they're eating, and eating well. Cash in the back pockets, staving off paiN's attempts. Obviously, again, kind of embarrassing round 2, but here comes paiN's rebound with a full buy.
That's a fair bit of momentum that they just grabbed off that second round. They've done very well to find this spot. paiN are like a box of chocolates, man.
Stairs hoping to go unnoticed with this fight back main queued up in a moment, or if he's even better off, it's that silo blindside. But you can see the attention turn. Yeah, lovely stuff to wallbang that box. VSM's not falling for your tricks.
That might have just been a mistake of his gun.
Ooh, and then Snow gives it back over, losing a duel to FaZe by a 7 health difference. One shot will get that job done. Ryu down, tagged out by VSM. And then FaZe's lucky to be alive. He goes from 7 to 2 HP.
How does that only do 5 damage? It's a distance and a wallbang.
You'd think there's nothing FaZe can get done in this round now, and so pressure on Jabby and Hooksy to be heroes downstairs. And Jabby's in the right spot, but can't win the duel. It's Big Uzera right in with the impact. B-site now clearly belongs to paiN. And so, yes, embarrassing, they can't convert the pistol, but their first real gun round back into the action, and they rebound from what was looking scary only for a moment, right? Losing Snow outside, but VSM gets so much more value after Snow's death that this one comes up convincing. Oops. Little, however, cost for the road as FaZe has now secured his exit.
That was fun watching VSM go for taps like that from on top of the silo. You don't normally see that. Yeah, it felt very old school. And that was a two-way street. Ryu was like, let me try that.
Yeah, can you die, please? But no. What's Jabby mad about? Hang in there, buddy.
I don't like losing either.
Well, Astralis still up 3-2 and able to reset into full guns. Now we've got the op on FaZe, which with as much presence as we've had outside, we'll see how he wants to get his hands on this round. A reminder that you can always live trade the game on Polymarket.
All right, FaZe. We've been waiting for this. We're on land now, so we can forget about anything that happened before. Got a CT side nuke.
Hey there!
Just there, doesn't get tricked.
Where are you going, buddy? Jabby from the top rope, drops the elbow on 2, and this one, pretty much a wrap already. Safe and VSM very much separated, so they can try to get stringy, creepy, and crawl out into a fight that could maybe reopen this, but bombs inside of the hut. They're gonna chuck a nade on it. That does 2 damage, but now safe dead downstairs. VSM, this is a long save, brother, if you even want to try it.
He's like trying to find the bomb, I feel like.
You can see his eyes just glued to the radar.
I'd like to know where it is, too. This game's really funny because has any round been close? It's just been like paiN, insane on the pistol. Astralis, insane on the force buy. Astralis, 2 conversions that are super simple. paiN run over Astralis on their first buy, and then Astralis answer right back.
Hey, J-Raz, where's that bomb at? This is a beautiful cinematic angle, but...
Ooh, okay, we can go...
Okay, he's smooth. Oh, he's smooth, eh? Oh, he's smooth. Okay,
wow.
He's smooth.
He went to the sauna this morning.
Yeah, I heard they threw a goose in there.
They're telling me there was like a sauna goblin.
Okay. Pimps?
It's...
Oh, no?
He would do it. He said it's when someone, they put their finger up between the benches.
Okay. Yeah, and?
I don't know. That's what the Danish guys were telling me. They asked me to come, but I didn't look very excited when they told me that. But Jay, he's really excited.
It's got him locked in.
He said he's a brand new man. That's what he said.
How does one become the sauna goblin? Just asking for a friend. Is there a...
I think first you got to do it for free.
You got an application
work your
link
way
or
up.
something? I'm looking for a new hobby. I mean, my friend's looking for a new hobby.
Yeah, I think volunteering is probably the best route.
Okay. Passion then. Yeah.
I think everyone asks for money, to get a job like that, but you need a self-starter.
Well, I'm a freelancer after all.
Well, paiN are a bit stretched thin. It's kind of a lot riding on this round and not a lot to work with. Low util means this is going to be it should be an easy round for FaZe. I think we could put it that way. He might have a couple chances as, some angles will have to get peaked without utility. He's playing outside. Okay, got the wall smokes up. There's a blow this open. Just barely missing his crosshairs, though. It's not bad for paiN.
Still no confirmation, even though there's 5 players over here. Even that nade doesn't confirm any actual number. Well spammed.
There we go. There's info.
You get Pyria dead and then safe also. Unknown to Astralis, but down to 40 HP. They could still try to play the numbers game downstairs. Obviously, they had a Tech9 player to spare. But Astralis, just because of the silence, have also decided to move numbers lower. And these are 2 strong spots for the defenders to try to now hold off this explosive attempt to take over the bomb site. Single door swung. Jabby waiting for the single peek. Safe takes his time, though. He's got the Tech9, so why would he really swing into that duel? Lets the riflers come out from double doors, and that catches Jabby off awkwardly.
Again, really tense moment.
All in.
Want this.
Ramp retake, smoke flash to try to get you out, or maybe a FaZe op shot to really get the ball rolling. Oh, but down goes Stair first and foremost. Now it's HooXi onto the AWP. And as he walks out, FaZe goes down. HooXi still just waiting for something to shoot at. Very nicely done from paiN, tiptoeing their way into lower, just shrouded behind those outer smokes. And things could have gone better if Jabby gets a chance to shoot back, but that delayed single peek really just had him stuck in the mud.
Yeah, and they had the pre-rotate again there from Ryu. He was in place in time. It was a 4v5 win. That's quite a steal out of paiN. It was looking very good up until this moment where they were unspotted. Even if, some damage, they didn't have confirmation on anything, but with the kill, it felt like, oh, well, this is the odds of paiN shooting way down. But they still somehow managed to get away with their original game plan, which is simply take lower. They really didn't have the flexibility to go anywhere else either.
FaZe back on his op, couldn't find anybody to shoot at when they tried to pop smokes open, so now he'll play from behind red. There's been a lot of presence top silo, so not surprised to see him glancing up there. And Stair's not shying away from letting him know exactly where he is. No creep up forward just yet. We've had a lot of presence behind main as well, but it's gone unnoticed.
I wonder, it feels like Snow is very aware that someone could have pushed. Okay,
Gets caught.
FaZe gets his time.
Oh, but Pyria's able to answer back onto Jabby, and he already had that first kill onto Stair, so 2 players off the 8th floor. You could see why paiN would want to transition into this hit. Oh, it's great, though! HooXi, 2 headshots, finds himself damage on the 3rd. And now Pyria trying to do everything so far, but he doesn't know that he's being hunted down. Ryu crawls out through those rafters, safe to the 1v2 clutch. Finally, a close enough round that it could go either way.
Yeah.
But it banks on this off, beating FaZe's, and it won't. 2 survive for Astralis as they extend this lead to 2.
Ooh, man. Got to give that one to HooXi for sure. From the top of the HUD, if he doesn't get that hold, if it goes 1-for-1 on the trades, it could be way too hard to retake the site. So now we get a situation where it's, knife sent in these last 2 rounds. But again, just going back and forth.
Nice! Let's go! Come on!
They were getting places.
Yeah.
If those numbers don't inspire you, that's an improvement. Let it be known. Presence announced, just stomping their way through, and an AK grabbed by a fully health Biguzera. From 2 to 3 rifles, paiN, again a moment where they've got to just kind of keep it simple, move in with what they earned off the opening. Jabby's decided to go quiet, door swings, and they clear him. Biguzera tearing through. As bomb changes hands, secures this round, paiN have again just cracked the whip with no real announcement until it's time to go, and Astralis can't hold them back this time.
I don't know how to characterize this map so far. It's opening kills turning into rounds like that when you look at Ryu's spot. Obviously, we talked about this yesterday with Masuda, but if you are responsible for ramp, you play a committed angle. There's no early rotation. The round can be lost if you die. You can just make it into lower so quickly that now you see what happens. Control side gets taken, and then when control side is taken, the bomb gets planted. They know that paiN are kind of spending a lot of their money to like put this round together after they just won. Maybe you want to reinforce a place like ramp. I'm surprised to see no one boosting up inside of ramp. That's just not getting played a lot right now. But it's kind of like this is just a little bit too easy. You even have a smoke that's too deep. He's smoking all the way up to trophy. If he's not right in front of it, they can actually sneak on the wall and scale towards him. Even if he gets the first kill, you have a second guy that's right there ready to trade. And again, there's no one else from the CT side ready to come into ramp.
Limitations be damned. Astralis thinking they can get back in with a bottoming out buy. You get FaZe trying to make moves through hut. Caught, clipped lightly. And he'll peel back on his terms. It's felt like Snow's had a lot of potential for moments so far on this T side. Attacking outer has actually fallen victim more often than not to CT's pushed forward. So now he's finding all this vacant space, takes over secret.
Dude, look at this map. There's one guy in mini. There's no one in ramp. The double secret push here. Snow's in a great spot to watch for it.
Takes Jabby's head off, a bit awkward
to
jump into the railing like that, introducing inaccuracy, just presenting essentially the trade back to the defense. And like you mentioned, with all that open map control, they had to make their move forward. So strong trade from Astralis. When the hut peek doesn't go well, it's nice to see they've got a second course of action. Now, FaZe hears all this fast movement. Biguzera not going to have an element of surprise, and HooXi wins the duel with the lesser weapon. Closes that gap.
I thought he was running so much because he just wanted them to look for him, but then he actually ended up looking for a duel.
And so paiN are going to have to resort back to just looking to hit this lower site. But once again, when we've had CTs in these deep committed positions, can't help but give them the odds. Big entry from VSM. Safe should get blindsided here. Dark player activates. You're going to know there's one backside still. VSM looking to lock in with this MP9. He's got the edge over HooXi. That was the support that's meant to save him. Dude, VSM is an animal so far this game.
Yeah.
The fact that, like you alluded to, 10 seconds left, he's got to run in. He does it, slams into Ryu, clears him off the site, right into the bomb plant, and 2 additional kills. So for a moment where paiN are getting scarily close to losing to the clock, great to see VSM just seize control of the moment.
This is just, like, Astralis are winning. Obviously, paiN have some mistakes here, but the couple of situations Ryu has died in lower, it's like, it doesn't really make sense. You have a spot where now you've actually created 2 isolated duels when you've already pre-rotated downstairs. You shouldn't be desperate like that. 10 seconds left over, there should be no way to find a plant with 2 guys in the floor ready to defend. At the very minimum, someone should have been able to get that instant kill on the cross. They wouldn't have to go for the plant. There's a lot of untraded kills.
Oh, and your USPs have been found out. Single 5-7s, all Astralis are gonna have to play with this round, so getting desperate into Squeaky and found by paiN already. That 5-7's downstairs as well, so this A site, even with 2 players on, it's prime for the taking. You've got even a MAC-10 if you want to just throw it out there. But paiN will just sit on the pause button for a second. You'd hate to get embarrassed when you have a genuine chance at taking over what's left of this T side. Quota met already here by paiN. Looking for the trimmings. You've locked off Vent with this player inside of Squeaky, so willing to throw it downstairs. Ryu's not even going to get vision on the bomb planter. Vent immediately punished by Puria. There's the 5-7, at least one headshot back. But alas, 6th round secured by paiN.
You know, I mentioned that when this team was formed, like when International got FaZe, that's the guy we were excited about. But it was actually also Ryu. Like his form right away was really impressive for somebody that was lesser known. His score line is not bad here. He's got 9 kills, but honestly, almost all of his deaths have resulted in round wins for paiN. Trouble on ramp, trouble when he's rotated lower. And the weirdest part is that usually it's like caught out of position means you die, but he's always in a good position. He's always in clock, back of sight, on the railing. They're on time, not getting his.
Just owned by VSM, to be honest.
Yeah.
The 2 times he's been up in those rafters, it's just VSM swings double or single and instantly blows his head off. So VSM clearly looking like the best player in the server tonight. And that would be on par for the first portion of this event as well. 1.3 rating in the online stage of Bounty. Off to the races, now sitting across the stage from his opponents. But obviously last round they took a knee so that they could afford this. FaZe back on an op, chance to leave his mark outside again. We've seen him get aggressive behind the red box. We've seen him so passive that he's stuck behind smokes. Now he's sort of playing that middle ground, and it works. Snow has very often tried to get that position behind main, and FaZe finds his pathing to punish and earn the 5v4.
The opening deaths go both ways. When paiN's got caught lurking in the mini or outside, it's definitely not been a pervasive performance from him, where he's just, kind of shrunk the map, been everywhere, taking space away, sometimes just flat out kill.
With VSM dead, somebody else is going to have to pick it up. Doesn't seem likely. Big crunch from Astralis into the lobby. They at least fight on their terms in the final round of the CT side. It's commendable. paiN able to rush down the doors and earn this 6th-round T side. We're tied heading into the second half.
We're here at the Blast Bounty. paiN, they survived the online tests before them. First question I want to ask for you guys is about Safe, actually, for Big Azera. I mean, you played with him 4 years ago, so how is it getting him back on the team? How does it feel like he's changed?
To be honest, he's such a nice guy outside of the service. He's the best person that you can have in the team.
What do you think happened when he was on Furia and MIBR that led to him just being like all right, but when he was with you guys, he was excellent?
If the team is not like as a family, he just don't perform, He's not the operator that you have to say everything. He has a lot of ideas, and some ideas is not exactly like you think.
So Snow, have you worked with Safe at all? Has he given you any ideas?
Yeah, Safe is a very dedicated player, and I'm very happy to play with him. All the time he tells me something in the game, and I just try to improve.
I know you've changed a few roles recently. Like, how has that impacted your play?
I think I'm feeling very comfortable in the team. I'm working a lot in my gameplay, and I think I'm playing a really good CS right now, but I have to be better in some moments.
What would you say caused the most recent season to not be as good as some of the ones in the past?
When you play a long time with the same player, with the same lineup, probably you get better results, but sometimes the change comes and you have to make it. You have to deal with some struggling moments in the team in short time,
So what do you think then the upside for VSM and Puria are?
they used to play in Brazil, so there is such a different Counter-Strike. The way that we play is more like a European style than the Brazilian one. In Brazil is a lot of aggressive and always forcing some plays. You can see the whole potential, but at the same time you have to teach everything about the European style.
We think about you as this really strong fragging IGL. You slot in a few new players. Do you find it hard to find your own game plan, your own gameplay with new players where you have to stare at the radar all the time?
Yeah, for sure. I'm a kind of IGL that is not like usual because I don't play in those roles that most of them plays. When we make some changes, I have to control the new players also, telling them what to do and these kind of things. If I have more focus just in my game, probably I will be better. We have right now 2 analysts, we have a coach, and I try to focus more on my individual level.
I guess the last question for me is just what is the expectation for paiN at this event from your guys' perspective?
If we play in the same way that we played in online, I will be happy, and I think that the results can be for our side. Yeah, I think this is the main point. I think this is the goal for all the team, and to be happy and play our own game.
Well, they should be happy. 6 solid rounds on the attack. And, well, paiN, sure, maybe could have gotten a little more value out of that had they strung some of the other rounds together, Mo, but Astralis put up a fight, and we end up here. 6-6, swapping of the sides. Obviously, paiN having already won this map recently in Cologne with a 13-11. Why not? Let's keep it close.
I think this is a map where both teams leave a lot on the table. I think VSM is the sole player who kind of just leaves it all out there. And FaZe opens up this pistol. I mean, every round at this point is just, it could be the one that makes a difference with how close these teams are playing. Good kill from FaZe.
They hear that rumbling down beneath, so, HooXi's not gonna let VSM escape. Snow let him know he was coming, but VSM loses the duel. And they let these players surpass Vent. BigUzera's gonna try to attack from behind, hoping to blindside, but with no ramp control. Safe, your time limited, brother. Sat out in the open as they swing out through double doors, come in down from ramp, and at no point did paiN have anything to say about this pistol.
I guess the other thing that changes this is that even though Astralis win this pistol, their T sides have just been like sneakily the most sloppy part of their game. Like it can randomly just have a total blow-up half, like not really get anything done at all. So this gives them a little bit of leverage to work with, but I think by no means guarantees their spot. I think the biggest thing working on Astralis is advantage is there's a recent game that they played versus this team. But this one's still wide open. Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, VSM not gonna waste time here on him, and a second SMG. Mac 10 nicely supporting Jabby. So they trade out on the aggression, paiN down by a player. And Astralis, obviously, you get 2 frags towards that ramp room, you can't help but give it a look. And they'll find 0 resistance from here on further.
And with this nade set, they're kind of trying to keep their eye on any kind of lurk outside, which does freeze up the CTs a little bit. This will open up a timing for Astralis towards ramp if they want to take it. But they do have to make the decision. They're still a little spread out.
Feels like Stair's gonna go for a bit of a journey outside first. Everybody else is holding positions. He's slowly advancing his. Smoke on main is the right call. Keeps a player off. Keeps this A site entirely. Safe's responsibility. They molly out the hut in case there's a pistol hiding in there. Smoke fades on main. Pyrrhia's thinking about this main wraparound, and sure enough, there it is. Oh, and then Safe helps out. The scout shot from backside costs them 2 players on the approach. Slowly, BigUzera's getting into position. He sees them, and he knows he's along that wall. Peels back at 15 seconds. Great crunch from paiN!
Timing's perfect there for BigUzera. Another robbery in broad daylight here for paiN. Now here's a moment where Astralis, it feels like they are setting the stage for a very nice way to close this round. Once that lurk is done outside, they have mini smoke. They have a player in big garage, a player outside, a player in mini, all staring at the smoke, looking for who lurked. And at this moment, Astralis are sitting in lobby, not sure what they should do next. They had ramp wide open. It felt like they were leaning towards that in the first place, but they didn't trust that idea.
Felt like they really wanted that main smoke to fade, so Furia had to consider both options. Hold on, things get weird. You're not supposed to have as much ground as you do. A second from HooXi, Ryu over top. Drops that AK, slams down into the main play. And now all of a sudden, we've got 4v2 advantage over to Astralis.
And HooXi goes up to a FaMOUZ now.
It's awkward smokes outside with this weird gap slightly in the middle.
Yeah.
They sign up to a Tech 9 outer duel, and HooXi, with those 2 kills, now tying FaZe for the second most amount of frags on Astralis. Oh, paiN were quick to celebrate with that last round win, and they should have. But now, they better somehow get value out of VSM. He's got 3 players coming. First one's clean enough, and he gets a good amount of damage onto Stair, but can't manage the multi-frag. Piria's gonna have to activate. He will catch his convincingly. Jabby unable to do any damage, and he's gonna read it as if that bomb's gone downstairs. Sure enough, this is still doable for Piria.
Yeah, totally. I mean, someone's gonna have their hands busy. Stair's got 2 HP, and Piria's got nothing to lose.
He's gonna have to pop those windows, wants an angle before he does it, but they're both hiding from him. Left side sight. He jumps, catches contact back sight, but unfortunately for him, that's the player with a full bar. Astralis forced by right back, thanks to this man on screen. A HooXi Tech 9 double. Outside.
Not the best CS that we've seen so far.
Outside, brother.
I mean, this is crazy. Oh, okay. Well, that shot was awesome. We could definitely say that. You know, usually you watch a game, you might be disappointed in one team. It's rare you're disappointed in both. And they're definitely giving us a show today. Three for 8 in terms of converting pistol rounds today.
It's a weird day.
Well, that means, I guess, paiN's odds shoot way up here now that they're saving.
No, I think he means converting pistols as in round 2s.
It's a little bit too many of those, right?
8?
Yeah, how many?
There's been 2 matches already. Oh, there's only 1 match today. Sorry. 3 maps, though. No, that makes sense. There has been 8 pistols today. The numbers.
Oh, you're talking about other teams.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. He's talking about best of 3 earlier. Oh my God. I'm tripping. Flash through. Good enough to get the Deagle downstairs, but now VSM just tucks back in and nobody home. We get this fallback from Astralis into lobby.
This could be just fine. I mean, even though you have Piria in like kind of a scary spot. Oh, Snow as well.
5-7 is nasty. Snow reminds him. Piria hoping that he could just hang on to the hut play. And VSM tagged by that initial clash on the ramp room. Beautiful headshot on Jabby. I mean, individually.
Oh, whoa, he just gets that bomb just in time. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there it is.
That's insane.
Yeah. Why are you stopping?
I'm holding you.
And you know what?
Honestly,
we've had some weird bomb plans for Astralis. Remember that? Go back to online portion. Jabby and Ryu, Jabby and FaZe, Ancient, where FaZe starts planting and Jabby's not covering him to the donut player. There's been some weird, like, those moments for Astralis so far this week.
Maybe that's why he didn't.
Yeah.
Not everyone on this team is holding me.
Yeah. I could understand if anybody's got trust issues right now, it should be FaZe. smoke gap. But it's USPs on paiN. Surely nothing could go wrong. Point blank, Snow gets one. Love to get his hands on that AK, but he swings out instead to Unbreakable side, and yeah. That's all she wrote.
It's crazy to be this early into a map and already see that with the amount of opportunities, one team could have already closed.
Sure.
And paiN are going to have to think about that.
You let him get an AK,
Oh,
now it's 3v2. This was fully vanilla pistols. This was 4 USPs and a P2000 for paiN.
Well.
Snow has 3 kills. I mean, you can't lose this one.
That's ridiculous, yeah.
25 seconds, there's nobody downstairs for paiN. There's no kit for paiN.
The rotations aren't here, so it should just be easy for Astralis.
Maperia grabbed a second AK on the rotation down through Secret. I mean, it's not like they wasted time getting here. Sure, they weren't here on arrival.
We're watching for one more major mistake. That's the only way
Not
Astralis
one
can
player
lose here.
on paiN has had Kevlar this round. 2 of them are sub 50 HP. This should be a mow down moment, and I love the position here from FaZe. You just cut him down at the knees. So difficult to exit through the double doors when there's somebody on top of the silo, and sure enough, great effort out of Snow. Great damage dealt to Astralis' coffers, but 3K to 3K, Snow versus FaZe. Astralis will find double digits.
Terrorists win.
How in the world?
Nice! So fucking important.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's almost an understatement.
This makes his job a whole lot more fun. That's a nice nade.
Guns back in, safes op on the field, the only sniper out there, and he gets this aggressive. Even lands the shot, but Stairs survives thanks to the wall bang down to 20. He had him pinched in that corner. Oh, inside of the vent, Snow just slams Jabby down. Nice adjustment here from Safe, under threat from the 3 players taking over the ramp. VSM at bat next, can't deal with the jumping player. And so they find footing to go downstairs. Snow locked in on the line as VSM kills FaZe upper. Numbers advantage strong here for paiN, and Snow's gonna catch Ryu off. HooXi now finds himself alone and surrounded. Snow delivers another triple kill from the USP last round to the rifle this time. Suddenly, only a 2-round game.
It is lovely out of Snow, and it does make it expensive for Astralis, so even though they got that important conversion, I mean, that was for the sake of the round. That was just supposed to be free, and I think that's what's really been important in this game, is just picking up your freebies. So Astralis still have a 2-round edge. They go into a timeout and kind of get a second to regroup here. Both these teams looking to get their feet firmly on the ground. Problem is Astralis trying to steal a map pick.
It's always dangerous playing games on that ladder. And obviously, Jabby just feels so helpless. Force buy back for Astralis leaves HooXi as the limited Tech 9.
It's hard to turn down this buy, but 2 full nade sets.
Yep. And still 3 AKs in the mix.
But I think this totally is a match where if you have that kind of money, you buy, because there's been so many chances.
got it though, safe. Only 8 kills on this map, but still the confidence to play those up-close, aggressive op angles in back-to-back rounds. Snow didn't keep vision of the cross, though.
He's jumping, though, now.
Yeah, now it's been spotted. You can see them scrambling safe,
My goodness.
clean. Dangerous to rotate down into the vent like that, but he's happy to do it. VSM sensing this just kind of gap in the timing. They want somebody to squeeze Snow off the backside, and it works, but it did cost them one in response. Now Pyria at Batman advantage maintained by paiN for a second. Ryu's not covering that plant. He's going for kills instead, and sure enough, Biguzera dies to it. Pyria finds FaZe and Ryu. He will be the one to clean house. 2 kills connected in a sketchy 2v2 that Astralis damn near fought their way back into. paiN on the brink of tying this match.
Safe starting to come alive with some of his impact. The drop-down ladder kill is huge. The opening frag on Yabby, and like you said, sometimes when you got a low score line, you don't want to take aggressive openings, but just playing correctly. Pyria on the cleanup as well, and this keeps the game very much alive. That was such an important round from Astralis. Even though they, said that one was so important, let's convert it, and they did. They lose the follow-up. Now they spend all their money, all the money they had saved to put together that attempt. Feels like VSM got paiN through the first half, and now they've got a couple of other players who have warmed up.
CT side that certainly would have been made easier by converting the pistol, but consecutive rounds for paiN is what's closed the gap, and look at their reward. 2 Deegs sprinkled in to a team without Kevlar. And go back to Hooksy's celebration of that nail biter of a round. He said, so important, guys. Important, and yet it has only earned you a 10th. This round falls silent. No liberty for the fake wall of smokes.
Should have got Hooksy a Tech 9, see what happens.
Right. It was a hard hitter last time they tried to cross outside with pistols, but again, at least that round, they had those smokes. But leaning away from outer just gives Safe the first shot. Oh, Ryu hits the Deeg in the middle of that pack. Chance for Biguzera. He gets dropped by that Desert Eagle as well. Another moment where they get away with more than they should. VSM just made a fast step, so the climbing player in Jabby over top knows about this. Contact spotted outside. FaZe's dead, Jabby's P250 connects. And VSM knows exactly where you are, down to 30 HP. He sits on 45 though, and he does not want to let Jabby back into this round.
Kind of a moment where you just want to play as safe as possible.
Snow should have this.
Right beneath him, yeah. Nice angle here, and it's a tied game now for paiN.
But man, just another round that shouldn't get close.
Oh my goodness, every round getting close, but it's not like 3D Max MOUZ yesterday where it was just so many great ideas and a lot of great executions and great shots getting hits. Like been very messy here. I think trades have been the big one. There's so many players in position to get multi-kills. They're not getting a kill versus a pistol. Some rounds are popping off. Very little consistency. What's so funny?
When Jabby got that kill through the floor, production whispered in my ear, Sauna Goblin. That's true. Just poking up through the holes. That P250 of all things for the wallbang headshot kill. There's a vacancy behind these smokes from Astralis outside. 3 smokes up, not a player to cross behind them. Safe's been good in these hectic moments, and yet again, shaves one off on the fallback.
Oh, Flash is a dud there.
Just an easy pickup as far as he's concerned. Big transition in the defense too, right? Like, look how quick they are to reposition. Even VSM running back to the CT spawn. Looks like paiN had that instant protocol to try to answer to the pack out ramp, but there is no follow through on ramp from Astralis either.
They also have this double ramp retake for the CT side. This is kind of a nice timing for them because Astralis peeled back.
A defenders have to hold strong though, and VSM killing the outer player helps. Snow with one, Pyria also gets his. You've gotten a frag a pop out of both of the defenders. Ryu is taking over this game, 24-13, constant on these frags, but unfortunately it is empty-handed teammates all around him, and paiN have finally done it, surpassing Astralis on the scoreboard with an 11-10 lead.
Yeah, the story of the match might be that Astralis had the door open for themselves. They had, you know, they were catching paiN off on these ecos. They were right from the second round, started a 3-1 start. But they missed a grand opportunity. It's gotten them 10 rounds. Their money's just now in ruins.
Ryu's still maintaining a 111 ADR, 21 rounds of play. But yeah, Flash doesn't find its mark. Each of the defenders bringing a kill with them. Always a good sign for the defense. It's another round of limitations, but Ryu will be a guy to invest. A little more than the rest, all the way down to 300 bucks. He'll bring that Galil into the action. We've had zany rounds, and Astralis are hoping that he's somehow going to create another one of those moments. Snow down to 42 HP immediately. That'd be a lovely duel for one of these limited Astralis players to find. Safe floating out here in the rafters as well. Splash this time is going to interrupt both him and his teammates' vision. Tough stuff, Snow with one. Opera's still alive though.
Yeah, and he smoked himself.
Safe down to a quarter health. Biguzera dropped to half.
Just trying to find him.
Biguzera still finding one, and then VSM, the player who's gone unnoticed, is going to gun down the bomb carrier. Jabby's grabbed an op. One kill to his name already. Wants the bomb plant. They know they need that money. Can he then pull off this clutch? They're going to take a long road, wrap back around the ramp. Huge reposition here from VSM, and Jabby, because of the smoke grenade, he's thinking maybe they're just going to wait that out. He is still considering Squeaky, Hut, and Main. Never did he anticipate an easy walkout heaven. Huge reposition, huge retake, and in convincing fashion, what value out of Safe after those flashes blind his teammates all around him. Another chaotic moment from a player that was bottom fragging. Still, his op finds victims.
It's coming alive on the back, and it's him also missing the first shot, finding a way to get a second kill, then throwing the smoke down, which leaves everyone confused. And by the time they kill him, that's already when the Hut flank comes in. So he did a great job of delaying for time. If they knew it was going to be an upper pop, he wouldn't have been there opping in plain view of the flashbangs. So I think they're feeling pretty blessed they got out of that alive. Makes it 12 rounds for paiN. Every timeout burned so far this match.
Two opportunities to close their pick right here for paiN, and extra cash for Safe as well. So it's not going to be stuck on pistols in the off chance they lose this. paiN's decision to also use that final timeout just to make sure everybody's on the same page going into these final two rounds.
They've been finding Snow with that HE, not this round.
Yeah, but he plays a dangerous line. Open on the other side of smoke. Doesn't feel like the Squeaky player is going to announce himself, though, so no bullets fly through. Safe doesn't find contact on the op shot. Biguzera's dead. Jabby actually catching him through that Squeaky door into main. How does he get away with that? It wasn't even through a smoke.
Yeah, this is pretty massive. Puts VSM in a compromised spot. He doesn't have a rotator. They might want to try to sneak the vents here. I mean, they got to try to... They know there was some kind of lower cross, but also the bomb's still in lobby. So a bit of a fake. Wow, and they're not biting on this at all, actually.
Kerneled up.
Oh.
For 99?
99.
How? 3v5 still. Oh, Snow with a double, and they catch the bomb. And the bomb on top of it. AK swap out quick. CT's no longer separate.
No.
What a push, and what a just error to end this. Bomb caught because a CT gets off of the A site, and HooXi the final victim. Just like in Cologne, a close affair, but paiN come out on top of the nuke pick, this time with a slight improvement in a 13-10 victory instead.
Yeah, that's a salty loss for Astralis, honestly, the amount of chances. But for paiN towards the end, they started to tie up all the loose ends. They started to actually look a little bit more solid. They're getting the clutch kills. They even have that 99 damage frag that they survived to win because of paiN getting Snow getting another multi-kill.
A 6-round streak is what they closed on. paiN taking control in the second half and closing out when given the chance.
It was that back and forth affair that my analyst predicted just how close and equal these two teams would be. But once again, it is paiN coming out on top of Nuke. And unfortunately, no overtime, or at least fortunately for paiN and all their fans out there.
Yeah, I think paiN just a little bit more well-rounded at the end. We see the last few rounds, I think they really started to activate. You saw Safe with the AWP picking up some frags, even if he didn't hit the top of the scoreboard. VSM just lights out for the entirety of the CT side, and Snow, he struggled a little bit at the start of the game. I think Stair was getting the better of him just at the very beginning, but he still managed to turn it around into the second half and into the final round of the game especially.
I have to just tip my hat to the defense from paiN there. The way that they got their AWP active in so many of the early rounds from Safe, the way they were able to react from when they got some information about what it was that Astralis were trying to construct on their own offense. It was an active defense, and one that I feel like maybe last season's paiN, it would get away from them, where too many people would try to get too tricky in those kind of mid-late round situations. But this time, it was tempered. There were only chances, the only time they really took those sort of liberties was when they were in man deficit situations, and they frequently paid off for them.
It's a little bit heartbreaking for Astralis as well when you look at the progression of this map and how comfortable it felt that they could have been for themselves as the positions and the rounds that were being won, where you go, yeah, maybe there are still slight missteps or small mishaps here, but at the end of the day, they are looking really good. And again, one player that really showed up that you guys said last time they went up against each other was Snow against Astralis specifically, not so much as a player all round. Is this just another similar tale? Somehow he feels like the kryptonite to Astralis?
I don't know if I'd call him kryptonite, but I think Nuke is a map where he's actually, it's really the only map where he's got a strong T side. And he didn't really perform all that well on T side, but he kept his head above water. I think he found some important frags, kept it in a situation where paiN were on the, they were in a close game. They still had the ability for Snow to activate late into the game, and it still really mattered where he really popped off. I don't think I'd call him the kryptonite of Astralis. I think
too extreme.
Yeah, it's a little too extreme, but I certainly think he's showed up extremely effectively here.
Last time he definitely was. I mean, it's a what, a 3-map trend? So
yeah.
Is it time to give him that title? Maybe a little early to bestow it, but
3 more maps and then we can give it to him.
Let's see if they finish the series first, okay? Yeah, then maybe we could start writing the new nickname for him.
All right, we can put that one in the pocket. Maybe we can bring it out at the end of the series, depending on how that one progresses. But there was something, Vu, that you pointed out for us that you want to show the audience as well. It was in round 10, something that was incredibly important for paiN and also a big learning lesson for Astralis.
We're talking about Astralis having some communication problems. I'm not even sure what this is. This is a round, they start out with a push into hut, doesn't work. They go for the re-aggress into secret. Then somehow HooXi finds the kill with an MP9 against the big Uzera who's expecting him, but there's a molly dropped into vents here. Look at the Astralis players. Look.
They're
what
just
is
burning
going
alive.
on?
They're just, it's ridiculous.
one player dies, FaZe rotates down and dies, Stair takes 90 damage from a Molotov on a rotation down vent, that's still a winnable round. They don't need to push through that. They don't need to force it. And for some reason they did. There must have been some miscommunication there, because surely that's not the intention.
That just feels like they're hitting the panic button in a 3-on-3 situation that there's really no need to do that. You could be rotating down secret. You could even try to just wait there at the vent with one guy. The other guy rotates ramp or secret. So many other options, but instead of that, they just throw caution to the wind completely, and they pay the ultimate price. That's the inexcusable part. When a guy just completely dies through a Molotov on a rotation, you have to know how much damage a Molly's gonna do to you.
Dude, both of them could have died.
Yeah, it was so close on the Stair.
Stair survived with like 5 health. Both of them could have died to one Molly unforced with no other utility. There's not a flash here. They're not blind.
The only excuse I see is that the time is low. Like, yes, the time is low, but it's hard to even say in that position you're going to catch up. Like, the Molly has already landed. If you have, you know, your in-ears in order, you're going to know they're actually already rounding the corner there. It just felt a little... I mean, I don't know how they even thought that was possible. I just don't know how they thought that was even going to happen or work out for them.
I'll give them the break that the time is low, but I mean, we saw it yesterday. You see it with really coordinated teams. They can get the time low. They know they still don't have to force it without the right play.
That's why it stumped me. I don't want to play devil's advocate for something that's just a bad play. Like, I don't know why I'm trying to defend it at that point.
It's like a drop in the ocean, you know? At the end of the day, you're like, this is a really small thing that should never have been an issue. We shouldn't even be looking at it, but it was important for that round. Transitioning into the second half as well, round 14 being one that we're like, okay, paiN, you really do just have the answers to Astralis, huh?
Yeah, I like that they just got aggressive in the right ways. The double man push, nice space being created with a little jump, and even his hitting his head. I think the 3v4 is where this obviously gets away from Astralis here. They use one of their last smokes to smoke off Mini, and it actually is to buy time for Stair to go for this sort of flank play. And whereas if they just threw that smoke towards Mini and they just went for a proper A conversion, it probably would have been a lot cleaner. They still had a molly, still think they still had a flash. Great on Bigazera to capitalize. That's something I wanted to also bring up here, is that he was pushing ramp, I think, as soon as the first piece of utility was already made, or maybe even before that. So that's the active defense that we saw. It kind of helped them end the game with, I think it was Snow's push in lobby, but also the way Bigazera was able to just put himself in such a prime position to make a 2v1 so winnable.
I think looking at this game, there's a lot of rounds like that, where there's a little sloppiness from one side, the other side pounces really effectively. We see pistol rounds struggling to be converted. I think the stat was 3 of 8 today have been converted on the second round. This is another one of those maps where both teams, I think, can look back at this one and say, we didn't play perfect CS, we left some openings, where certainly Astralis could have gotten back into that one if they had converted that.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, they didn't, and paiN looking really good for themselves. A play that we highlighted coming into this was Safe rejoining paiN, or at least Safe joining paiN in this regard, and what he was bringing as an AWP. Was he a little too sacrificial? How is he going to hit his form, and how exactly is he going to show up against Astralis?
Yeah, Safe didn't have the most pop-off statistical performance. I actually think he might be their second bottom fragger, but I feel it necessary to highlight a round. We've got round 19 where he manages it, but in the last of the 6 last rounds, I believe Safe managed to pick up 4 opening kills, and that's exactly what we were asking for. He didn't have a great T-side. Nuke's not a great T-side op map. Sometimes you just struggle there, but on the CT side, he gets the entry here, then this kind of crazy play down vents. He realizes they're there, still picks up the second kill, and although his team nearly fumbles it, I did feel like I needed to give a nod here to Safe, who statistically didn't perform all that well, but when it got down to it, when paiN were struggling, he did actually manage to find so many openings to save them from this. I mean, this is a 2v5 that they still could have lost because he put them in a 5v3 to begin with.
Foo, don't worry about the scoreboard. We all have the eye test over here, okay? We saw how much impact he had at the end of that game. I mean, the stats lie. The stats lied there, okay?
We started learning this yesterday. At the end of the day, stats are just numbers. You got to go through the eye test.
The impact from Safe was everything they needed to get over the line. He was the difference maker on that CT side, because some of those CT sides got really sloppy when they tried to go for little, I guess, rifle pushes or rifle plays. You would see oftentimes they go 1 for 1, but Safe actually getting kills and evading baiting them or at least buying enough time. I think he went for a ramp push on another one of the late rounds too, where he gets a kill and at least he stayed alive for 5 more seconds before he died, so people from paiN could move on in and rotate it over.
I think we should also give flowers to some of the Astralis players as well, right? Because you're talking about it, maybe it's not popping off the page when you look at the scoreboard, but there are always those small little things that set other people up, what they're able to do. And whilst they didn't win, Ryu for me was also, and for you guys, someone that stood out, right? When you looked at it, you were enjoying what you were seeing coming out of him.
Yeah, to some of the Astralis players, I'm thinking Ryu and Ryu. I mean, going into the second half, I think the Astralis could have gotten blown out. I think he struggled on the CT side a bit. He fragged decently, but we had the stat come up that he really struggled in the head-to-head, holding on to ramp. But you go into the T side, Astralis, I think, could have fumbled this one a lot harder than they did. I mean, they still lose, but certainly Ryu kept them in this in a lot of these rounds.
He was so explosive in those kind of back-of-the-pack regions where it doesn't always... I feel like last season, he was getting lost in the weeds. He had some really despicably bad numbers. And so to see him punch up like this to bring Astralis back into some of the rounds in that fashion, that's a nice sign for them, because he was so good on Monty. He was so explosive at the beginning. And I feel like after he started trying to get acclimated to this Hooksy system, he got kind of bogged down, but it's nice to see him get his head back up.
Maui, what happened to sugarcoating the stats? I thought Terrible was as far down as we went on the tier list.
Despicable. No, they were very... I mean,
that is sugarcoating it still.
I didn't think when in the offseason before watching Astralis play, I didn't think they did enough, because I thought they should have probably swapped out one of the newer pieces on the team. But yeah, and they still lost this map, so maybe it's not all sunshine and roses or anything like that, but
acknowledgements about it need to be made.
Yeah, he actually showed some serious improvement in that one.
I mean, a step up from despicable is
okay.
Important. It's very important.
No, he was actually lights out on that map. He was really great.
It was the opposite end. It wasn't a step up, all right, but it was all the way.
It's a few steps up. 2 or 3 steps up.
That's what I'm saying.
FaZe is the one that took 1 step up from despicable.
All right, well, we can talk about that one, dive more into it, and see if it's going to change when we head on to our second map, which is Inferno.
Nice double!
paiN won their map pick in Nuke, and now we do look towards Inferno, which is Astralis' pick. But Vu, you were saying that we haven't seen them in a while, but is this what Hooksy warned us about, that we weren't ready for, that we weren't going to expect what they had coming today?
I think this might actually be what they were talking about when he said they're not prepared for this, because it definitely wasn't that nuke where they just got destroyed, okay? Like, it for sure wasn't the nuke, so it must be the Inferno.
It has to be, surely.
You gotta hope so. I mean, I think that it's such a curveball pick to go for something you haven't played for a couple of months. So I think this is gonna be a really, really tough game though, because paiN, on the other hand, yeah, they don't really go for this map necessarily, but it's one where I think that actually pushing your chips in the middle and banking on Snow has actually worked out for paiN. I've been very critical of him on a lot of different maps, but this is one where he's had such market improvement this year. Like last year, Snow 0.93 rated player on the map, like awful. Like get him out. Like how is he even on the team? Okay,
Despicable.
but this year, despicable. This year, totally different story. 1.18 rating. Really such a great B player. Picks his fights so much better than last year, where I just saw him griefing them last year. Like legitimately griefing games. This year, he is winning them games. So they've even, I mean, he's played against a lot of teams of Astralis' caliber this year already, and he's done very well. Like teams like G2, for example. So I actually think that Snow could be the difference maker here today.
So if you're saying Snow last year was despicable, Maui, one word to describe Snow this year would be?
Kryptonite of Astralis. No, I'm just kidding. We'll see if that actually pans out, but it's improved. Okay, I'm not gonna. He's not a top 20 player in the world, but he's actually producing what paiN have wanted.
All right, Bill, I was gonna ask you one word to describe Astralis' chance. One word.
35%.
Okay, well, we can round that one into one there. We'll see the word. Because I got one word for you guys. It's Scraunders.
Yeah, okay, one word Maui writes an essay. One word Vu
35%
gives a number. Gentlemen, I think you're all frazzle-dazzled after some of the crazy rounds we had back in that first game. It was hard to put your finger on that match per se, but I think, you know, paiN come out and they'll be happy that it's just a win in their back pocket. Looking to tidy things up coming into this next one. We just had our Polymarket prediction on screen, obviously with that map earned, and for, again, a trend upwards for paiN in general. Today's starting to look real good, but no denying, this is a curveball. Astralis pulling out Inferno. Nobody could have really seen this coming. Have not played it, and well, you know, paiN already at this event, they've already survived a different team in Gentlemates picking the same map against them. Yes, Nailbiter, 13-11, etc. But as far as kind of curveballs go, I don't think paiN's going to be totally upset, even if this did indeed catch them off guard.
It's when it's straightforward, I think that's when it's a problem for paiN. So it'll be hard for them to know exactly what's going to happen, but they really do show a lot of good when it comes to trying to adapt. And here they already call it a first plan from Astralis.
Sir, see you, Ryu. VSM comfortable on the rotate over. He's got flashbangs prime for the two players' back sights. So you've already kind of eliminated the first step of Astralis' plans. Those flashes could damn well interrupt the follow-up. They'll go in with the execute. Astralis nades for the job. Catch a player in the fountain, but they don't get their kills. Flashes find their targets.
Boy.
Man, it's just not clean enough. Not yet, anyways. The rebuttal starts to happen. Stare and Hooksy a kill a pop. Labored effort from Big Uzera. It's a hard-fought battle, but Astralis get there.
Yeah, that was a microcosm of what we've seen. Oh,
Not
man,
over.
it's actually still a retake. They took so long to get in the site, they thought I had a little more space to get comfortable. But now, from the back, I think it's understood that they're both back here. Maybe not. They're still clearing banana.
Stare looking to strike, slides out. Good headshot from him, and FaZe's there, tethered off nicely. The two Ts make sure to shut that down. That's a 3v5 recovery for Astralis, and a 3v5 that was looking real scary when those flashes started popping. Blinded in the middle of their execute.
Yeah, and it starts off 4v5, and you could see VSM's like hearing all this gunfire going on the site, and he's thinking, well, I wasn't going to push this site, but no one's dying yet.
Yeah,
people might
well.
start reloading soon. All right, time to come through. Instantly gets popped. The only guy to die right away.
So, big question. Can they convert the damn pistol?
That we don't know. There's no evidence of it. It's never happened before. Not in this series.
Only 3 of the 8 pistol round wins have been converted today from the FaZe Mongolz game into this one. Conversion number 9. What's it gonna be?
Almost don't want to interrupt it. I don't know what's going to happen. I mean,
if anybody's allowed to talk, it's us.
That's true. Astralis will throw a little smoke just to hold the A players off a little bit. Flash, if it comes in late, could be a problem. Oh, it's right on time.
Oh my God, Stair gets there, but I don't think Stair was even blind in that.
Yeah, which is weird because the flash did come over on time.
Took a while. Snow under pressure, collects the 1. paiN looks to put the scout back
They're pushing the
sight.
clock, man. The CTs are starting to get over here as
20
well.
seconds.
Everyone's here. Oh, they missed their molly.
No
oh,
way.
come on.
Oh, paiN finds the headshot on top of it. Second molly lands, so BigUzera can't fall back. 10 to the clock. Still time to save this. 7 seconds. Bomb plant to the left side. Great headshot. He
just missed that, dude. What is happening, bro?
When in doubt.
When in doubt, what?
Twist it out.
Spin it out.
Dude, this guy is just... Oh, we've gotten to that point of the strat book, huh?
How did it work so well? I don't think a single bullet hit him.
Really well. They
missed their oranges molly. That should have been a death sentence right there.
We got a B-boy on the bomb site.
Oh, yeah. Everyone on this team knows they're not safe when they're planning.
Yeah. But man, they've done it. They've converted. Call that an improvement.
And you know, he wasn't smiling when he was doing that. He was dead serious.
That was like 6 full mouse pad swipes. Ridiculous. We've had some ridiculous rounds in Astralis versus paiN this evening. Yeah, trying to play around with the smoke grenades, and you walk into Stair's angle. The deagles that were meant to maybe cause an upset haven't been given a chance to shine. Great opportunity to build up the money here. 3-0 start for Astralis. No need to spin that time around.
Yeah, just a clean one. Everything lands.
This actually becomes now the new best position for denying saves, because people love saving inside of the church. You got to be careful when you go out to clear it. That's why VSM stuck around, but he won't find anybody. And so 5 up for the Danes, for the Danish core.
Whoa, yeah.
For the Danish core.
A few Danes, yeah.
And look at him go.
Honestly, very clean swipes.
That's true. I don't know. It's not really a skill we've ever had to discuss, spinning in a
that
plant.
axis perfectly.
First gun round comes out from paiN. It was their CT side that sealed the deal back on Nuke. And Hooksy's already got to stomach a frag that takes half health. Quick jump out middle. What a sudden pop into the brackets. VSM on the quiet fallback gets 1 frag, and Safe now turns attention over. Safe's second half of Nuke, so good. And so he'll be trying to tap into that now equipped with the op, but just as quickly as they came, they are gone. Astralis walk all 3 players back middle.
But Safe just calls it out immediately. I mean, Astralis have a very small timing, so I imagine they're going to go quickly here. Like, they didn't even do their fake to CT smoke, which would have bought them more time because Safe wouldn't have been able to see through it. But all it's done is elicited the rotate.
There's 2 incendiaries here for Big Uzera.
They haven't been amazing from the site, so still chances here for Astralis, but...
Mac-10 tries to test it. Flash doesn't find Snow. He goes hunting. Him and Big Uzera tether for the kill on... Second shot from Jabby's
He's kind of
nasty.
frying, yeah.
And he doesn't shy away from the follow-up. Safe on rotation with the op. You missed that one op shot, and this one's toast. Will he consider tree?
He's not even looking. It's looking like a great spot for Yabby. He could get cleared, but...
Beautiful sequence. 6-1 with that. Papiria is still close enough to win this. Swap to the op. Now Jabby misses one.
Oh, he's going for it.
Papiria's going to try to gun him down and connects
that's smart.
it. Doesn't have a kit, though. That's the problem. Taps the bombs, hoping that somebody's going to bite, and this is an unwinnable spot. Surely, Puria taps it again, but no, he doesn't have it. He's got to let it go. Op to be saved, and he will run for the hills as Astralis collect a 4th consecutive round win on this T side, very much thanks to Jabby.
Yeah, he's absolutely saved them again. Hell of a start to this game for Yabby. This is not the round that I think Astralis were looking for with what they thought was a fake, with, you know, Safe feeling like, well, I've actually got to expand. I don't have info here on the site. They didn't leave anyone there to try to shove him back either, I think because they were down a player, so had to do that the hard way, entering into B. But the holds haven't been that clean.
Owned. And expected with lesser guns to see Big Uzera trying to stretch out and grab what he can off the ground. Stair's not going to let you get away with that. This is...
HooXi has been historically, you know, put up one of the best records for a Inferno, but he had better pieces. That was also in CSGO. Near the tail end. Makes sense they'd want to try this.
Safes first, but Stair with the 3K going to find a vacant B bomb site, prime for the taking. Battle the offers down middle, and HooXi catching VSM makes sure this one finishes off smoothly. 5-0 the start. I was very worried for Astralis on Inferno when I saw that Incendiary on Orange not land, their flashbangs for the Fountain player be off the mark. Like, their utility on the entries to that B site has left a little to be desired. And yet still here we are, 5-0. Individually, Stair delivering, Jabby delivering.
Yeah, I think Jabby saved them. I wouldn't say it's a super clean 5-0. If paiN want to actually contextualize the rounds, they're pretty close to putting up holds. I think one of the main differences, or one of the ways they're inviting some of these losses in is playing from the site, I think, on some of these defenses instead of trying to push back and taking car control to fighting at the top of Banana. They are giving Astralis a lot of space to go forward with their full exec, so... But no reason for Astralis to feel too comfortable just yet. But we have talked about it before with paiN. Their CT side does lack info on this map. They did the same thing versus Gentlemates, barely got away with it.
Another early challenge. Safe into cover, thinking about the re-peek. They give him a chance to peel back, he will. Onto the corner where his body is in cover. Flash is going to confirm that they are inching this one upwards. And so, met by smoke, forced to hold off.
Looking for lurks. This will be the A-side finish. The bomb here. No support, thinking about lane.
Apartments player is actually coming back right now. Puria being held by Ryu.
Oh, no,
sloppy.
You cannot drop that.
FaZe at least gets the trade back, but it's going to cost them a body on the approach, so man advantage held onto by paiN. Moto players stuck in, Safe clips FaZe in the back, and HooXi doesn't even have bomb possession, so CTs will find their first round win by just enveloping Astralis on the approach to the A site. Kill by kill, they kind of stall Astralis out, and paiN content to play into that controlled tempo.
I don't think Astralis didn't feel the pressure they were actually under when they knew Safe was on this rotate. He's waiting for this library smoke to come up the whole time, and they're taking way too long to come forward with the split. And here's a moment at Ryu. They showed the stat actually after the game is over. He had all these kills, a negative 1.4 round swing.
Yikes.
Is a lot of untimely deaths. There was volume there, but a lot of ecos. Not as much impact as it appeared. Whoa. That was another kill that was kind of like on a platter for him.
ESM in the pocket with players on the approach. But as they meet smoke grenades, Astralis pause momentarily. It's that op inside of Boilers. Scary place to be if you're FaZe. Could be daunting to try to walk that out.
And even though paiN are lacking a little info over on B, they're comfortable just sitting 3A here.
VSM dodges the flash, so he understands they are right here on the limit of middle. Utility sails over top of him. Safe, good first pickup. Oh, but it's Ryu this time, making up for lost ground last round. Missed op shot at a FaZe. Furia blind on the fallback. Oh! Yeah, Stairs got the headshot, and every Astralis player on the approach delivers.
That's a bit better. That's a clean entrance. There won't be a retake this round.
One of the most convincing individually across the board from Astralis. It's not this, you know, jabby 3K with 10 HP. And obviously just at least winning the round in the 7th. But happy to go up 6-1 on this T side as they get into gear, and good awareness as well to deny VSM, because it's a corner they haven't gotten value from.
It wasn't awareness, he just reacted. He hit a great shot though.
That'll have him feeling better than the Boiler duel for certain. Terrorists win. That first op shot would have had you to believe that maybe paiN were going to be able to hold off another A-site hit, but from that op shot, it is nothing but Astralis in the kill feed.
Caught Safe on this flash. Easy shot in for him. Tons of fake pressure upside middle. No one breaching brackets for now, but they have Hall's control. It's nice to get things out of the way early. Taking Hall's, pushing CT's back. Astralis like to pause in the mid-round for long periods of time. This helps them do that without, you know, pushing it to the last 10 seconds.
Snow to bat. Yeah, well held by Hooksy. They're gonna pounce on that one, knowing odds are still just a second, but at least Big Uzera, hold on now. Finds a first back turn to him, hits the insta headshot onto Stair. But it is Ryu again this round to find a clean headshot and to be able to push that bomb forward into the plant. What do paiN want to try? Will they consider it? No. Walking away off to the save in the 8th. This is Astralis with 7 rounds on a T side secured.
Was Hooksy not blinded? They threw a Coffin's flash.
I believe he played counter flash into the wall.
But he turned around and hit the shot. Is that what happened?
Yep. He was the first player along the wall.
That's a pretty great reaction out of Hooksy.
I think players 2 and 3 were blind, but him up front, quick reaction.
They cannot play now. That's always nice to know.
Zera trying to be the hero. Nice second shot on Stair, but there we go. They cannot play now, said Hooksy, so they'll change it up instead. Double op setup for paiN. Getting into that desperate territory of a totally flat CT half. Might as well change it up. Let biguzera take forward control instead of Snow being the front runner on Banana.
Gotta love that Safe has found, I think, in the past 3 rifles, like a chance at an opening kill, but he hasn't actually landed a shot.
There we go. biguzera will. That's gonna tell him 2 ops out there on the field. FaZe hunting for his counterpart, but Safe tucked in on Arch side. And down goes the Swedish Opper. So it feels like an all-in short attempt. Astralis, so much wiggle room left in this half that they may as well try it. They're gonna pop open their own smoke on site to try to take over. Oh, Safe with the no-scope and a follow-up. Safe may have had a rough first half to this series, but switching to the CT side of Nuke and now this sequence here, giving us something to watch as paiN will at the very least collect a second CT round win.
And a couple of his opening attempts have just been flashed off, so good util from Astralis for sure to make sure he doesn't have a line. That's a great shot. I wonder if that would have been... They would have been able to take the site otherwise.
All the money that Astralis had built up, it's on the line with this round, and you've got Hooksy back to the MAC-10. paiN secure 5, pistol could make things interesting. Maybe there's a world where Astralis can fall apart in the second half, who knows? But Safe continuing to remain a threat inside of A. 5v4 for paiN in the 10th round.
They came at that with a lot of force, but it's just one player. Op down. That one's being held, but Ryu, wow, he wins it. Pyrio. 19 HP left over, but now it's a 5v3. You don't want to call it a must-win for Astralis since they have this big gap, but it is all the money on the line.
It's just the difference between a strong half and a domination of a half. 10-2, T-side Inferno. You'd think it spelled disaster for paiN.
This is where it's been problems for paiN, actually.
They're back.
Holding from the site.
In with a chance. Molotov over to the coffin side. Snow's hoping to go unnoticed. No molly lands on him, but he'll take Fuzi's head off. Be given Sanctuary slightly, trying to buy time for the rotate over. It's VSM on the other side of CT smoke. But bomb is planted. Hard-fought battle into this round. Astralis extending forward off stair. He finds the headshot. Contact back by Banana confirmed. Pyria, remember, only working with that 19 HP, so suddenly I think I'd rather be Astralis.
Doesn't feel like anyone's gonna peek him. He's got to approach soon.
Coffin player smoked, but not really. And Hooksy finds that CT player dead. Safe, full health bar. We thought that op was gonna be enough to keep him at bay. He'll swap out to a Galil. Oh, this gets awkward. Bomb also planted orange side. Oh, and Stair just straight through it. Takes his head off. Astralis, no prisoners, as this time it's Stair with the 3K.
That was such a big chance for paiN. They start off so well, obviously, but it's the B players once again. It's one of them falling instantly, the other maybe getting 1, maybe getting 2, but still they lose the site. And they just had to keep numbers high that entire time. All that mattered right there is they could continuously bring in reinforcements as they lost players. Even if they all don't deliver, they didn't play their material advantage in this situation. So paiN, they started out a couple of rounds with B control, but they're quick to give it up. Because at least if you have like a sandbag setup, a half wall setup, even if you die there, you have faster rotations. But you lose one in CT spawn, and then your guy from Oranges now has to reveal himself and take a shot. Well, there's only so much they can do.
Add to that Stair with some instant headshots, that peek into the church. A stylish full smoke close. And Stair with that multi-kill takes over to an 11-6 half. Still 2 rounds to play out. On the brink of double digits are Astralis on the T side alone. And a vacancy in Banana that they are happy to take over. Snow once again flashed in. Felt like a little bit quicker this time around. He hears them burning. It's gonna bring biguzera closer to the setup. You step around this half wall though and you welcome the Astralis spam back. biguzera trying to feign like he is Snow and that there's not this position held, which does get Astralis to walk into their death. Stair the first to fall. 3 players still at the base of Banana now, and they see it, at least the first one around that corner. Snow on the peel back. And a 3rd piece for paiN. Sprinting over. Snow drops 1 for his efforts.
But see, now they get the smoke down, they have the extra rotation in.
Yes, sir. And already the 4v3. You'd think it should be enough. biguzera yet again delivering a single kill. Can he multi-frag from this point? Because you've still got Jabby and FaZe fighting tooth and nail.
Oh, with the plant down, even though Jabby's taking this damage. Molly's here on Banana.
It's perfect. Lands right ahead of them. It's going to be the off, trying to get up close. What a shot that had to be. FaZe, though, great off angle. Totally catches safe, unprepared. And now FaZe's got to consider options, but it's Pyria to walk this up from Banana.
Oh, he's not aware of this,
right side fountain. Pyria over top. 1 player left makes the difference. paiN will indeed have to work for that every step of the way, from, you know, setting up Snow down on the half wall, from biguzera collecting a kill as well. I want to say still only their 3rd.
I want to say the guy who's come out of the CT smoke has just died every round. So, like, even though he's in place early, been VSM a couple of times. This is just like a very solid round from Snow overall. He gets his 2, he gets info early, helps him rotate in. And Astralis are just so threatening when they get to the top of Banana. I think they feel so much comfort finding multi-kill entries.
You know your stomach drops when you're Pyria in the 1v1 and you miss the first jump up on Orange.
Yeah, right.
Give a loud stomp, like, oh. We're sitting at 2 into 8. Finally, a huge advantage over top of Astralis as they limp into this one off upgraded pistols. And the rifles at this B site find themselves again just in a 2vx. Third player rotates over in the form of Safe.
They'd be better off getting aggro, I feel like, even though there's all these
and
Ds
Snow
here.
leaves.
Yeah, that's the thing, because they don't know.
But it's all right. Safe's got his. That keeps it comfortably 5v3 momentarily. Utility chucked out. Opper on the line, going hunting. Blinded, though, trying to dive into the smoke. biguzera comes through with nothing. Now Safe, back to the combat, and it is FaZe with the double. Don't you dare, Astralis. It's guns grabbed, half HP. That's a good smoke spam out of Snow. Puts the numbers back into paiN's favor. But there is still this threat of an op back site.
Every once in a while, the Hooksy op pops off.
CT smoke off their own player in this Pyria Banana approach. He'll still be able to climb over Oranges. And Hooksy lands the first one onto Snow. Now fire at his feet, goes wide, doesn't get a second. Nice tap out of Ryu, but it's that climb up and over. You wouldn't expect it. CT smoked Banana, and Pyria uses that to just scale silently instead. So it's a hard-fought half, and it's not a lot to work with, but 4 CT rounds secured by paiN.
Here on the sun-drenched streets of Mirage, we spot some of nature's most fascinating creatures, Counter-Strike players in their natural habitat. Despite the plentiful environments these fellows could inhabit, they seem to always swarm towards the comfort and safety of this shining paradise. As the sun rises over the stone architecture, in typical fashion, we see this species squabble over their preferred position. Let us discover where they shall end up. Firstly, we have the so-called A anchor. This fellow is often seen fighting for his life without a lick of support. The window player, an arrogant and egotistical creature. They can often be seen in the pre-game chat, claiming their position in the blink of an eye. Not all are so lucky as to get their desired position. The B anchor, oftentimes the runt of the litter, designated to hold this empty site and ward off predators. Forced to survive on scraps, he can often be found at the bottom of the scoreboard. Here we see the signature characteristic of this oft-forgotten fellow, a key adaptation over millennia. This creature's legs propel them tirelessly and repeatedly to spot any potential foe. As this defensive tribe scramble to defend their territory, they realize they are not alone. Mirage can hold up to as many as 9 foes at a single time. As we move across its deserted expanse, we arrive at another group of remarkable characters. However, these bloodthirsty devils do not look as amicable as our aforementioned defenders, their eyes locked on the objective. These players scurry from their spawn with the exception of one. Without moving a muscle, we observe one of the players launching a gray metallic canister skyward. The desired outcome seems not to have been achieved. A regrettable mistake. With a new weapon acquired, our CT favors a more aggressive approach. Meanwhile, with the anticipation in the air, a coordinated attack is incoming. A breakneck flurry of utility flies overhead, attempting to disrupt the defenders. The stakes could not be higher. And with nothing he can do, the A anchor is flash-banged like a deer in headlights. He decides his best bet is to retreat. No matter how much he cries out for help, support is nowhere to be found. However, the restless hunter has found its prey. It's one shot, one kill. Such is the life of the Opper, precise and deadly.
Full opening duels for paiN, and only 4 rounds converted throughout that CT side. They had their hands on the game, but unfortunately left scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Definitely did. I mean, it's a bit of the same, it's like a repeat of what we saw versus Gentlemaids, and even when you zoom out a bit, it's kind of just how paiN play Inferno. But this time, Astralis are able to punish them. Very strong entries. I think that's what we saw for sure. Definite chance here for Astralis.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, you thought. See, that's why.
Ooh, was that a nade set?
That's why. That's why.
Maybe it was. I didn't see him pick up a smoke. Does certainly feel like a change of plans now. Love that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Astralis. Just a shooting gallery all the way down Banana.
They're just like, go away, please.
Yeah, you think you can just...
We don't even want B.
You know, that's why if you see your friends jump off a bridge, you don't do it also. Because the first 2 players jumped over just fine.
Right.
Come on, man, it's fine. Third guy lands on a rock. Heads cracked open at the hands of Astralis. Only VSM so far for paiN to give us anything in this pistol. Oh, but that changes. Pyria.
Getting a plant is kind of big.
Beautiful 2K. Bomb plant on top of it. 20 health left to pull this off. And it's dealt with. HooXi finds his second in this pistol. And Astralis, it is a strong position from here on out.
It definitely is. That was a good looking round. HooXi just telling him all about it.
I love a guy who brags about his kills mid-match.
HooXi, you're supposed to be calling the next round.
Was the nade set, but I think he only dropped a flash.
But how? You would drop your most expensive.
You could have already given nades to other people. There was also a smoke and a molly out there.
Ah. So you really said hold my beer.
Yeah.
Okay. FaZe's map.
Ooh. Unless, again, you can't convert the pistols.
But we're 4 for 8 now, right?
We are 4 for 9.
Okay.
FaZe, brave game to play, my friend. He didn't see the barrel.
He did not see it.
Or he did and he ignored it, but...
Oh, he's the one who gets seen now. Oops.
Trying to cross back over. Safe takes damage on that cross. Doesn't want to die like he did in the pistol.
I'm going to say something crazy. Winnable for Astralis. Look at the HP.
Oh, agreed. But it'll also bank on them going for it. We'll see how they decide to set their defense up and what exactly paiN offer, because they've got a minute, so you'd think somebody else would try to feel up, or feel out.
There's no Sonic Goblins here.
Feel out how Astralis are playing. Now you find Ryu, now 4 players tagged. Oh, and there goes your biggest health bar. VSM unable to strike down. Bomb starts to scramble back through the apartments. They've seen 2 players, so at least they've figured that out. And if they head all the way back over to B, it is going to be HooXi and HooXi alone. Snow catches Jabby. Oh, he gets
got
both.
Oh, that is ridiculous.
Well, that is going to be the bomb coming back, surely.
That is absolutely ridiculous.
The Counter-Strike gods giveth, and sometimes, for Astralis' case, take it.
Oh my goodness. Because, like, if you look at the health bars, it was still winnable. Though, to be fair, if it's 4v1 on either side, you'd think that paiN would be able to close somehow. But they have had problems trading. I think that's been a key feature of this game from both of these teams and both of these maps so far. Astralis, however, really solved that problem in the first half. Somehow come away with 4 alive.
It just sort of looked so good for Astralis. If they had the first half that they did, they win the pistol, they convert, they shut this game down. Just shut it down. Stomp on paiN, move through your map pick. You did an uncharacteristic map pick of Inferno to begin with.
But that was never going to happen, was it?
Well, I thought for a second it might.
Like, even from the interviews, even from the interviews of past results, you know, the FaZe problems right now, just recent form, it's...
Oh. Okay.
What was that?
I was worried for a second.
Oh.
With the cinematic replay, there was no kill feed. I was worried that was a CT flash for some reason.
Oh.
Hey-oh. Don't mind me. Oh. Yeah. It's a hell of a frag grenade. Couple of frag grenades for paiN to have to stomach.
Well, you know there's 2 here. You still want to go B?
Yeah.
It's a whole trick.
HooXi's given up the responsibility of the util. Oh, you're really gonna hit that quad stack, huh?
I think they're calling out HooXi.
Oh, you're really gonna jump the 5-7s, huh? You know what happens when you jump 5-7s? VSM into the little pit. No entry.
Oh my goodness.
It is stuffed. Oh. Just like that.
Oops.
Wow. I mean,
they didn't even molly they didn't molly oranges.
If that's
they didn't even do a full exact. They just actually ran through smoke.
If that's not a 5-7 commercial.
Yeah.
Okay.
They didn't even see the site, really.
Say you sprinkle
I don't think any of them saw the site. They were totally blind coming through.
Sprinkle in a bit of bullshit here from FaZe, just spamming through, finds 3. Only sees one of the 3 players he kills. And just like that, we're right back to Astralis' winning ways. If they wanted a change of pace, they'll have to wait. The smoke lands on Safe's arrival.
Can you sing, by the way? You really hit that note.
Can I sing? I can attempt to sing.
We've been to karaoke.
We've been to
with you,
karaoke,
but
yeah.
What have you? I don't remember you.
The
Do you
key to
do any solos?
karaoke, it's really you gotta pick the songs that work for you. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm a big I can really nail Sublime, I think.
Okay.
For the most part.
Sublime.
Yeah, like Santeria.
Okay.
I know you're waiting for me to start singing, but I'm not gonna give you that.
I mean, I'm just sitting here.
I'm no Maui Snake, and that guy can hit an Elvis Presley note or two.
Yep.
But I am better than Vu.
Do you know that?
Yeah,
Oh.
he was at karaoke with us.
Okay.
Jabby trades places in the smoke with Biguzera and blindsides. At least the first one. BSM, great reaction. It's a quick call of the Tech-9 to step up. Biguzera comes through with the Galil, and it feels like we've got a little more Inferno in store for you, folks.
We'll see. Snipe kills out in the open, and Stare actually wins the duel. I think the odds shift a little bit. Nice nade.
It hurts. It's going to be tough to unravel that pit control now for paiN. Smoke on HooXi if you wanted to cut off the pit angle, but yeah, here we go. All right, smoke and a flash. Kit's gonna belong to HooXi in this. There is a second one on the site to be grabbed. Oh, but they peek in before that flashbang really pops, and Pyria, it's the instant headshot. So that's done, and paiN will fight on. We go 4 rounds back and forth at the start of the second half.
Oh. They let him get very close on Arch, on halls, and on lanes, so it kind of invited. This is kind of why paiN lost in the first half. It's you can have a lot of players, but if they're all playing passive spots, they're kind of all in danger of just getting collapsed upon.
It's about trying to find those consecutive victories, though.
Yeah, and it's a 4-round game for Astralis.
Yeah.
And we saw him in a similar position on Nuke, but it was a 2-round game. They're on T side. Oh, wow.
Great first opening. Jabby's got the trade back. There's a lot of posturing going on outside of Banana at the moment, and they just decide to tuck tail. I mean, this is a 4v2 advantage on either bomb site right now for paiN. If they just collect the numbers and follow through, and it feels like that's what they're doing before Astralis would ever have a chance to really go and size up if there really is anybody still left on Banana.
Definitely don't mind the halls play. They like taking lane.
Just gonna play short side. 2 short. Make it a 3rd with the bomb, and 1 meant to come out through the apartments, but that apartments approach gets smoked off.
It's still a minute, though. I think he didn't want to have to use that smoke so early.
Molotov on FaZe. That's awkward.
Molly.
He's uncomfortable back sight, also blind. Ryu and HooXi, a kill a pop. But it's the bomb in a default safe plant, made easy, and a long road for Jabby to come and join HooXi, who now has a smoke grenade in front of him, but a duel's given over. And he's gonna try to hone in on that frag in sight. Eats grenade damage for his efforts.
Damn,
and now
tough.
both him and Jabby tagged up.
No kits on them. Should be one somewhere.
No, there's not this round.
And unless some massive mistake is made here.
HooXi knows that there's still a player inside of the site. Odds are there's somebody in there, so he's gonna keep his eyes on the corner. Clears out safe.
The time, though.
Pyria, again, with no kits, got the bomb planted right in front of him, and so safety secured. Bomb's gonna pop. He will run for the hills. And this is just Jabby, hoping to hang on as the sole survivor. 5 health for him, a 7th round for paiN. It is costly, but it does make this game one step closer.
Yeah, I don't think they care how they win that round. I think they're just glad to be able to do it. Oh, it was a solid opening kill and a decent response, but like you said, there was a 4v2 on either side for a moment, and they did find that window, capitalized on that window, and going 2-2 to the sites. It's kind of like a close shave the whole way, but T favored the whole way. You'd rather be in the 4v4 early. You'd rather be 4-2 on sites. You'd rather go 1-for-1 on the trades. Every single 50-50 there for Astralis just had them slowly getting pushed out of the round. And now it's a dangerous moment for the money again for Astralis. Ironically, where some of the best work has been done against paiN across these maps.
Denied on the swing by a MAC-10 of all things. 5-7 finishes off the damage that was dealt to Snow, but obviously off that impact in Banana and the trade from Safe now, that is a B bomb site with a bomb flying towards it.
bigAzera's is looking how to punish. They've got 2 players here. They kind of know they have this round. Did Ryu show his spot? I mean, I guess they just know where he is.
Damn, the MAC-10 from Snow closes the door on the CTB push.
I mean, to really feel like you won this round, you know, you're trying to drop every gun, so they're looking for Jabby.
But they can't really afford these losses themselves,
they're
so
also holding their cards close.
Yeah. It's 1 AK, so be it. In an attempt to grab a second, Ryu's dead. Now suddenly, yeah, you just give him a nade. I guess in case he was tagged.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're not going to chase that kill, wouldn't you just want to keep the nade?
Yeah. Yeah, but if he's tagged,
eat this.
I think the only thing wrong with that nade is where was it going?
And yet somehow still does like 30 damage.
13.
Oh, 13.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, can that 1 AK saved by Jabby make a difference? Surrounded by 2 5.7s, 3 smokes. Those are the tidbits that Astralis tiptoe into this round with alongside what was saved.
Jabby was nothing short of a hero in the first half. He's the right guy to have this AK, I think.
This game was 8-2 for Astralis once upon a time. They lost 3 of the last 4 rounds in the first half. Just enough of a CT side for paiN with that back and forth force buy. Suddenly within touching distance of a tie.
paiN probably have some scar tissue after getting thoroughly embarrassed going into their anti-eco towards B. Hoaxy dropping 2 grenades, making it seem like, oh, they're throwing grenades and running to A site. No, they held their ground. Perfect trap. But paiN decide not to live in fear. They will, however, have to go up against Jabby. And will they also run through a smoke again is the question.
AK's boosted back sight. They try to disassemble it. Smoke goes down to stop it. AK's got its target. And they're still just going to try to trudge through this into the hit. Hooksy's dead. AK still posted. But they're going to just blow it apart. VSM gets deep into the bomb site and just lets lead fly. Scary to continue in on that, especially once they extinguish the Molotov and he still has vision.
They didn't know he was there the whole time, though. First player he killed was blind. He was blinded, and they got a lot out of that. I mean, they were ready for the molly, which was awesome. They threw that smoke down, which was tricky because they're kind of setting up what looks like a one. It looks like an emergency smoke to get you out of position. But they don't never learn about the boost. paiN surviving a test like that, it's a little bit unnerving here for Astralis. Because now this is feeling a lot like Nuke.
Terrorists win. There we go. Khalil for your efforts, Ryu. Allowed to save this round. Five of the 7 rounds in the second half, all paiNs. So their T side also starting to look formidable. The real glaring error.
I mean, here we are on FaZe's best map. He has an op at CT side that he looks forward to.
Sure. Barring that big 5-7 mistake inside of the B site, though, it's really all paiN in a good way.
The fun kind of paiN.
So what's this op got to say? It's got a mid spawn as well. Yeah, it feels like FaZe off to the aggressive start, wants to clip somebody down middle. Safe trying to set up towards Banana, and already FaZe's peeled back.
No util damage off that first look. No op shot in, and now here's where you want to see a layered game plan out of Astralis. FaZe will make the trek over to B. His op wasn't revealed in the first place, so I think paiN are going to keep that in their inventory of what might be on the map.
Here it comes, though. Flash goes through.
What?
Safe wins the shot.
That was FaZe blind?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think so.
Don't think so either, but both oppers just push into one another. Off of the utility from over top.
Maybe he was presetting his aim for the swing or something. It just looked like he didn't react at all.
I think Safe is just fast as hell.
He went so wide, though.
Replay will cue it up. Maybe he did awkwardly catch a flash. We'll see. But a fast reposition. I love this. Ooh. Showing a little presence in brackets, only to then go running back at a B bomb site that is now understaffed. Stairs got only a flash in his M4 to try to work with. He'll give himself that flash up and over. Another one comes through from the rotate. HooXi's flash blinds all of them, and Stair capitalizes. No, can't get all 4, but still a fantastic individual moment set up by the Hail Mary HooXi flashbang.
And he needs to plant this bomb. He will be given a chance, but no one here in coffins, and now he's in danger of dying after time.
Oh wait, and on top of that, no money offered up. There's going to be limitations here for paiN in the follow-up. HooXi, desperate, runs back through that CT spawn and gives Stair 1 flash to play off of.
Those are the B holds that paiN could not come up with one player in the site in his previous round. Massive moment between the two.
Do we have that op duel on replay?
Yeah, I want to see that.
I'm gonna test production here. I can feel him digging. Call the replay goblin.
Oh!
Yeah, we've got it.
Yeah, like what?
Yeah, so he's not blind. He's also not fast.
No, he went super wide.
Super wide.
Super hot.
Wow. A heroic moment to give Astralis the 11-9 lead. Sprinkle in a couple more of those, and we go to Mirage.
Maybe even just one more. This is for all the money here.
Gonna try their hand at this B site once again. They've got a lot of banana control. Oh, Stair gets clipped. He's dead early. Now it's just Hooksy. No offense. But after Stair's 3K mowdown.
Want to get your util down properly. Let's see if they give him an easy fight. They have been a little sloppy.
Hop shots whiz by. Bomb's going for the plant inside of the fountain, covered by the fountain pillar. Yeah, Hooksy, nice reaction. Isn't able to collect a second, but you've already got FaZe to pick up this coffin line. And it's being held by Safe off the top. Jabby's push collects another. FaZe then starts to tiptoe this one wide.
They have to be careful about this commitment, man. But can they even get out, really? I think FaZe's got to come into this.
Stuck inside of the little pit, R2, third member of paiN, back on Banana, meets a flash. Ryu gets contact, finds the headshot. Puria's got the opper dead. It all falls on Ryu, and he wants out. paiN have secured double digits themselves by simply striking Astralis with tempo. Caught off guard with a nade in hand on the CT cross. They just bombard that bomb site with bodies.
A very clutch op shot there from Safe. You know, you are playing with fire, obviously. If you're just playing from a retake spot on B, we've seen that cost both these teams rounds at this point, but it has to be a good one here from Safe, and it is. Like, the round just looks so different. If he misses that shot, the smoke comes out, delays, rotations come in. Would have been a straight death sentence there for paiN if they had lost that round. For Astralis, they've at least got this one round gap. They still have another bye. They just won't have the op again. And we do the thing.
Just do it. And not that thing, but the other thing, you know?
They're on the same page.
The one?
Yeah, they know it. The thing.
Do the damn thing.
Let's see what the thing is, Astralis.
The thing is win this goddamn map. 2 rounds from that victory to push us to the decider. And the A defense goes brackets heavy. Man, there's nobody to stop Balcony. There's actually been quite a few times paiN throw a player towards Balcony and they get met by a smoke, but they don't go size it up this time. Obviously from the minimap, we're thinking that's the key to unraveling all of this defense. Oh, insta-kill. Ryu finds the headshot, a 4v5 for paiN to have to fight back from now.
I think the thing was the, Hooksy G2 mid setups there. Doubled up on brackets, lots of players to refill those positions, and it looked like it's going to be a full commitment from paiN. I feel like they're almost lucky they only send one in.
Getting a lot of utility out of this defense at the B site, none of it actually dealing any damage. They send a smoke over and then they go back towards this A site.
FaZe's on an op line, but he only has an M4.
He's also playing with his flash out.
It'll be easy to get him off this spot.
Here we go, triple smokes down.
They're running at this.
Yeah,
Moto
one smoke too many. Ryu's gonna be spurning, peeks in, backs turn to him. Nice control from Ryu. FaZe's not yet had to activate, and Jabby already in behind tall box. Beyond him, Big Uzera stomping in the approach. Snow's clutch attempt, though. Just enough time. A 1 versus 4 for the ace. And this kid puts the bomb down with a fresh mag to boot.
He's going around the opposite side of default. It's the right risk.
He's going to start considering short side. That's exactly where both CTs come in from. Can you really deliver this, Snow, to tie the game? Oh, Stair shuts him down. It's a hell of an effort. But paiN do forego another, and Astralis, the smallest sigh of relief. It is a 12th round secured.
A very, very nice try. I mean, he played to win at every single point in that clutch. Even opening himself up to Arch there. Around that outside of default, he had an advantage, but didn't have the HP to take this. Not the instant shot.
I like that. That's a new. That's a new snow soundbite.
No.
Yeah. What a round that would have been. Individual moment of this match had he been able to finish off those last two, but here we go into the next. Limitations for paiN again. This is a paiN that had a slow start to Inferno, that 5-0 Astralis kickoff. FaZe on the instant fallback. It's a very quick kill off the A1S. Smoke grenade for Library. FaZe's gonna test this into Arch once more. Does find the headshot onto Snow. Now it's all about Ryu and what he can do before the other three players just storm their way through that CT spawn. And he's gonna opt to pick up a position inside Smoke. Wow, that lets the bomb go down. Inside of Library sits VSM. He's gonna have backs turned to him. And as he emerges, he does pick up both. It's an AK upgrade. Ryu tracks you down through the smoke, and they've done it. They swarm an A site and push this the distance. Round 24 needed.
Can you believe it? What a move there from paiN. What a move from VSM. Getting one would have been a success. Grabbing both of the MAC-10 on top of it. That's job finished.
Not once in the second half has Astralis has been able to string 2 rounds together.
What's crazy also is that, you know, sometimes you look at the potential ace and you go, oh, he just barely lost it, but he got 4 kills in that previous round. Now Astralis actually don't have money. They've got 3 MP9s to try to defend against overtime.
Well, props to paiN, regardless of the result in round 24. They have turned this game into something entertaining. Genuine chance to push OT. Last time we saw this exact forwards bracket set up, it net Astralis a 5v4, and paiN were never able to claw back into that round.
Yeah, it's an interesting move that they just go right back into it. It was sort of spotted last time. It got them a kill.
It's also slightly different. It's not actually FaZe down beneath.
It looks like it might work here.
Press closer. Last time they sent a single player out. This time 3 players to walk into the trap. Pistols in hand. Safe picks FaZe off. There's damage dealt to these two, but Safe every time he's under pressure. The thing is, though, they don't know about Stare, the one player that's yet to pull the trigger. Opper no longer alone. Snow just a few paces back, watching the wrong direction. But he gets the trade. And HooXi, on a desperate rotation all the way over from that B bomb site, is outnumbered and outgunned. No kit for this retake. A hell of a T side coming out of paiN, and one that still hinges on that absolute collapse when they ran into the 5-7s on that B bomb site. One of the 4 rounds Astralis were able to piece together on the CT half, not once stringing 2 CT wins together. HooXi with the Hail Mary attempt has no kit, and the bomb have to pass halfway. Easy shutdown for paiN. What an awesome comeback for overtime.
You know, I think their ability to just stomach it, being embarrassed is something that paiN, it offers up the ability to come back. Some teams might have given up after such a bad half into such a bad start to the second half, but it happens to them. You know, they lose messy rounds sometimes, but man, did they get themselves out of even trickier spots to follow. This round is no different. It's actually an excellent call from HooXi. Honestly, I would rather be the CTs, even though there are just MP9s there, if it's going to be the case that they're all entering up bracket. That's exactly what HooXi was looking for. It's exactly what won them around previously.
I would even almost say even more so, considering there's an AWP in the middle of that pack. But by God, Safe in danger this series has been phenomenal.
And he got them that B entry in the previous round.
So casters yapping. That's all they ever do, huh?
I mean, mentally, this has got to be terrible for Astralis. It's like I couldn't hear him coming.
Any highlights you'd like to see, Mohan? I've asked to go back and watch the 5-7 round and Snow's 3K almost clutch.
I like those too.
That's what I put in for the order. We'll see what's in stock.
I've only got low lights, so I'm just gonna not talk.
Is the Snow attempt?
This read was so good. Oh, he doesn't go the right side around the bot and just... it would have been a career highlight, honestly. Like a play like that. It's close to it.
Oh, it could have been. And his reaction.
No! No!
No! Because he had the right idea. He
Those
read
meddling
it.
kids.
He read it so well.
He read it so well.
But it had to be the headshot. Like you said, no HP to tank that damage.
BSM big chillin'.
FaZe says, I've got an audio issue. This Hooksy guy's been talking in my ear all game.
We can hear you, right?
I was trying to see.
One day these cables won't exist. We'll be wireless. And there will be no batteries. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I believe in us.
Love this presence of mind from Safe. That kind of focus is why this guy, under threat, has almost powered up as this game went on.
This guy looks like he could fly a spaceship right now.
First half, I don't think we said his name, back on Nuke. Was a driving force in recovering the CT side of Nuke and has been awesome when they've gotten up in his grill as this game has gone on. What's wild, Mohan, is at the turn of the half, paiN actually had 9 opening duels successfully won. They just made that entire comeback happen. Only 4 opening duels won in the second half, and here we are in overtime.
I know. They just do it the hard way. It was all those B entries that Astralis grabbed, the multi-kill entries. Did you ask for the stair 3K B-side hold?
Production, give me the stair 3K B-side hold.
Love that one.
Off of the Hooksy CT spawn flash. Please and thank you.
It was round 43. Production, thank you.
At a minute 27.
Wow. They got it.
Oof.
Oh, yeah.
That Hooksy flashbang. The fact that third guy is still a flash assist in the kill feed lets you know just how good that flash was.
4.5 seconds. Full blind.
Got to appreciate a man who has another pair of in-ears ready to go, as Jabby's in-ears are barely hanging on to life at the moment. Is that duct tape I saw? This man has duct-taped in-ears. Can we go back to Jabby real quick? I believe those are duct-taped in-ears.
Are they?
Yeah, on the left side, dangling under his arm. You can. Is it right there? Jabby, put your hand down. I'm trying to draw attention to your raggedy ass peripherals.
They do look like shoelaces.
Crumbling. Astralis haven't won in overtime, Mats.
Oh my God, is that real?
Oh my God, why have we done that? Well, because it's important context going into overtime shortly.
Yeah. Love VSM, dude. He's got some of the best clips.
What was that time online?
Oh man,
last event?
He puts a napkin in. He was in a hotel.
Yeah.
And he put like the hotel napkin and he had the knife and the fork after the clutch.
Eat it up.
That was good.
I've seen him win a clutch and then put
I think he had a
sunglasses on.
CSGO tattoo on his hand and he got something over top of it though.
Really?
Yeah.
Was it a CS2 tattoo?
No. It's like some art. It's just some other art.
Wasn't a Valorant tattoo, was it?
No, it's not a Valorant tattoo.
Oh, okay.
Come on, bro. What is this wolf?
Shall we, folks? Overtime it is. Welcome back. Only map 2. Astralis hard fought on the T side. Got themselves 8 rounds on the attack. Couldn't end the game in regulation. paiN looking to snowball that momentum from a successful T side comeback into OT.
Yeah, see how much more magic they have.
It's not that forward setup that I feel like paiN have started to get accustomed to. They've seen it a couple of times, not this one. We've got instead 3 players closer to the site. No pit control either here. Astralis feeling very kerneled up on this A site as it stands.
Now, FaZe's in an interesting spot, but he gets seen. I mean, he gets seen in plain view. They know he's opping. It's crazy. Nothing's changed, though, for the CT side. Sometimes holding position is the right thing to do. Beware of the games you play with Safe, though, when you're shoulder spotting. He's punished before.
It's an incendiary in hand here for Jabby.
And they're running this clock down.
They're pushing into him. Oh, and he misses the snapshot down, but Jabby also can't get it. Safe goes right back onto that angle.
Oh my god, there's no one in pit. This is the perfect time to go A.
Does the nade land? No. Pyria takes a bit of damage instead. Smoke onto the Moto side. That's gonna cut off their third piece. He could try to test that Moto smoke, but now it's bodies in the site being found. And Ryu from inside of the corners got a second, third, even 8 seconds. And he just tries to buy enough time.
Bomb, bomb?
Yeah, doesn't get scooped up quick enough. Ryu does it from inside of the corner, damn near alone.
Oh, they kind of bungled this attack. They had such a good setting for it. Oh. Just Pyria staying alive in the end. I mean, it's great out of Ryu, but the position they had, no pit crossfire versus lane. They had halls wide open. In fact, if he had just walked out of halls, there were 2 players on site that were in danger, but they assumed that there was someone in pit. This had to be Ryu, and he put up.
Also, Hooksy getting away with one when he comes out through the Moto smoke. Felt like that safe op was just posted on him, but he finds a moment to strike one down, and it's going to be Astralis to win in overtime first. Big barrage of utility towards Banana. Hooksy on the half wall. Teammate in front of him, full blind, and Stare finds a headshot in that scramble. You've already got, though, a bit of a brackets test coming through from paiN, looking to be quick in their response. Look at this rotation over from Astralis as well, in anticipation of a move like this.
Wait, they're coming in kind of slow.
Biguzera, he hears that stomp over. VSM already starting to squeeze as the pit player reveals himself, but now this arch walk up from Stare is worth it.
Uh-oh, but they don't know about Library.
Yep, it's been taken back. Biguzera getting another. Peeled off of the rotate, B player suddenly feels alone.
This is a right read of the map, though. They're still taking this towards B. They have lots of time to wait this smoke out. They have an op who has to come in slowly, a Halls lurker who knows that he might run into a CT. It's really about staying composed.
Man, lurks through the apps, checks it, and sees nobody outside Balk. There's a duel towards middle now for Biguzera, and it's an instant headshot from him, but still FaZe, can he claw this back himself somehow?
This is actually kind of wild because the T's are now starting to come back towards FaZe.
There's at least one player in front of the bomb that will find him. Pyria has been sharp, but FaZe finds the headshot.
And the bomb now has to walk.
And as it does so, FaZe's given a chance to get out of here.
Wait, Safe is going Halls. This is where FaZe is.
Just enough time for Safe to walk this the entire distance.
He's pushed all the way around. What is happening? Safe is going to have to run.
He still has just enough time, I think. No, not even. You're right. He has to start to sprint it. And FaZe just gets an op shot to the back.
Why would you go Halls if he was in Boiler? Of all places you could go.
Okay.
Am I insane?
Thinking maybe that he wouldn't go play outside of balcony, because what if FaZe's still inside of balcony? Then Safe doesn't have to run before he gets the fight, maybe?
I guess he has to get up lane.
Because there was a threat on the A site in Biguzera, and still FaZe decides to walk out balcony door. Maybe that's the part that catches him off guard, but either way, it's crazy.
Now, that is true. FaZe did take a risk by pushing out, but it's... I feel like this just needed to be biguzero helping Safe get towards A.
Another opening kill. Damn, this T-side, after all of that effort and regulation, Astralis restocked the cache and may not look in the rearview mirror because OT's got nothing but Astralis stamped across it. 5 versus 2 earned.
Safe's actually in an interesting spot, even though this is 2v5. Their whole rotation of CT has been locked off. I think they saw the bomb as well, so they should know he's going to think about splitting here. But he is in a better position to get kills than he is to rotate. Okay.
The old 1v5 clutch. Oh my god, wow. Again, under pressure, up close. This guy just nails the nasty shots, but it's a flawless one from Astralis.
Looking for their first OT win since Bucharest. And they haven't dropped a round yet.
Nice! Good shit!
Talk about regaining your footing. Astralis couldn't win 2 CT round wins in a row throughout the entire regulation. Go ahead and collect 3 in overtime.
Maybe it was a mental block.
Head tucked down, Pyria secures a 5v4 and lives.
It is actually genuinely interesting for paiN, though, because that first half, as you mentioned, so many opening kills, just really struggled. It was really the B-site defenses that struggled, but I'm sure they felt like, oh, we should have won way more rounds and we couldn't do it. Well, this would be the time to prove it if that was true. But it doesn't look like they've learned too many lessons. Still playing back.
Execute up and over. They got 3 map points, so Astralis could just send this in, knowing their success rate in overwhelming this B defense throughout the first 12 rounds of regulation. They'll go for it, and Snow, again, it's a one and done. Pyria here with an oppo, and biguzero for the first time ever, it feels like, that CT rotator getting away with a kill and not just throwing out utility. FaZe 1v4, 17 seconds, and he somehow gets it, but bomb doesn't belong to him. If only he had that, it would be made that much easier, but VSM slides out as he scoops it up. A hell of a couple of shots out of FaZe,
Sure. Like Monacy for a second.
But it is paiN to at least win 1 in overtime.
And it is a much better B setup overall. I like that Pyria immediately moves into a committed spot instead of trying to play retake, which they've tried to do so many times. It's also the guy to get the first kill of the round.
I mean, he took damage and swapped into the op and then headed over to this B site. What scares me is that for a moment, it was a B site that had Snow and a 3 health Pyria.
And biguzero.
Short. He rotated in. But he rotated in with impact. And that makes a difference. They'll try to get away with the same boost that just cost them the 5v4 last round. Nobody home for paiN this time.
Yeah, it definitely has been a feature of HooXi's calling that they'll try the same thing. They don't think their opponents are going to try the same thing twice.
being given the space to set up. In a 5v5 with 3 defenders leaning in this A site right now. Still enough utility to draw attention from biguzera. He wants to go back to a banana peak, but he's already only operating on 50 HP. Oh, but he sees the approach. Stair catches him off from wood. Safe in CT spawn again, up close. He lands these. And that is going to send the bomb back towards middle while paiN starts to stomp the apartment's push.
That's a little hectic.
They seem cautious about it, but he will still deliver a kill at 15 seconds. Bomb dropped in middle. Awkward moment now for Stair as he scoops it up and tries to go running over to a bomb site that's already been secured here by FaZe. Just enough time. They will plant that bomb, smoke off Moto, try to deal with the paiN ult flank that they already knew about. And while that flash pops briefly, it is paiN now with no nades, 4 guns and 4 kits. And twice the bodies of that of Astralis, as FaZe only pulls the trigger for the second, but misses his chance to strike one down. Now it's an easy kill for Stair as he catches back's turn. The pit player cleared, and paiN will go 2 for 2 so far in overtime as well.
Actually a little scary now for Astralis. They had this gap to work with, but now it's just 1 round and it's back to another overtime. We saw how there were a couple close shaves there in the first half of overtime. Another moment where we're still really liking safe sopping. Like, it feels like every time he walks into an angle, he will get the kill. He's kind of got that about him at the moment. paiN also extremely good moves. He hears one player running, but he's technically not totally prepared for a walk peek, but I think he keeps it in his mind. Oh, that's damage.
And the leg shot. Odds ever so slightly more in paiN's favor. Not only the op tag on Ryu follows suit with half of Stair's health taken off the frag grenade and an early 3rd piece from paiN's defense already here on B.
Yeah, they're learning and playing in their way. They're not maybe getting aggressive, but they're leaning at least.
Oh, but the flash is good, and so Stairs wallbang that lineup. VSM cuts 2 down to size. Astralis had found so much success on this B site throughout regulation.
When did the util get so good from paiN? They were also missing a bit of that.
Nothing in overtime for the attack of Astralis.
Oh boy. Bit of egg on their face for this one. Clean sweep the first OT. Can't grab 1 T round.
The evolution in paiN's B-site defense from overtime to regulation. Oh man, it should be studied. Rock solid as VSM comes in with the triple. Not a singular terrorist round win in overtime after both teams posted 8 in regulation. Makes sense of that.
But in terms of winning chances, Astralis just got kind of destroyed in the second half. paiN narrowly lost those first 3 rounds.
And they can go from these rock-solid CT rounds into another overtime on the defense. You know, that extended tech pause to fix FaZe's in-ears kind of interrupts paiN's momentum. Feels like maybe they are finding it again once they switch to the defense.
Did feel that way.
Yeah, it did. Because they snowballed that second half. And obviously, FaZe needs to be able to hear. But I think paiN would have rather just kept that pedal to the metal. They're on the throttle now, that much for certain. Looking to keep this CT lockout rolling. Ton of grenades again. It is Snow wounded worst. Oh, Hooksy eats one for half HP. He can't see a damn thing. He's getting burned out of his position. Snow can hear that, and Snow just on the edge of the smoke still will be found, sure enough. Felt like he was going to poke out of it at some point.
Yeah, that was just not going to work if he didn't move off a flash, right? Eventually that smoke comes up. He's going to get spotted. Best they get out of this is some damage.
So back to Safe's court as smoke fades in middle.
This is a weird spot to be at this point of the round for Safe, so let's see if they're ready for it. Oh, yeah, they are.
Again.
Second kill of the round on the brink of 30. Backs turn to him. Oh, and VSM dropped with nothing. Pyria! Oh! A triple kill. Finally, something goes well for paiN in this round. If only it left more than biguzera to the clutch. He spots contact in the player Little Pit. It's only 2 players to get through. Oh. And that damn near kills him.
That was insane. Down to 12.
But watch as biguzera will try to figure this one out.
He wants every gun. Which gun do you want?
Looking for more util? I mean, incendiary picked up. That's gonna flush a player out, and he's gonna dive the own fire. Tries to play with timing, but it's a double up inside of the pit he's not prepared for. HooXi on the off angle, surviving on 12 health. Stair kicks it off. HooXi sticks the landing. Pyria tries to be the hero, but that mowdown not enough.
Should have been no chance until Pyria got that triple kill.
Snow just can't see a thing.
He just kind of had to make a move. I think he had to pick a flash to try to push. He's already down to 26. He's sitting in a smoke that'll come up. It's actually great util damage that's being dealt, obviously. Some of this stuff is unconfirmed, so he's not sure about it. But that was his chance.
Finally, terrorist round win. Whoa. In overtime.
That would have been a nice way to find a frag. This is where, again, they get this early rotation. It's been good for paiN. They've almost never turned it into a push. They go for the flash retakes. Those have been, you know, good and bad. They aren't even going to check it out. And this is just, I feel like Astralis is going to say, okay, they're not checking it out. I think they just are assuming that paiN are playing 3B from this spot. But that's also the power in being comfortable not going for lanes.
Library player, the only one to kind of rattle off shots to announce their position, and then it's a change up. biguzera goes into the site instead.
Could be a key moment.
Archside feeling very vacant, but that's fine. Clearly, the intention is to move this up short into what is 3 players ready for this hold. Molotov comes through. biguzera in sight. So far, so good here for paiN. Stair is again trying to be the answer. And as he gets ever closer to this site, it's just a headshot. Activation out of biguzera, 5 seconds, and that's enough. Death be damned, it is time that decides it, and still biguzera survives all. What a quad kill from the IGL of paiN.
It's a bit of out-reading. It's by not moving at all. Essentially, it played 3-2 to the end. Astralis thought that if they're not going to flash retake B and see nothing, all right, well, this is a spot where they're keeping their original lead. They had 3 players there for a second, but no. They went back to A, they committed to it. Astralis really wanted some action before they made a move here. And paiN just did not participate whatsoever. Pushed them into a very late exact. That's when angles start getting skipped. That's when crossfires get even stronger.
Ooh, safe starting on B. Denied his angle. Dangerous moment for Snow. Oh, he's gone unnoticed, but he's so blind that they do find him in the end. Another opening death for Snow, twice in the 3 rounds of this overtime.
Yeah, not looking super comfortable there.
Just eats the flash, fully exposed. At least last time he was able to hide in a smoke grenade for 3 flashbangs of timing. This time he's a sitting duck.
It's a long life, but it's not a good life.
Poor guy can't see Jack. Now all of Astralis set up for this.
Again, though. They're going into 3 players. This time in the back of B site, which is just not as threatening as you think. But look at Safe's line.
Still 2 Molotovs.
Any kind of shoulder peek.
Astralis have enough for the execute.
Well, it has to be a flare.
They're gonna go flash-ins. No, okay, late fired. Oh, the new box. biguzera picks them up as he was being set ablaze. And it's gonna be Ryu's answer back with 2 kills off Orange. biguzera can't go for another quad kill.
It falls on Pyria. He's gonna test this smoke. It's being held from the back of sight, but he gets away with it! Ryu! Okay, could not afford to have missed that coverage. Ryu comes in with a rebound as he secures 4 himself.
Oh, the spray is just a touch messy, but it's Ryu on the other side of it. He killed everybody on the site, and then the rotator to close. A great clutch, a chance now for Astralis to get 2 on the attack. Snow's just had a terrible time these last couple of B rounds.
Right before the molly pops. Watch this CT push if we have it. Just the cleanup as he has to swap even to the sidearm. 1 more bullet out of Pyria's gun, and it's paiN 17-16 instead of the inverse.
Something like that.
It's paiN 17-16. Yep. Pyria hits 1 more bullet.
Oh, and Pyria hits 1 more bullet. I see.
Instead of the inverse. Not eating your crazy pills, buddy. First to 19. Oh, that's a tough one to stomach if you're safe. Ryu, really? He's got the op behind him. Why not? Able to just lock into the back room. Even looks to come and try to catch this kill. He knows you're out there. And he just holds on. Almost.
So close to locking that down. Molly missed.
Still worth it.
It's
Nade
good
almost
damage.
gets him.
It's very good damage.
Just a fantastic opening test. Leaves Astralis in such a winnable position at the minute mark. And look, they clear out Banana. Everybody's stampeding over. I mean, this feels like an 18th guaranteed. I don't want to speak too soon. paiN would need a hero. And they do group 3 players up inside of the apartments at the moment. And just enough timing for Astralis to also peel back towards B.
Full HP players up here in the halls, first 2 out.
Even the Arch players leaving.
Yeah, they're starting to doubt it.
FaZe, it's now awkward. Pit player, just the one and done.
FaZe hits his.
Good on him to at least maintain that mid control, but it's going to be a post plant secured. Safe. He's playing with nades. But nah, it's not like anybody actually overstepped that limit. It is a nice wrap from FaZe from short in through the apartments, and so quickly that timing could definitely catch paiN off guard.
Where do they find an edge here? biguzera thinks actually to push the smoke. What a crazy
player setting up a flash. It's a good move to make. biguzera, even not only that, but Safe gets his. He comes back. Now to the 1v1. It's biguzera on the brink of another quad kill. Dinked. Stair closes the gap, and he'll get there. He'll get his. They'll take 18 and 2 map points.
Oh, it's all about the clutches now. It is coming down to the nitty gritty, and it's Astralis who have won the last 2 big ones. A really nice play there from biguzera between him and Safe. It felt like Safe was going to make the move up lane. Instead, he pushed through Arch. Tried to put the responsibility on his shoulders.
Oh, and that was starting to feel like it was getting away from Stair.
Yeah, he's running out of ammo. Pistol was coming out next.
3 shots left in that magazine. Just enough. Double nades comes out from Banana.
Still, even though, to see these rounds that start out so strong.
Oh, Snow got damaged, man. And he had such a tough go of it, playing Banana on the CT side in overtime.
He's committing, though.
He could meet his maker. Stair's been lights out.
Stair's really good at these feet.
Yep. Again, Snow, full white.
Safe will return the favor. Missed op shot out of FaZe. Could have just gotten man advantage secured for Astralis, but it doesn't look like the CTs are going to shy away from this. Another flash and another test, and that tags Safe down to 5 health. HooXi gets him. Nice re-aggression from Astralis.
Can finally be the close.
It's going to push paiN, though, forward into this A site. Ryu trying to be set up by Jabby, but they get pounced on. Nothing between them.
Wow, VSM makes it quick up into the site. Smoke down on Moto. 2v3 retake. paiN look to stay alive.
FaZe and HooXi scratching their heads as if, didn't we do our job? And yet this A site crumbles with nothing to show for its efforts.
Brought some of these retakes close. They still have time. They have smokes.
And the money for the buy in the next, so give it the Hail Mary. Utility up and over. They decide to smoke in sight. That'll cut off an angle here for VSM.
Okay.
But FaZe's dead instantly, so now HooXi taking up that smoke as a route into the bomb site just becomes a bit too much of a gimmick, and that hit into the A site just goes off perfectly for paiN.
Yeah, VSM's a spear. Runs right up through lane, into the site, 2 kills. They're just not ready. Liking Astralis on the openings in these rounds. paiN, though, with the right call at the right time. Like, right when the site's a little weaker. That tempo's working out. But then Astralis in the late rounds. The clutches have been going their way. That could make the difference in this game. They still have just 1 round and they close out this map. Would have to be back-to-back clean sweeps.
Oh,
value grenade.
Yes, sir, but furious timing. That's good for his. Gets Ryu to just tuck into the pit. We've got also Jabby on the scene. A quick split back, though. paiN.
Wait, they have so much time. They're running back.
Yes, sir. They pull away. Bomb to lead this charge.
And nobody's on the bottom of Banana. It's these snap calls out of Big Uzera that have actually been gaining them a lot of value. But the early preemptive smoke here from Stair, they're not going to respect it.
Nah.
When's the last time they looked at a smoke and thought, no?
They dive through, and luckily for them, the flash finds its mark.
What a crazy call.
Stair blinded in the heat of that. But it is still awkward to try to take the site. VSM goes forward, and nobody else is actually extending to try to get that trade-off. 30 seconds, Stair denied. Safe yet again has big impact, but look at the health bars. They're low across the board for paiN. It's tough, and just that shoulder gets it going. HooXi to try to make the difference. Extends forward with man advantage, and now a late arrival from Jabby off of Banana is going to find Back's turn. They try to get off site. They do get one deep into CT. Big Uzera quarter health. What does he have to do this? HooXi's gonna stick it, and after 5 failed attempts to close this game, Astralis finally finished their map pick. A 19-17, the final score, multiple OTs needed, and some praise to paiN for the pace of play in a lot of those rounds as the game went on, but ultimately, Astralis survive.
I don't even know what to make of this inferno here, because at any point it felt like we could have been celebrating a paiN to a victory. Of course, seeing that third map, which is what our future has in store for us here, but overall, just the insane calls and what feels like the insanity of our players right now.
It just, I mean, this was such a topsy-turvy game. Just when it felt like Astralis was in control and we're going to run away with it after how they got a huge lead in regulation, it's paiN that actually bring themselves back on the T side in such an unexpected fashion. A lot of great reads from Big Uzera, a lot of also really great late round moments from a couple of the usual suspects, and a couple of guys that we haven't talked about too much, like VSM being a hero in some of the rounds, Safe being a hero as well, but Astralis are able to withstand. I do think that they were were, it feels weird to say this because it was such a close game, but it felt like they were kind of clearly the better Inferno team, so it's almost crazy that paiN were able to push it this far.
Yeah, paiN just had a different hero seemingly every overtime. Every time they're down 12-11, every time they're down 2-3 rounds, backs against the wall, they have someone else pop off to actually bring them back into it. The only consistent factor, I think the calling from BigUzera the entirety of this game was incredible. It's just, as you say, I think Astralis had a more well-rounded side. They had banana control very often in the early rounds or in the second half of the regulation portion of this. They actually seem to go for the right plays, the right ideas on the map. It's just that you had paiN popping off and finding counters to that in the mid rounds.
Yeah, BigUzera not only just having great calls, but himself as an individual really showing up too. We thought that there were going to be multiple times that he alone is in this, 2v4 situation, a 1v3 situation, yet he's still being able to deliver. Unfortunately, it was a 1v1 situation that could have seen them close out the map that it did falter a little bit, but that's not just on him. They were put in a position that was difficult, and ultimately everyone on paiN did really well. Astralis just did better.
And like MOUZ said, and I think as many people would have seen on that defense, actually even the offense too, just banana control felt so firmly in control. It feels like, I guess this would be kind of like a soccer reference where it's kind of like possession, where I feel like Astralis were in so heavily in possession of banana that you thought it would have been a more decisive victory, but sometimes they're just not able to, to keep up the analogy, put the ball in the back of the net. Like they couldn't quite finish a lot of the rounds, even though they were in so many good map position situations.
I mean, part of it going all the way back to regulation first half, it felt like paiN didn't even try for banana control. It was like they thought they could give it up and just play back on the bomb site, defend the bomb site. Their B site control in regulation was atrocious. In overtime, it started to pop up.
To put it lightly.
Yeah.
To sugarcoat it.
Yeah, to sugarcoat it.
It was diabolical.
Yeah.
Is what it was. And you get into overtime, they have some defenses, but it was clear that they came in with a strategy that just wasn't going to work.
See, I thought you were going to go all the way back to round number 2 and reference the fun that was had from the beginning. It felt like it delivered on both ends of this map.
Yeah, this one actually is pretty it's just hilarious, really. I feel like the comical relief actually started very early in this one, and we actually had a great mic'd up moment from this where actually we got to hear Astralis. Here, just listen 1 second. Helicopter, helicopter.
Bro, you are like so brain rotted right now, I swear to God.
Like, look at this spin. It's so absurd. It's so absurd how that worked.
That is a ridiculous run. And it actually kind of worked. It kind of worked.
The third person POV that goes so hard right now. Yeah, the comedic relief started in round 2 and it did not falter off at any point in all of the overtime deliverables that these teams gave us there. Again, Astralis looking so great for themselves. When we do look at a little bit more of the serious aspect of it, right, where we couldn't see paiN getting over that little early part for themselves in this, was towards round 10.
Yeah, we have round 10. That's just a really tough one for paiN because they go up opening here with the entry. They get into the 5v4. I think they might get another one here along the way as well. Yeah, it's the reaggress in the middle. Down goes Ryu. And this is where not having banana control becomes a problem if your B-site defenders can't hold the angle correctly.
And
right?
also Snow, it's very weird. Its setup is just a little strange where you have an op that's holding the flush angle. He gets killed by the guy in the smoke, and then Snow is tucked at second orange. It just feels like there's not really a crossfire there. They're not really playing off of each other in any way. It took so long for paiN to actually find any synergy towards that B side. You saw like BigUzera holding an op. You don't see secondary opping out of him all too often, but that's how desperate they were on that first half defense.
Yeah, and they were pulling it out regularly because they just couldn't hold the site. They
couldn't get kills.
I think saying that they weren't playing off each other is perfectly correct because there was a couple other rounds we thought about picking up. The problem was they were just the same thing. It was just round after round. They couldn't get on the same page with the B-site defenders.
Yeah, I feel a little bit misled by you, Mau, because you said that Snow has been a pivotal point when it comes to...
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean,
and you distinctly called him out before going into this map, too.
But what about that 1v5?
I know, right? No, he almost. I mean, Snow was just getting caught off by absolutely everything. I thought it was really funny in overtime when they got the flash cam of him just getting completely blinded. He tried turning, gets completely wide, and that was kind of the story of Banana in general. I think that Stair was the beneficiary of a lot of those moments for the, this one right here. This is just I just laughed. When I saw this, I legitimately just laughed out loud. Like I'm blind, I'm full blind, I'm blinded, I'm in the smoke, I'm dead. Like, he didn't even get to play the game on half the rounds, it felt like.
Do you guys want to take a guess at how many seconds he was fully blinded?
Oh, we have this stat.
Yeah, I have the number. Don't look,
I'm not looking. I'm gonna go
in the whole game.
20 seconds?
In the whole game?
20
In the whole, yeah.
20 seconds is a lot.
47 seconds.
That's crazy. That's
It was 108.
108 seconds?
For the whole map. That was the number that was given me.
No,
one map?
You were saying 20 seconds?
One map? He's been for 100 seconds?
Sorry, 47 seconds was crazy?
That's a problem. Like, not one to victim blame, but he needs to change his approach, okay?
That's what happens when you stay on B site and they just throw a million flashes over B site the rest of the game.
Well, you know, a little bit of A, a little bit of B, whether it's Astralis knowing just how impactful that was, whether it was paiN not adjusting about moving snow around. At the end of the day, overtime was needed multiple times for Astralis to close it out. And one of the biggest rounds that put me into a bit of a flurry was round 26. This is one that I'm going to need both of you guys to work on to break down for me.
I mean, this was the one where it was just every single player passing one another without knowing what's even possible. Sometimes you describe overtime games as a game of who makes less mistakes. It's not even like who needs to make the winning plays necessarily, but this is one where, unfortunately, paiN were the ones making the mistakes. You're in a 3-on-2 situation. You get this intel. You kind of knew there could be safe here. That's why Puri is approaching like that, but BigUzera threw all of this utility to slow him down on the short side. He even has this moto smoke down, and he kind of just doesn't even help his player, who also needs to get to the bomb site. And that to me is just so curious. Like, you're swinging for the fences before you even like secured any footing so far in the round. That to me was where I thought, okay, paiN have just lost their minds.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just obvious safe there, running out of apartments. He thinks that there's no way he can be on balcony. Balcony is clear because BigUzera was just watching that. No, he wasn't. Balcony's not clear. FaZe closes.
And he could. The thing is, safe could have been also still behind the short utility, or he could have been in apartments. Like, there's two options. Unless he, like, legitimately to think as BigUzera that, yeah, it's free to come up that side. You have to think that safe or that the Opera or FaZe would have went down mid. Like, in what world is he going to do that? Like, I don't know how he thinks there's safe passage there, but that's how crazy this game got.
It was, yeah, I feel a little bit clearer on what happened there. That nobody actually knew what was happening, so I appreciate both of you putting in that effort there. We do get a map number 3. Hopefully it's just as crazy, hopefully as many overtimes as it is going to be the pleasure of Mirage after this break.
Nice! Let's go, people! Nice!
6 for 6 on maps that we could have possibly gotten, I should say, with our round 3 and 4 of quarterfinals. And our last one for tonight is going to be Mirage, a map that paiN has played already in group stage. In fact, it was the map that got them here, that qualified them to Malta.
It was, and one notable stat about paiN through the group stage is that they had the best 4v5 win percentage. That's a stat that is really hard to come by, and we've got one round to show just kind of how that happens, because it doesn't usually happen by accident or some god tier reactions. It usually happens more so from teams that just have great executes, where sometimes you lose that entry fragger because paiN in this round versus NIP throw a great misdirection, a lot of utility towards middle, and they hit this excellent timing where they actually start flooding out the A ramp before they even throw all of their smokes, all of their utility. And so they catch NIP off guard here with this kind of play. A little bit of a team flash here kind of sets them back a bit, but there's a great trade onto Kaspersky, who's in the connector here. Snow takes him down, and with this advanced position and just the presence of mind to know that there could be a flanking player, that they're able to play this late round out, all of this kind of works in tandem to set up Snow, who has really been delivering for them. So great late round, great execute in general to take space so easily, and yeah, it's kind of a hallmark of the paiN playstyle right now.
Yeah, I think the coordination there in the exec on the bomb site, I think you call it more of like a pop play, where the traditional exec, you're throwing smokes, throwing flashes. Instead, you get in front of the utility so you can go for that swing onto the player in connector, catch him unprepared for 2 players there, even with a team flash. And then you have the coordination between the players. They've done lots of executes. They're in these situations a lot. They know how to play an after plan. Even it goes 4v5, but it also goes 3v4 for a second. You still have the player aware of the flank. You know exactly where things are going on, because you've run this round many times before.
Well, hopefully it's gonna fall in the way then for paiN that you've run it many times before. You know what you can do in case something were to change in that formula. For Astralis, they're really gonna try and take advantage of what has already been on display for that side. But either or, our best of 3 going to a map number 3, and the fun is gonna be had on Mirage.
I really like that breakdown from Maui Snake and you know, whose input on it as well, just because a lot of those sorts of like mid-round timing misdirections were becoming very apparent as Inferno went on. So here's our Polymarket prediction. It is Astralis now expected to be victorious in this best of 3, but I think that those kinds of minute timings are a reason to believe that paiN might still be able to pull this off.
I think this map is just necessary to figure out who's the team that should win. I think we have 2 like kind of very close calls, so it's just a series that calls for a 3rd map, and it's nice to see Astralis break their OT curse in the end, come up with some really big clutches, or you know, denial of clutches really, as paiN got close to some very big upset rounds. A Mirage should be a lot of haymakers, a lot of fun. And I think we've now seen both teams warmed up, and I think they need it because also they're not looking like teams that are going to get much farther in this event, if that makes sense. Little rough around the edges.
Taking over an A site that has a whole lot of vacancy. Not one paiN player found on the approach here from Astralis. Back in the T-spawn, we get a chance for FaZe to duel. He'll just disengage from that. Why give up the death? Why let the ramp go? HooXi and FaZe and Stare with 3 quick kills. Once the clash begins, it all comes up Astralis. A T-side pistol looking like theirs for the taking, but a test here because, oh my god, that's Biguzera with a kit. He found the crossover. Biguzera half second. Oh, it was half second left. Talk about making Astralis
I've never seen that before.
Just running it in.
Because they planted default and played jungle.
Every other position.
They played everything again.
Every other position.
Not even CT.
HooXi gets the ticket kill, goes, yeah, we need a 3rd guy jungle.
Let's take connector control and plant defaults.
But it is also HooXi, yeah, insta headshot. At half second, he gets an instant headshot on a player diffusing looking down. That's not very easy.
No, it's not. In fact,
I would like to see that full speed, because that was, I believe, slowed down a bit.
Might not even happen twice.
Well, well, well.
They don't care how they get it, though. We're on map 3. What does matter is converting.
Yes, sir. Oh, that helps. Stair just kind of feels like he's brimming over with a bit of confidence in this one. Happy to just...
That's a cool call out of Hooksy. I mean, they're starting to lean towards the B site. And they get the kill inside B too.
Yeah.
And now they can actually, like, being able to punish on a round like this is so nice because you have an investment, right? paiN are going to force up, so, and they would easily save if you avoided them. But now they're in a spot where they...
Hello.
Oh, wait, you could actually get a knife, which honestly, that's worth
That's money. Big injection of cash on top of a round where, at the moment, I was going to say Astralis don't lose a player,
That's
but
the last
one
thing you
death.
hear before the Sonic Goblin gets you, by the way.
And he'll get you. But FaZe will just take all that money, instantly rebuy his Kevlar. All good. One death, and it's on the guy who got a knife kill. So yeah, early A kill from Stair, early B kill from Ryu. And it all falls apart for paiN.
So it goes beyond good start with the amount of money they make, the amount of players they kill, how little paiN have now, which is 3 deagles, and a smoke grenade.
Oh, like
That's actually crazy. They come in with 3 more deagles.
Ominously. And a smoke grenade. Well, the deagle hits harder than any smoke ever will. Safe. Oh, he gets away with it. 3 black backs turn.
He does.
And Pyria, I mean, that's perfect timing for him to get a deagle headshot. He grabs the Galil. Oh, but in running forward, gets heard, gets held, goes down, damage dealt, Stair is dead. 2v2, we go right back, and Big Uzera and Snow only have those pistols. But the third deeg still here.
Oh,
and the smoke grenade.
Vision. Whoa, that bomb is in a terrible spot.
Smoke goes out. Creates a bit of uncertainty.
They didn't see the bomb, maybe.
Nah, but Ryu's got the window held, so that smoke grenade's really nothing. He catches the headshot. It's a big wrap around for Snow. He hit the jump. He found the timing, gets the kill. Down to Ryu on 76. Snow's deeg. It's body shots, but no better. 40 health the difference. They convert the pistol and then almost lose that one.
They can't hold the window from the left side. If he was watching it, if the bomb's in front of Get Right, he could have actually had that line. But I guess they knocked it down and didn't see it. It was Pyria who got this kill.
Oh, very slick from Snow.
Ooh. And even though they get 4 deaths there, FaZe with his knife kill goes right for the op into the rifle round. Normally a moment where it would be a bonus.
Oy.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, decision surely made easy with 4 deaths on Astralis' side.
Still don't know about FaZe's op.
Safe's a dead man early. That's catwalk
Again, love the call.
compromised. We get this shuffling of paiN pieces as it is Pyria to move up catwalk in Safe's absence and Big Uzera to take over the site. He'll find the Hooksy headshot swiftly. Pyria goes for the cat clear, but there's already a player extending into him. Oh man, did he not get the memo?
Yeah, that was a little messy. Like, the exec is coming, but Big Uzera's position, like, there's no way he could have held for them scaling across the site that way. Worried about a mid lurk, and it was Ryu in mid earlier, so maybe that was on his mind. And Ryu will look to cause him more problems. Hard to say who's advantaged in this fight. We'll see if Ryu holds the line. Uh-oh. Okay.
It's going to be a hard-fought save. If Stair's also hunting. You go back to Inferno. White-hot start out of Astralis there as well. Took some time for paiN to collect CT round wins. They win 3 of the last 4 on their CT side. That is why we had any conversation at all as that comeback happened on Inferno. So paiN's proven ability to be able to fight back into these strong Astralis starts. We've witnessed it this evening already. Man, this guy's got all the tactics.
Gotta cool off. Timeout called early. They got a lot on their plate already, man. FaZe still got this op. They have lots of money left over.
Oh, yeah.
Coming with a good buy, their kits and everything.
but do the same thing we usually do, you know? Go
Vai, eu
back.
posso ir.
Look at disgust.
Just
at a big
so mad.
Looked like he was 80 for a second.
God.
Just,
These rounds move too fast.
Get out of there.
He's got reason to be frustrated as it's looking like another strong Astralis start.
That was FaZe's top shot. I don't even think he could see anything.
When you got a feel for it, you don't need to see it. Now BiguZera dead at 1 and 5, safe 9 HP at 0 and 4.
I'm really appreciating the pace here for Astralis. They've been, I think, a little cloudy on the T sides, figuring out when is a good idea. Now they're not really overthinking it. Look, they're already moving into their A attack while they're taking mid control. Their util is actually causing kills. They can even afford that. CT's wide open. It's a great time to go A.
Jabby gets tagged back, has to just kind of sit inside a palace for a second. Ryu's almost dead. He'll stay back on ramp. He doesn't really have to get into this.
You can attempt this, and Hooksy's waiting for you on the way out.
Do you feel like Snow's been blind for the last 2 maps?
Yeah, he did not have a good end to the game. It was actually such a classic Snow map. You had some very explosive moments. You had a very close call in that 1v4 ace attempt. But just some of the regular stuff, just, you know, getting out into beat control. Ooh, you know, if you're a beat player, it's like we can feel for you if you get flashed, but also like that is your whole job, is to navigate all the utility that's coming out from the T side when you're trying to take banana control. And a couple of times he was just eating the utility. He's also one of the culprits that in regulation, way back at the beginning of the game, he couldn't put up multi kills as an anchor. Which, to be honest, when you think about Snow, you think about him really good, on paper, aggressive banana, not so much as an anchor in the site. Like in the boring positions, it's not where you want to have someone like Snow. He's like a pretty active player, right? Yeah.
It's just been this.
That was it. He was just blind. He didn't see it, at least.
All of Banana on Inferno, even this, trying to hold jungle and just the entire time. So I don't feel like his duels have been made easy.
That was Snow looking in a mirror.
But still, they are equipped to try and put up some kind of a fight here. Rifles back in hand, no op to counter FaZe. Rifler is just allowed to tiptoe through, and it's 3 players into the B apartments again. That smoke grenade that goes deep, but I feel like Astralis have really not respected the utility that the B site players are throwing out.
paiN are expecting a lot more going on in middle, but it's been extremities in the game plan. The smoke misses,
that
doesn't
helps.
matter. Gets a kill for FaZe. And it's a kill from Palace when they're about to pop B.
Yep.
They have no anchor in the back of the site.
And the cat guy's dead. Oh boy. It's perfect here for Astralis. I mean, come on. What more could you have asked for? They haven't even taken a lick of damage.
I'm loving the game plan here.
Well,
this is an oasis in the desert for Astralis. A really good sign for their T sides. Little disappointing, obviously, for paiN.
We're trying their damnedest to survive this round at this point. Ooh, they are 3 kills into this clutch. They're going for it.
FaZe's a little out of position
They're
now.
going for it. It's all on Stair. FaZe is going to be chasing him up catwalk. Stair obviously knows he's coming. BiguZera in the sights. Yeah, dead. Stair has been their pillar tonight, as he will find 3 kills, deny paiN that Hail Mary of a 2 versus 5.
The upside of losing those players, got the CTs to commit. They wiped the board of the CTs.
Yeah, true.
No chance to win.
Kind of baited into losing it all. Come on, just one more hand. Just one more hand. Now it's a 6-0 Astralis T side.
Second time they've been able to get out of that second window, get a free kill on the B side. It's kind of just like the perfect game plan out of Astralis, but also like paiN make it look amazing by trying to play very doubled up on Cat, doubled up on Connector, looking for mid fights, not finding those at all. And even actually when they do, Astralis just win them flat out as the opening kill. Now, this is a 6-0 start from Astralis. It was a strong start back on Inferno, but this is a little bit different. This one there are no close rounds in here. Besides that, I guess the pistol, which was almost a ninja defuse in plain sight.
That's the closest you've come to a round. It's a scary outing so far for paiN. I mean, I'm sure they felt like they've just blinked and it's 6-0. It was a hard-fought affair on Inferno. It's gonna have to be the same damn thing here on Mirage. Safe will open up for a man advantage here for paiN. Great opening considering the rest of the buy here for paiN. This is just a round where they don't fully invest, come in with majority SMGs in the 5-7, have no grenades from here on out, and also no kit. So a 5v4 op shot from Ticket, you take that.
Why is there an extra gun on the ramp? He actually had an op he was swapping out to an AK. How'd that happen?
Who?
FaZe.
Oh. Big Uzera from the corner.
Did all that, came back, made so much noise, and now drops the bomb.
And it's clean. Not a bad round considering Safe opens with the first kill inside of the ramp. And from that point on, paiN's first found.
Like if you're all maxed out on money and then you drop the last round with a half, you're dropping the second gun, but
was it not,
I feel like a little early.
Was it not Jabby's rifle?
Oh, Jabby's rifle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, first gun there. Big Uzera may have not found it himself, but he'll get it by the end of the round. There we go. Oof. It's a good burst of energy. paiN, hard fought first round win.
Miss window smoke on purpose, of course. FaZe up here.
Oh, missed chance. Would have been a great find to drop Big Uzera like that. Ryu's gonna try to move it forward instead. Connector players active, but not watching. Oh, great recovery from Snow. That could have been real lethal and not to paiN's favor. Instead, 4v3 for the defense.
That's fierce out of Snow. This one to stay afloat for paiN. In a decent position to triple up. Oh yeah, that's 3 on the round. Oh, could it be the ace? No, FaZe will deny it. But
grabs bomb, and honestly, these smokes keep things separated. If he just gets this Ticket kill, well, maybe there could have been something to have, but Safe again in those hectic moments delivers an op shot, and paiN are not just going to win 1 round, but 2 consecutive instead. And remember, letting paiN getting back into the CT side of Inferno really cost Astralis their chance at a stomp on map 2.
It's a great shot there from Safe.
And that's a bottomed out Astralis as well. They will limp into this one with a single Desert Eagle. It belongs to Hooksy. Bomb amongst these 4 players. And Big Uzera could be swarmed. Could have also just held that left click and gotten more than the 1. VSM deals with the Deagle. They'll take that M4 they've earned and try to use it elsewhere. FaZe surely hands that off, sitting on 19 health. It'll be Jabby's responsibility, and we've already got Pirio with an op unexpectedly. An evolution here in paiN going for a secondary op. Deep angle, Pistols had no chance. Add to that Snow's push and wrap around through T-spawn. This is a very active paiN round, knowing they've got a huge advantage. And he doesn't throw the flash. Waiting for the second. M4 is down, and so are the hopes of Astralis with a robbery.
I mean, right back at it, to be honest. It's 6-1 to begin with, but this is pretty massive climb back in out of paiN. FaZe into the op. We had some perfect calls here for Astralis early on. Right site, right time. But it kind of feels like their game plan has sort of evolved into going into mid. paiN have just kept doubling down on the fact that this will happen eventually and have started to get the fights they were looking for.
Get space out. Oh, wow. Safe still under the utility. Goes for the climb up, clips Ryu, now waits for the deep challenge to come his way. And HooXi hits the pause button right there on the brink of it. A lot of bullets flying through those smokes. And on top of that, utility sent towards Palace that's going to turn Jabby away with 1 HP. Bomb is planted default, and 3/4 of this post plant is off the site. HooXi's hoping to be the hero here, but what's on the other side is, of course, that op in Safe's hands, plus Big Uzera. I would almost say it all banks on on HooXi. 3 players coming his way, nobody else really with vision. Jabby gets a deep angle, but that's a Jabby with 1 HP. Stare from the boxes, catches his, finds himself alone. It's gonna have to go big, and it's Pyria over the top, and they stick the landing.
It was another default plant?
Yes, it was.
What are they
with 3
doing?
players over towards ramp, and 1 on HooXi. That's why I said it's all on him. He's the only player in sight once that bomb goes down.
I said that even though I thought it was planted opposite triple, because if they're all playing Tetris, like they're just 1 smoke away from not seeing anything. They just had 2 passive positions overall. None of these angles really T-favored. That puts even more pressure on them. They can't even play from within the A ramp.
One more full buy after this, but Astralis' 6-0 start fizzles out at the end of the half. It gives a door open to paiN where they can just remind themselves what they achieved on Inferno, but that's also assuming that they hold this one, and VSM will find the right timing to spam through. Still, 3 members of Astralis stand. Bomb hesitates for a moment. They'll go for the default plant, and where do they play? Offsite again.
What in the world is this? I mean, we've got 2 smokes coming in from the CT side. That's a free kill for Pyria. Very nice for him to be patient there.
Yep, with an op, so has to play off the 5-7.
But it's like you're playing this close because you have to run up if you don't catch him on the cross.
Nade's perfect for these positions. VSM finds the headshot, and nothing they can do about that one. Another successful retake by paiN. Set up perhaps by, you're the color commentator. Please explain it.
Planning default instantly when you have the open site. They're planning for by the way, planning for CT without it being smoked, and they don't even have a kill there.
Yeah, bro.
They're literally safer to plan on the other side of it.
Just the look on your face when I looked over at you. It's like
happening?
For the 3rd time.
Why is everyone planning default?
I don't know. I never got the memo, but I mean, even that nade placement,
like even if you were playing at least Palace,
yes,
then you got a cool position to defend against default, even though you get peek from the right side.
Sure.
But no CT, 1 player missiles at best.
Active moves here from paiN. Are they really going to answer back with a 6-round streak of their own?
Pretty impressive.
It's been so tight this entire match. And at the start of the series, the rounds were just blowouts within themselves. And it was so hard to kind of like paint a picture of the game and explain the results round by round. But as this game's gotten on, bar maybe some weird bomb plants, we've at least had big heroic moments and at least streaks of victories as both teams adapt. VSM, he can sense you inside the ladder room, but HooXi's going to be given the space for the time being. Jabby clips one. It's a casualty on the A site that's going to get Stare active. Nicely done. Off of HooXi's flashbang, just zones Big Uzera into the side of the staircase. Safe is hoping to deliver an op shot here, and he will land that on Jabby. Man advantage earned by paiN. 30 seconds to the clock, and that's going to force... Ooh, I thought into the op, but no sir. FaZe gets away with the plant. And so suddenly the retake's on once more. Bomb finally not planted default. Astralis finally not on ramp.
Oops.
FaZe starts to head that way, decides he wants to get into the action, clips a player off site, finds his first of this round, and pushes paiN into a clutch that he can't pick up. Astralis will not allow paiN to get that 6-round streak. It's a 7-5 half out of Astralis to hold on to this lead.
All right, we're at the Blast Bounty with Astralis, who've obviously qualified through the online portion, now making it to the LAN. First things first, I just kind of want to get it out of the way. I feel like the way you guys bowed out of Cologne and some of the comms that sort of came out there showed some tension, that there was some frustrations about maybe a lack of communication or people taking responsibility in those moments. How is that going to be avoided in this season?
Like, I think the tension, or whatever you want to call it, is just from us not being happy about how we perform, and I think that is something we all agree with on the team. In terms of like the in-game stuff, I think we try to change style a little bit now, going a bit more back to what we did in the start of the year, and I think it will suit people better. Yeah, hopefully that will fix some stuff.
I mean, I agree. You all said it was end of the season, and like as he said, after like a couple of rough tournaments, of course, it gets tough to know how what the solution should be, and then we just tried to fix something fast, which was not the best solution. We found out, and now we are kind of starting on a fresh one with a good long break, you know. So the mental is refreshed, and we're not like too much thinking about the tough tournaments we had before the break. Now it's like a new season, and we got some new people as well in the organization too. So that's also something new.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at specifically the players not here, Ryu and FaZe, it seemed like when they first joined Astralis, they seemed to have some pop-off games, some good events. Now they've really been struggling. You think specifically your change-up in play style is going to help them?
We were playing like this kind of more loose freestyle in the start of the year, and then we gradually got more and more structured to a point where it was like way too structured for people to feel comfortable. We kind of had to make the mistake to realize that people were not feeling comfortable enough to like show their full potential, and hopefully, like, I don't expect us to, you know, just snap back into like what we did when we were the best, but you know that we will see some signs of improvement and then get there.
But I'm actually curious more about your position, Stair, because now you've had some time playing all or most of pretty much all the good spots. So how does it feel now going toe to toe with all the best players in all those best positions?
I mean, it feels good. It's my positions I like the most. I also think I thrive the most in those. I mean, I don't know if you can say I am like toe to toe with the best, because I think our competition hasn't been as good as the others. Like sometimes we've had some tough tournaments and like went out kind of fast, so we didn't meet like Vitality and Spirit as much as some other teams maybe did. But I definitely like it and feel very comfortable in my positions now.
Two-part question. What are your guys' expectations for this part of the bounty? And then afterwards, what are the expectations for the season, or what are the goals?
I mean, we haven't really talked result-based expectations. I think it's kind of, even though we didn't change lineup, it's still very new, and we just want to do like better and better. And of course, for the whole VRS thing, it's important to get some random wins under the belt, not necessarily like winning an event, but get some wins and play better than we have been doing, and get people comfortable. I think it's just what we have been talking a lot about, that we want to feel good playing again, because we were not feeling good the last few events of last season. So
7-5 half for the Astralis team by the end of that half, and one more sprinkled in. Some awkward moments, sure, but ultimately, numerically, a very good spot, I think, for Astralis mentally to be kicking off a CT side of Mirage.
Yeah, totally. This is they kind of got the hard side out of the way, did very, very well. They were crushing at first, but I think paiN will feel pretty good. I think they would have been happier, you know, to make it 6-6, but they'll have to make do.
They were in a worse place before they got into double overtime on map 2, so let's see what they've got for us. They've shown real resilience tonight, and they barrel back into this pistol round to try to start their own T-side streak. It was Astralis with a 6-0 kickoff on the attack in the first half.
They've got a real fire underneath them right now.
Looks he's going to go running in. He's met by smoke and dealt with, so paiN very quickly here to cut into the lead of Astralis.
Well, it looks like we're guaranteed a close map at this point, which is the best, considering, you know, you never want the best map to be the second one. And that was a heater by the time we got to overtime.
13-10 win for paiN on Nuke. 19-17 victory on Inferno for Astralis. We have had a real difficult time separating these squads this evening.
And it's a revenge match for Astralis after the major.
That it is.
paiN pieced him up.
Final half of this quarterfinal. Who's your semifinal competition? Find out at the draft show after this. Spirit, MOUZ, FaZe, and one of these two teams. Easy does it. And more importantly than the draft show, remember that Nat's going to have to go out there for the Bounty Bonanza.
Yes.
Spin that wheel.
I heard someone's winning the Bonanza tonight.
I heard if you win the Bonanza, James Banks rappels in from the ceiling. With
All
your
right.
new car.
With a car,
Yeah, with a
guaranteed.
new car.
All right. You going to put a guarantee on that?
Nope.
All right.
No promises.
Whoa. Doesn't even look like they're close to getting eco'd.
Yeah.
That's a little weird.
Right, for once.
Is this a new paiN that we're seeing?
Nice. Safe, showing us some rifle work, but still getting popped by the end. That's 2 casualties on the side of paiN as they tie this game up 7-all. And they got that Galil into Snow's hands. So 2 AKs Galil move forward here for paiN.
Booyah.
Oh, yeah, that's a great idea.
We get a translation?
No. No, it's between him and me.
Okay. How many languages can this guy speak?
Do you count Klingon?
I do.
Oh, well then, 3.
The heck? I thought you could speak French.
Yeah, well. FaZe into the...
Yeah, this looks like a good idea.
Right?
Oh, actually, I thought it was safe on the other side. Maybe...
Safe's coming. He's bringing that bomb in the backdrop.
He is.
He's also got a Galil.
The look on his face. What is the look on Big Azera's face?
He's been confused since this third map started.
I think he needs new glasses. Yeah, this definitely looks like they could walk into an op shot. At least one. Depends on how they exact, but the flashes are about to come over. FaZe will be hooded from them.
It's Hooksy up catwalk as the closest support, and easy does it. Pyria just tiptoes into his death. FaZe gives it an extra jump spot, calls for assistance. That's Hooksy to lock in. Just down over towards the arch, and paiN can drop all this utility that they want, trying to smoke out the windows for the rotators by the time they commit, but because they've taken this time, it is already 4 players on the scene. There's a world where paiN individually fight out of this, but it's going to be a hard-fought battle. Look how ready Astralis are. 20 to the clock. Arch players trade. Here comes Safe, long-range spray, and they just can't get the numbers. Great rotation for Astralis in the gun round to get themselves back in the lead.
Great to see the setup victory here for Astralis. FaZe in the right place for an easy shot, and if they get caught off by the connector player, then maybe the rotations get a little funky, but I don't think FaZe moves. I think they still have a really good chance of getting the early warning system over on B. We got a timeout. This game gets a little bit more tense. Money's just terrible here for paiN.
Yep.
But Safe can look for his op next round at least.
It's just a small snippet from Jabby, but I think it's just a very real read of the situation. They're going to do a couple of things on one site, and they're going to move it somewhere else. And it's like, that is exactly what paiN have been doing for a week now. But it's just so hard to pin down their final destination. The desk broke it down prior to this third map going live. paiN have been good recently at disguising their intentions. Obviously, this round, you've got nothing to disguise it with. Does VSM not have a gun? There we go. Okay. That was freaking me out.
Went and grabbed it.
Glock for the ramp hit, bomb in the back of the mid play, so even as some of those players get close to connector, how's the bomb ever going to get to this site?
If they had guns, this would be a nice looking split. They've got every choke point they need.
They've gone through the motions nicely, but again, just no tools for the job. It's going to be an impossible battle to surpass Astralis on this bomb site with all the rifles in position. And I would say, even if, like you mentioned, that split had weapons and they had the right positioning, I think Astralis were also in the good positions to deal with it.
Yeah, that's totally fair. They were pretty comfortable, I think, where they were.
Nice.
Had vision of everything.
It's a sweep here for Astralis. 5 players up and back where they started this half, a 2-round lead.
That's just going to be a very hard game for paiN now. They had, worked so hard to come back into that last half, and that was supposed to be the fun side. Now, Safe's T-side hopping back on Inferno was, he was hitting some shots and creating opportunities that, most wouldn't be able to find. That might be a bright spot here. Hooksy pulling up on the aggro. Spot like his is really good if it comes, the exec comes in extremely late. Wonder how pushed he's gonna get. Man, he's actually set up so they have to come behind him and, they can set this peak up now.
Nicely done.
Dodge didn't matter.
And move it forward, at least for the one that's going to serve as a trigger here for paiN, which could have given FaZe the man advantage earned.
But even just stopping them from going anywhere, that'll kill the clock a little bit. paiN get reorganized.
They've got VSM to tether off of, already top connector control here for him.
Gabby's spot is great for catching connector stragglers.
Tuck right back in. He actually opts to go top palace. This is what VSM's been waiting for, but Jabby wins the duel. In the same time, they have boosted 2 players up through the window. That was Big Uzera to send his troops over, Safe, who now looks to just work it up through connector. Will they expect a second? Oh, FaZe given a gift as that second player in snow pops up. Another 4-player survivor situation here for Astralis.
You could tell from Gabby's comms, from this previous round that he's ready for them to get back towards the A side. They did a couple things over at B.
Sometimes I really love Hooksy's reactions to round wins because he feels genuinely surprised.
Yeah, he's like giggling about it.
But I think after the hard-fought battle that they've had throughout this series so far, this one is starting to feel like Astralis are steps ahead. And obviously they'd be fools to write off paiN and what's left of Mirage. But Astralis have earned a confident position at this point. Tons of money, another round where paiN are gonna have nothing, a 3-round lead, what should now be 4, as 11-7 feels like a guarantee.
I think definitely a red thread for Astralis through the series. They've looked better in 2 portions of the round. It's the opening part of the round where they can get those opening kills. Even though on Nuke they overcame that. In the end, they really did a good job on opening attempts, banana control, things like that. And then they're also coming up better on the clutches, closing things out. Sometimes they don't even have to get there because their openings are better. paiN have pulled out some interesting mid-round stuff, but now it just feels like everyone's a little bit too polished.
Hoping to get lucky with this one. This is no Kevlar across the paiN squad. Just a full execute and a hope that you'll make the defense uncomfortable. Doesn't seem likely. Nice flash out of Stair. Sets up his teammate, and then he'll move through top staircase with the easy double kill. There was no utility to stop him from cresting over top of the staircase. Very comfortable to deal with that one. As expected, the 11-7 off of the back of the paiN pistols. Now they will try with their guns to stave off the Astralis 12th.
I don't know what the pocket play is here for paiN. They don't really have a success they can look back on and say this was just a guarantee. This was such a strong round that they've shelved and, you know, lost a couple rounds that they can come back to. I think even when they've tried to set up and silence over in B. They're getting called out because Astralis are being aggressive. Oh, that's great out of FaZe.
Yeah, pop that smoke open, clip BigUzera, down to the 4v5 go paiN, but Safe is at least taking up free real estate.
Could see the open window. Knows he could walk right by Cat.
Nate opens the smoke, but he doesn't peek, and now it's gone.
Stairs keeping an eye on this, right? I mean, he has to watch for both the window jump up as well.
But he's got 40 health, so big advantage here for Safe.
Yeah, that's a good point.
CT player also chucking out utility. That's going to draw Safe's attention back over.
Thing is, Stair put himself in a spot where he can actually rotate from this spot too, and they have 2 B players. So if Safe's going to try to cut off rotations, it might be too late.
Jabby on an op here, right? Double op setup. The
Oh,
timing is disastrous. FaZe at least tries to help out from the other bomb site. Hooksy finds a headshot. Hail Mary spray, knowing he's time limited. Stair tries to track that jump down into sight. Here comes FaZe. Oh, they just wrap up that bomb site.
They can do no wrong.
Gift of aggression. The fact FaZe finds a moment to get his hands on that play.
Yeah.
Despite being on the opposite side of the map, it felt like when Jabby turned around, the moment Safe stepped into his screen, that was just a disaster.
It's again another opening.
5 map and match points.
And it's also like, this is really unlucky from Jabby. Like, he actually sees him on his screen. But it's also pretty lucky for Hooksy to get that kill.
It goes both ways.
Boy. But that's why we play all these rounds. Some people are going to get lucky sometimes, but overall, Astralis have been a better team. They've proved that here on Mirage.
Into the full execute. paiN will try their damnedest, but their Molotovs are popping in the sky. Surely not making their job easier for themselves. FaZe is not able to escape off of that ambitious peek from Ticket that netted them a temporary man advantage. But will they expect Ryu to be inside it? Yes. BigUzera tracks it down with the MAC-10, secures a bit of control in CT spawn. Bomb on default planted, and look, not one player ramp. CT's on the retake now at a disadvantage.
Are they playing this post plant so well?
Flash up into Ticket. Nah, while blind, BigUzera, you gave him an op. And so you've given paiN a chance. Jabby will test the waters one more time, but they're so solidified on this post plant. The first of 5 match points survived here by paiN. Sorry, that was very sassy of me.
It was
very
funny
sassy.
because they were all playing the exact right post plant positions, and then we looked at Astralis, and like not a single one of them did that.
I was feeling sassy.
And yet here Astralis are 12-8.
And they're winning, so I felt like I had the liberty. You know?
Yeah. Listen, they do that tomorrow, they're cooked. So, and that is something that you can win here. That'd be nice. But you go into sleep knowing you've made some critical errors, and that you definitely put the game at risk anyways.
BigUzera with a great round, considering that, again, first guy's hiding in a smoke and Ticket, spams him out with a MAC-10. Also, critical portion of the map for him to stay alive in, and then that blind op shot to hold on to it.
Yeah, it was FaZe took the shot and fell off, though, so he was just spamming where he was falling off to.
No, the second kill. That's safe through Ticket for the FaZe frag, but then the second player who was hiding Ticket got found by BigUzera.
Oh, okay. Unlucky, really.
Yeah, MAC-10 of all things. Ryu tried to slip the net. That's why he was frustrated. Confident opening mid-move. Piria's got Hooksy dead. That's B-site compromised. Oof. Man advantage Astralis. 18 squandered map points today. And
that's tough.
Well, a lot of those
in one day.
A lot of those surely the Mongolz.
I think our match helped.
It did. It did.
And it could be helping even more if paiN can find another win here. A re-smoke up connector.
It's a retake with
4 players in different choke points right now.
And low health on 3. You know, this could be paiN maybe trying to make one too many moves happen.
This comes down to There needs to be some attention to the A site, so Safe turns around. This allows FaZe to get closer. This is kind of the only way they could win.
FaZe's gonna have a back turn to him. That's a guarantee. And he's lucky that that op shot missed, but Snow and VSM, the two other players, have both revealed themselves from jungle. It's a smoke on the bomb. It's gonna cause panic. Damage dealt and found. Second test survived.
Dude, why'd they plant for themselves?
2 of 5. paiN moved this one one step closer to another overtime.
They did. They have moved it one step closer, but Astralis still have so much money.
19 map points squandered.
True, and counting.
Double op setup here for Astralis. Trying to shake it up one more time in the 22nd round of map 3. That's all that money you mentioned. Still netting them plays like this one. Mid-duel queued up. Oh, but he steps away. VSM doesn't want this smoke. FaZe actually lets a shot fire off, and now that's a cross out of VSM towards top mid. Oh. And then FaZe thought he wouldn't have gone back during that op on cycle. VSM, confident move considering 0 trade potential.
I mean, the thing is, though, you can't deny that. Op can't get back on cycle in time. Like, for him, it was simple math. For FaZe, he was the one taking a risk. He told VSM he was off the line. Okay, paiN, time to look alive. The CTs are coming this way. And Stair sneaks into a pretty strong position. Oh, they're fully reading this, man.
paiN hitting the pause button has opened this door for Stair. Oh, but he can't deliver. It's an instant Snow headshot. Safe kills HooXi. Ryu's gone unnoticed, but gets found out. Not one kill. Nothing back for Astralis. 3 of their 5 match points have just evaporated before our eyes.
Are they getting scared? Because they should be.
Now
FaZe doesn't have enough money for an op. They don't have enough money for a full buy.
Lordy, lordy.
They make a huge mistake here. I mean, it's a very clever move out of VSM, but honestly, what else is going to stop him from crossing, right? It's not going to be another rifle there. He was smart enough to not peek originally when he threw that flash and the molly and the nade into connector. paiN are fighting.
Don't they always?
They do always. That's the charming part about paiN, absolutely. It always feels like they're just battling uphill all the time, but they sometimes crest it. I mean, they've made deep runs. Saw what they did at Austin. Just always surprising what they can pull out.
Sometimes down, but never out. That's what I think of when I think of paiN. And tonight's game, no exception.
Just don't let it. Would it be thematic to end on an eco, though?
It would be. There's been a lot of these rounds that get robbed away for both teams in this one.
I thought we were past this, guys.
Big execute out, scout damage early, Snow moving it forward. Oh, Javi's deagle. And he gets so much further damage. FaZe scoops up one. Player inside of Palace falls back instantly. He doesn't want to be a part of this anymore, but his two teammates have already extended out, and they use those nades to try to soften up FaZe.
Damn.
Palace totally foregone. Bomb off of this flash, trying to close that distance. What does the jungle player do? Stairs Deagle tucked into the corner, misses its chance. Good on Big Uzera, sniffs out the gap, comes in with two. HooXi's 5-7, blindside safe. What are you watching?
No.
As now all that's left of paiN are these two players back on ramp. Yes, bomb is planted for them. And HooXi has no kit, but he's got Kevlar and a hope. There's a flashbang being set up so that Pyria can go in for the fight, because look at the health that they also have to work with. That tap elicits the flash, and HooXi sprays wildly, just can't connect it. Now he knows he's missed his very small window of opportunity, has to go for the save. 4 of 5 match points squandered.
It ends up just being a good call here from Astralis to pick A as the site to stack, but they obviously don't have money. paiN have done a tremendous job of chewing through the enormous bank accounts of Astralis to get to this point. And now they have wiped the smiles from their faces. They're one away from bringing this into another overtime. And I can't help but feel like map biases and stats don't matter anymore. I think this one's going to be mental. It's going to be about pressure. And I think Astralis are feeling it. They've had a number of setup victories on the CT side to get them to 12 very early. But just like in the first half, paiN miraculously have come back.
Out of all the rounds that were not won to close maps, I'm curious, just to throw you under the bus here, B-Tramps, how many of those were Astralis alone in this series? It's either a stat that'll matter as we go to overtime, or one that they overcome and close right now in regulation. They've got all the guns in the world. Triple op for paiN. What are you up to?
What the
Yeah. My thoughts exactly. They
went
go
for a pick on a ramp. I kind of love it, honestly, on a round like this.
Makes sense.
I'm just shocked that they're the ones with money all of a sudden.
Sure, let it go.
They really made it out the hood with this round.
I mean,
but no opening attempts. Doesn't matter. Takes a few seconds to go and look for them. I think for Astralis, they're just thankful they didn't have
nobody
to see
has
it.
The bomb. There's a lot of weird timings now created because you're just throwing guns out of the map. Snow's been cleaning the house.
He's gonna stay here.
Pops up.
Oh, he doesn't have good vision, and he gets burned.
And there's an op on this line already as he goes in to test this, but they pull away after nades.
But he's not shrinking under the pressure. Jumps up, calls him out.
Endo smoke thrown by Snow lands as intended.
What's wild is the normal pattern would mean, you know, paiN. Maybe they turn this into an A round, but the bomb's still going up to B.
And now a top connector
cleared
smoke.
things out, actually, so he's gonna leave.
Smoked off window, smoked off top con, put a player in there in VSM. Hooksy's got a grenade out, and this B-site, this B-site's his entire responsibility. paiN are on the brink of just catching Astralis entirely off guard. He's got his nade out, drops the smoke, turns his back. Big Uzera pounces on him, and now already Jabby's dead as well. FaZe got one on his exit into this bomb site, close proximity to the site. Bomb now being planted. FaZe wants to interrupt this, but Safe so ready. And paiN just swarm.
I love that. This has nothing to do with individual efforts. It's just a beautiful call. They put all that pressure up to B. FaZe disrespects it. They read that. They come into the same site late. It's the last thing Astralis expect after the half that they've seen so far.
Ryu to try to get out here, but he's going to be held from the wall. Dead already.
Wow.
5 consecutive match points survived. paiN have shown incredible resilience because, again, they face a 6-0 start on both Mirage and Inferno, and yet here we go, beyond regulation yet again.
And if you missed Inferno, that was the first time that Astralis won in overtime since PGL Bucharest months ago. Now we'll have to do 2 in 1 day.
Now I really want that stat.
My goodness. A masterful comeback out of paiN, honestly. You know, if that round was sprinkled in the middle, I think it would have been impressive. But the fact that that's the round 24 call, you know, sometimes I look at Big Uzera and the way he calls, and he's very good at adapting, and I think that's why he can come back versus good teams. He can take the map at hand.
9 map points lost this series.
And read all the tendencies. But sometimes that means that you start slow, and then you have to come back. And if you come back consistently, like, you always have losing chances.
But you don't crumble under that threat. Can they ride the momentum? 5 in a row for paiN. Ryu catching first blood in overtime. As the smokes get open temporarily, VSM, that's an instant headshot. But he will still fall victim to the smoke spam. Bomb plants.
Not taking that shot.
Doesn't get stopped, but there it is. They reopen that smoke. FaZe able to catch the kill. They go 4v2 advantage. You'd think this just gears them up for an easy retake. Pyria opts to play backside with bomb planted open.
Yeah, there's a lot of utility from this spot. Peek stairs, a side of default, but also the victim of grenades.
He still finds a pocket to play from in safety. There's smoke grenades here in abundance for Astralis. Players as well, obviously their advantage. Pyria gets the kill, won't be able to manage a second. Now it falls back to biguzera. They're gonna try to swing into him. A second kill collected. Okay, he just whittles it down off time. HooXi with the Hail Mary defuse, but he loses on that one. The clutch comes through. biguzera 1v3 to kick off overtime.
Finally a round where the bomb actually explodes. They defend in the post plant. Another strong start for Astralis, but paiN hold the line all the way to the end. The delay from Pyria and the 1-on-3 from biguzera.
Just avoiding HooXi long enough.
A couple of years ago, it felt like biguzera put up a round like this every half. Now it happens a little bit less often. But what a time to pull it out.
And you can feel paiN just trying to move this forward.
They're in the lead?
Yep. That they are. But down by a man already. Still, this timing, I think they'll take it. 2 players up through connector.
Oh boy.
Yeah, this has got flashes of the round that Maui Snake broke down. VSM catching Jabby, finally something going back for paiN. It cost them bodies to get to this position, but it's also a position that'll catch Astralis off, and we just witnessed a 2 versus 4. Basically, here we go again. VSM trying to get off of the site. They want this jungle play. VSM could just swing wide, and that's a utility over the top here from HooXi. Soon that connector smoke comes up. Stair tests it, gets his. Snow now left alone, and this time Astralis won't lose an additional body. It's a bunch of damage across all 4, but they tie this game up again.
Better late than never. They break the streak. They come away battle-scarred here. Everybody low on HP, but they win the round. The positioning is sound. And we go back to the last round as well. It's a 4v2, right? So they have 2 really, really strong spots, but in the Inferno overtime, it was the clutches in the end that made the difference. Absolutely for Astralis. They know the paiN CT side is coming as well, so Astralis want 2 in this half. Even though Astralis won the half, it was paiN towards the end that were way better. Oh, they're kind of dropping their guard maybe inside a connector. They're holding this boost for a long time. But now it actually might be the T's that are a little vulnerable.
Look at this from Jabby. He's got the trade in the bag. Ooh, can't nail the second, and it's not just that frag from biguzera, but VSM over Ryu as well. paiN's first 4v2 in overtime.
They've got a lot of range with the way that they're winning these rounds.
What a luxury for paiN, considering they fought back from a 2v4. Couldn't manage the second time. And now all they've got to do, you think, is group up and trade out FaZe.
They're coming into A with no smokes. But FaZe's, I mean, they've got to lean, right? Astralis just have to gamble in this spot. They're going to go for the B site. It's the wrong place. It's overtime. It's not a situation where they were planning to save. They are hoping and praying that paiN come in their direction, and that's just not going to be the case. I thought HooXi, when this game started out, was by far and away the better caller. Had all the right reads. But boy, have the tides turned.
Desperate act to close out the CT half, but it'll start with a hope as HooXi finds one and doesn't take damage in return for that.
Yeah, we could put a pin in it. There was no reason to even swing.
It'll also be weird for Pyria to try to get back into the play. Remember, bomb planted here on default, so this double up behind the firebox. Time, though, time is really the issue. It's such a long road over from that B site. They will flush them out. Both players found. Get on that bomb.
Oh, they actually can.
Pyria's gonna have to close this distance.
Oh, the nade.
HooXi final second, and it's he's got it. With a nade at his feet, shrapnel in his knees, a defuse last milliseconds, 2 health from HooXi.
It goes too far.
They thought they'd have the nade.
Blew that. They swung CT and blew that. Their own 2v4 loss. Oh, that could cost them the whole event.
You've got to be kidding.
One of those situations where you win without doing anything.
2 health. 2 health the difference.
I can't believe that nade misses. I feel for paiN. They're playing 2 Firebox.
Yeah.
They have the ability to defend. They have time to buy for them, but they die at the exact same time with the Molly coming out.
Also, I mean, watch the clock.
I can't.
It goes too far.
Oh man.
And you got to stew
if
in
that's
that.
what cost paiN the tournament.
Double op setup from paiN. Again, they've shown us an ability to claw back into this match. But just when you feel like you've got the edge, that is a gut-wrenching feeling. If bouncing back in 2 consecutive maps wasn't a feature of this best of 3 already, I would almost say that breaks you.
The fact that they're flashing into CT to retake, but then they're also turtled, doubled up in a place where they both can get mollied. 1 foot in the door, 1 foot out. That nade under pressure, you know, it's maybe a little trickier than it looks. Has to go over top of the bricks, bounce off the back of default, but I thought it was just a done deal. That looks so free.
Oh my god, dude. These shoulder peaks from VSM.
paiN, this is one. They're going to be scaling off this. No gets a kill.
Yep, op shot collected. paiN on that second top once again, at least able to hold the line. Looking for the clean sweep on the CT side. paiN put themselves in a good spot, but check out those health bars on Safe and Snow. There's liabilities here, and paiN.
Nice paiN.
Considering he misses that first one, hell of a recovery from these pillars in the bomb site.
To be honest, he's been putting up as an opper, and he missed one shot here, but overall, he's had this op a couple of times. He's had very good output. What a kill out of VSM, man. That is crazy.
Lasers.
He said, I know exactly where you are. Oh.
And paiN under the heat of that offensive. Back into the double op. Why not, considering it just had its value on that B site. Another opening move here for Astralis towards middle.
They don't look to run headfirst into their death.
Good call. But all those rumblings out middle does have a lot of paiN's attention towards this half of the map. And all while Astralis trying to get over towards that ramp room. Ryu's got a lot of responsibility here because at a moment's notice, it feels like paiN could just push and check him. But they don't decide to make that move. Oh, Ryu does indeed overstep right into Ryu. Man advantage and a full-blown execute into this A site. They're gonna feel so small right now, stuck on the stairs. VSM with bullets sailing by him. First peek over top from Biguzera gets blasted out of the round, and paiN have had really no footing throughout this round.
Yeah, and they've actually planted properly this time around. Astralis, it's right in the open. 3 CTs can try to come at this, but they're out of the important utility.
And they've still got that late mid lurk in Ryu queued up if needed. FaZe delivers on his. Very clean round out of Astralis, and a very critical one to take a 15th. A lot of distraction out middle into a quick reposition. Dare I say it, paiN-esque mid-round moment here from Astralis. And unlike in previous rounds, paiN really don't throw anything at the A site. They just let it go down, let the post plant solidify, and when Biguzera finally goes over that staircase, he is dead in a millisecond.
Yes, they lock in another series point.
Oh, nice transfer.
Wow.
Nice, guys. Sick.
But honestly, paiN from the top of stairs is already desperate when the whole site is getting taken over. paiN may have blew their chance.
Or is it just because OT2 looms? We've actually got defenders in sight and not more so towards connector this time. Small variation in paiN's setup, but also less utility expended by Astralis in middle at the start of this round. It is HooXi, not Ryu, tasked with the responsibility of serving as eyes on mid. Bomb is going to get scooped and head towards B, and they are going to find Pyria on this op angle again. But that's big.
Ooh, that's huge, actually. But this is a previous round.
He's
Pyria
pushing.
knows.
Oh, he missed, and he's not going to get out that windowsill. All on VSM. M4 Dink's good. Kill's not his. Astralis slicing through the defense in what feels like an eventual end to a map whereby they had 5 chances to close in regulation alone. Overtime is where this one dries up for paiN. They fight back in 2 maps where they are down 0-6 at these starts, but unfortunately slow starts catch up with you in the end. Astralis find their groove, and a hard-fought battle to get through paiN, but it's Astralis into semis.
It is not the clean win they were looking for to end out the night, but winning at all, I feel like they're gonna feel blessed. This is another overtime they closed 2 in a single day. paiN beat them down the last time they played against them, so they knew they were a little worried coming into the match. From the pre-match interviews, you could tell that the emotions were not in a super solid place. HooXi just being honest about the state of the team, but they showed up and they delivered today, and they took down their nemesis in paiN.
It's not just revenge served up in this matchup, but like you said, getting over that overtime hurdle. If games are going to be close for Astralis, and considering the opposition that remains in Bounty, odds are they will, then it's good to know that after a months-long dry streak of not winning OTs, you've at least got that ability in your back pocket. FaZe comes alive as this third map goes on. Himstare and HooXi himself within the 20s once we get into overtime. And really critically as well, FaZe 6-1 in opening duels, including that pickoff to close out in OT.
One hell of a game, and every step of the way, it certainly wasn't easy. You had to do a lot of heavy lifting across all of this, but just tell me, what was the mentality like throughout these games? How much up and down were the emotions at this point, and how good does it feel to get revenge against paiN?
It feels amazing, especially after that disaster on the major. So I think the nuke was a little tough. I think they beat a couple of times nuke, which is a little sad, but those overtimes are so crazy. Like, the energy is so high, and they do good pace changing. So like sometimes they just do a random rush in overtime, and it just catches off guard. It's like, the energy was crazy this game. I love it.
You love it because you got the win on this one, but my oh my, let's talk about this Inferno to start off with, because you spoke about the pace changes. There was many rounds where it looked like you guys thought they were going to execute one site, then they're switching it up on you guys. Did it feel like you were scrambling in a lot of these rounds to try and like make the right decision?
I mean, both yes and no. I actually think our CT was decent. We somewhat knew where they would go, but actually our T side, like when we were 5-4, they stacked right every time almost. Like when we went B, they were 3B every time, and I think they played very well in that scenario. Like they won a lot of rounds on that, which cost us a lot on our T side. Could have been even better. But yeah, they played some games without mentally, I would say.
And looking at that, what was the discussion like after Inferno, coming into the final map, and just what was the vibe like in the team? Because, you know, I was worried that maybe that you guys would get down some of the especially less experienced players might struggle in this moment.
I mean, we talked about the enemy just so high in Inferno that we have to like calm down a bit, so we wouldn't get like too crazy in the Mirage. I think it also, we were a little crazy in the start of Mirage as well, and after we got the knife, we were all hyping up and like still very energized from the map before. But again, we just made sure to like not keep like being this overhyped, too aggressive, too hyped up mentality, and I think it worked very well. And we also did some very slow rounds on Mirage, which worked very good. So I'm very happy for that.
And just lastly, there's many moments where you guys were ahead. It was like you were 10-7 up on Nuke, you were 10-5 up on Inferno, you got your 12 first, and then you managed to get 5 rounds back against you here on Mirage. What is going on when it's starting to actually go good for you guys? Why does it slip away?
I mean, I think these guys are good at switching it up. They do some gimmicks, they sneak through some smokes, they do some window boosts, whatever it happens. Like, and then when they get the flow going, I think they also do some very good calls against us. Also, as you see in overtime, they went A 2 times where we didn't really play that heavy A, and they got A for free. Luckily, we won one of the rounds. So I think they actually just played very well and did some good rounds. That's why I went to overtime. So you started sweating a bit, but then you got the breathing room. Like, when overtime, we have full money. We don't have to stress about the money, which was very nice. And then I think we were pretty comfortable how we should play.
Now there's a lot of people in the crowd. There was a huge Danish crowd as well, actually still coming to support you. Astralis jerseys in there. Anything you want to say to them and everyone back home?
It feels amazing. I didn't expect that many Astralis jerseys. I mean, the biggest percentage of the crowd is Astralis jerseys, and we take that for sure. So that's very nice.
It's a win for you guys right now. We'll see you tomorrow as well. Let's get into our Bounty Bonanza.
The Bounty Bonanza returns for our second day here at the end of our second series. And as you can see, a lot more people joining me on stage. So I think we can introduce them. Would you like to give me your name, young man, and how long you've been playing Counter-Strike for?
My name is Marius. I've been playing Counter-Strike since I was 9. I've been watching it since I was 7 and followed Astralis the whole way.
The whole way. You hear that one, Hooksy, the whole way. And of course, your mum joining us here, if you'd like to introduce yourself too.
Yeah, I'm Julie, and I'm just following his needs.
Yeah. What brings you guys to Malta, by the way?
Actually, it's his birthday gift. He just turned 14, and he wanted to go see Astralis in Malta, so...
Well, I feel like that's one of the best birthday gifts you can get. But of course, now you got Hooksy standing across from you. Hooksy, how nice is it to see some Danish fans out here in Malta, to see your families cheering you on?
It's always good. I love when people travel around the world to cheer for us. And I mean, you know, you say you have followed all the way. I think I've played CS longer than you have lived. But no, I appreciate it a lot. And, you know, happy birthday.
Happy birthday as well. Yeah, that's so sweet. I'm going to give you the chance, though. You can ask Hooksy or say anything to him. This is your one chance in life to do it.
Do you think you're going to win the tournament?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely. He's going to live up to that promise, but he's also going to live up to delivering some prizes for you. Hooksy, when you're ready, go crazy. Spin that wheel. Give it everything. I promise.
I need to know what I'm spinning for, me or him.
You're spinning for him. He's going to win the prize.
Do a good one.
Yeah, you need to do a great spin, all right? The best spin we've seen from the play. Give it everything.
Everything. You don't want everything.
Okay, maybe 80%. That is by far the best spin we've had. There's so many different things. What are you hoping to win here, young man?
I don't know, maybe Steam currency.
Okay, you wouldn't mind it. It's going just over the Bonanza. You've landed on at number 8. It might be your new lucky number. We're going to have a look exactly what Hooksy's won for you.
Aiming like a bot, Refrag's got you.
We've got 2 codes for our player, 2 codes for an audience member, and 2 codes for someone watching at home.
Share it with your duo partner and get better, noob.
You've ended up winning some refrag codes for yourself. You got some as well, Hooksy, all right? I don't know if you're feeling... That's right, maybe.
We'll see.
Yeah, refrag might be what you need to join Astralis there, but Hooksy, do you take offense, or you're actually pretty excited to use the refrag codes?
Oh, I have a plan for this, because I know you're here with, I assume, your little brother?
Yeah.
Well, he needs to get good at CS as well, so he will have another one, you know?
Oh, that's so sweet, Hooksy. Thank you so much. I feel like you're a double winner there. Everyone's winning. Hooksy, thank you so much. That's it for our Bounty Bonanza. It returns tomorrow just like our matches, but thank you both so much for more Bounty Bonanza action. Hooksy, the good guy, maybe he's feeling just a little bit generous after the fact that they won their series in the fashion they did. 3 maps. We knew that it was going to be a hard-fought battle for them, but I didn't think it was going to be starting off the way it did and ending in overtime.
Anyone that says they predicted this is lying. There's absolutely no way. Yeah, I thought it was going to be 8-4 T-sides on Inferno into double overtime into this.
I feel like, again, it really felt like through so much of this game, Astralis was the better team, but paiN are able to hold on. You get a couple explosive moments from individuals, but in overtime, I think a bit more of the balance was restored, that the reasons that Astralis were ahead through so much of regulation kind of poke their heads up again.
I think part of what we see from paiN is that in the mid games they made really solid adjustments. I think so often, I mean, this game started, they were down 6 or 7-1 to begin with. They have a very troublesome beginning, but I credit a lot to bigazera's calling to keep them in these games, because I agree with you. I think Astralis looks like the more well-rounded team in general in this series throughout every single map, but somehow paiN made it close time and time again.
A big props to them. It's unfortunate that we won't get to see that magic at Blast Bounty, that knowing just how close it could have been for them. Look at this, you know, they put up a great showing in Nuke. We have this case again where an overtime, a double overtime is needed on the second map of Inferno, and then an overtime for the decider. And so paiN being able to adjust, Vu, I feel like there's a butt coming out of your...
I hate to say it, but Astralis' kryptonite did not show up the way it was advertised.
We have to shelve that one for a little bit right now.
Yeah, maybe next year.
Still, though, I feel like I agree with Vu's sentiment that at the beginning, paiN they were so stringy with their defense that it was just one guy dying in window, one guy dying bottom con. They would lose these 5v5s so frequently, and then it was just such an arduous task to bring themselves back into it. I feel like they just kind of tightened up the defense, played off each other a little bit better, whether that's multiple people in middle or just actually, at one point, I think they kind of gave up middle a little bit more. So those kind of little adjustments definitely made this a closer affair than the initial game plans would have had you believe.
What were you hoping to see from Astralis that you could have confidence going into the semifinals? Because they find success, and whilst we do know that map 1 and 2 didn't go that well, what were you hoping was going to be that silver lining that, yeah, sure, it was a struggle, but I have full faith in this element of them?
So there's two things. To begin with, I wanted to see FaZe. I wanted to see him be a little bit more unleashed. You can see they're trying to give him opportunities to go aggressive. He was a little inconsistent in how he did it, but that was taking for granted that they would close out games when they got these advantages. When they go 8-4 T-side Inferno, that they could close out the game. I assumed they'd be able to do that, and then I wanted the icing on top. You know, I wanted this extra little bit from a FaZe to see that he can bring back what we saw long ago from him. I think we saw a bit from FaZe. He still was missing shots left and right, but he was hitting them as well. He was just a little bit hot and cold, but Astralis not being capable of closing out games means I'm very concerned for their future.
If I'm looking for a silver lining, I would probably point back to some other maps. I think Inferno, actually, the banana control was great. I mean, that is something that you should be winning a game very handily with when you have such great nade protocols to take that kind of space. The amount of the stat you brought up before, Nat, about how blind Snow was, that entire map was just ridiculous, and that's a testament to just great utility. And I feel like you should be winning games so much more easily, but I don't know why. They just make things so tense. Like, I mean, partially paiN's adjustments, but also partially I think Astralis get a little, I guess they too can get a little stringy sometimes.
That's pure showmanship. I don't know what you're talking about, Maui. They're doing it for the audience. We heard it there. Hooksy's all about the fans joining them there. For me, the tough part was the overtime, where we could have seen it be in that advantageous position for paiN if that nade had have hit and ran. Yeah, that was the one where you're just sitting there and your heart is sinking into the bottom of your stomach.
I mean, that was a solid retake from Astralis to begin with. They toss the molly down, they get them in the open to put it in a situation like that from a 2v3, but at the same time, you have to be thinking with that nade, if you just stop and throw a real nade, you win that round.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the real silver lining for Astralis. They're lucky. You know, if you get to be lucky, then I think that's even a better reward sometimes than just winning a game cleanly, because now you know that someone's smiling upon you.
Well, maybe
their
it's,
coach.
It might have only been for today, but either way, that's all they needed to be able to go into the semifinals. Unfortunately for paiN Gaming, it really does sting knowing that it was almost in the palm of your hands, that you could have been walking into that semifinals. Unfortunately, they'll be walking home, but before they do, bigazera caught up with James Banks.
paiN put up an incredible fight and were battling back and forth across this series, but this time unable to take it over the line against Astralis. bigazera, let me just start by asking you, how hard was this series to go through, to give all that energy, to maybe believe you're going to win it and fight into it, and for it then to end like this?
To be honest, as IGL was super difficult. I'm super tired. I mean, I was complaining about a headache all series. I don't know what happened.
and was tough for me to play as like an individual player, just an individual. But as IGL, I think I was doing a very good job. They were saying a lot for me, nice, big, good call, and as a team, I just felt sometimes some specifically rounds we were kind of nervous and over communication and this kind of things, you know. So we got punished.
You haven't to battle back from behind in many of the games, right? You were 10-7 down on Nuke, then you go on to win it. You were 10-5 down on Inferno, you still managed to push it to overtime. So did it feel like you were fighting from behind and it was kind of like taking a lot from the team, and that's when more mistakes would start to happen?
Yeah, maybe. I feel sometimes a match like that when the round is going wrong. Sometimes we just I don't know, lose the confidence, and to get back with confidence is difficult. But when we got in those match, should be for our favor. So, but I don't know what happened. A lot of mistakes, as I said, and it's difficult to explain without us watch the entire match.
A lot to review. So then, lastly, I'll ask you just how it was in terms of the whole journey of Bounty. I know you would want to go further here, right? But you make it to quarterfinals, you make it back on a LAN again. It's been a pretty tough time for paiN. It's already to start off this season. So is there more positives than negatives to take away from this?
Of course, I mean, it's a playoffs. We have to be proud, but it's not enough. I mean, the game that we showed is not the best that we can. So we have to improve. We have to do less mistakes because it was too much. I felt like inside the server, and yeah, basically.
Obviously, I know already you missed out on the Porto qualifier, right? You didn't get the spot for that. So what's next for you guys? Where are you competing to next? What's the plan? Boot camps, practice, keep grinding?
To be honest, we go to Brazil. We stay like 5 days in Brazil, and then we're back to EWC. So gonna be
staying in Europe for it.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know why, but some problems there. I don't know how to proceed with that, but yeah, it is what it is. So we just have to accept and play. So go back to Brazil, go to AWC, and then I think we stay like 1 month in Brazil after.
Best of luck with it all. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll see you soon, mate.
Thank you.
Because they're being really candid and open there, I think that's one of the biggest and hardest things that can happen as soon as you're eliminated is how much do you want to talk about this? How much does it feel like, oh, I'm just going to have like so many regrets when I express some of these moments? But for him, massive. I love to hear just moving forward how confident he is in this. Yeah, I can already see what issues were, but what also felt good for our team.
It's going to be tough to take that van back to the hotel and think about how many chances they had to bring this one over the line. I feel like a lot of teams have been suffering that fate. It's so early in the season, though. That's what you got to look at. The fact that, yes, they missed an invite there, but EWC is a great opportunity to get some VRS points to further your position in the rankings, especially given that they're in the Americas. So hopefully they can leapfrog one of those kind of Dendelay level teams and everything. I think that it's not really a secret to me that paiN is still going through it as they're trying to integrate Pyria and VSM. I'd say if you want silver linings for them, I'd say that Pyria actually, he was tested a lot in this series. And yeah, some moments I think get away from him a little bit, but he can still be such an explosive force. When he is actually feeling out a situation well, he can put stuff together. And Snow also had a handful of great moments here.
I would say Safe also had his moments on Nuke, and as much as it's devastating to lose in a fashion like this, I think it would have been much worse for Astralis if they had lost, because I think Astralis was in the driver's seat for the majority of this. They have the 8-4 T side on Inferno. It's constantly paiN fighting from behind, so they did have their moments. They had their chances to close this one out, but at the same time, I think if you're a Big Azera, we were supposed supposed to lose many times before we ever even had those chances.
Subverting expectations at the end of the day feels like just paiN's MO. They really delivered that here. It's unfortunate it wasn't over the line there. But there's a lot of different winners out there. It's not just Astralis. It's some of you guys at home as well. We were doing our Bonanza giveaway in the chat. Our winner, I'm going to butcher this so hard. I would pronounce it paiN.
paiN.
paiN. Yeah?
Palais. Le Mandan.
Boom, if you were at home and you won the giveaway, what would be your reaction?
Yes, oh my, yes, I can't believe I won. Amazing.
It's a Euro refrag, so we could get good together with some of their great game modes.
It's the same thing I pay for every month. Again.
Okay, so you'd get to save money now instead. Great.
Perfect.
What would be your reaction, Mao?
I'd say hell yeah.
Yeah?
Just a solid hell yeah.
Mine would be a solid booyah.
Yeah. Boom shakalaka. Yes.
I mean, that's the vibe that I'm feeling right now with the fact that we don't know what our semifinal matchups are going to be, because that all comes down to the pleasure of James Banks and our draft show.
That is right. Thank you very much, Nat, as we will soon be starting the draft show. If no one's familiar with this just yet, well, our teams will get to choose who they fight against, but that is between the Bounty Hunters and the Most Wanted. The Most Wanted teams are going to be Spirit, who are right at the top right now, then MOUZ, and the Most Wanted is going to be on the other side for Astralis and FaZe. Astralis is the lucky team that will get the first pick of who they want to take within this one, but it certainly might not be the easiest choice, right? Because both teams are playing very well. Many would say you just go straight for MOUZ, but maybe we'll get some spice or something else mixed in it. The crazy thing is that Astralis have just spent a lot of energy and had to go through this crazy game in order to get themselves into this position. And if they do pick Spirit first, they'll be playing the first game tomorrow. And it's already getting pretty late here in Malta, so maybe some less time to prepare, less time to be ready. Maybe you want the later game. Maybe that's what'll be better for you as well. There's other factors to be considered in here. We've had fun across the board so far at the Bounty, though, with the Bonanzas going on, with Nat doing a fantastic job giving out all of the free stuff from many of our sponsors for people to win in the audience, on the stream, and some of the players as well. But without further ado, to stop me waffling on, let's bring our players and coaches onto the stage. Hello everyone, welcome once again. Now this one is probably the easiest one to maybe decide unless Neo wants to do something crazy. Just first of all, Neo, how are you feeling after that, man? You already had a long, drawn-out game.
Yeah, I mean, that was some stressful moments for sure.
Yeah.
Feels like back in the days.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
I'm kind of used to it at this point.
And you still kept your hair the whole time as well. It's really good.
That's
a positive sign, man. You're staying healthy.
It's going great, though.
Hey, that happens to all of us with some Asia, man. I got this coming through as well. NKJ, a solid win over the Mongolz today, but Twist was saying 20% of what the real skill that could have been shown in there. Would you agree with that?
Oh yeah, I mean, he definitely has a point. We did have only 2 good sides today, but luckily we somehow managed to come out on top and win the entire best of 3. But yeah, today was quite lackluster from our side when it came to the fundamentals of Counter-Strike, the communications and all these little things.
Are you expecting just to end up with Spirit over here?
At this point, I honestly don't know anymore, you know, but maybe.
Okay, maybe. Magix, how are you? You're saying FaZe up. Okay. That's your prediction. I don't even need you to talk. That's fantastic. Would you agree with him there, Cyclone?
I was backstage with the 2 guys for a few hours now, and they were both intensely preparing for each other. So,
and I want to ask you, right? The game you had against 3D Max was pretty intense, but obviously the winners are still a win with that. How did you look at it? How did you review that game overall?
Yeah, I think 3D Max played a pretty good game. Some of what they did really well was they had a lot of really good support usual on some of their executes. We struggled to hold them down on B-side Dust 2. We also struggled on Nuke A, also with some of the early pressure. I think especially those 2 things they abused quite a lot, and I'm happy we could close it with a dominant Inferno in the end, but to be fair, it could have been their game.
Oh yeah, it definitely could have been, right? Thank you very much for your words. It looks like we are all ready. The audience that's still here is ready, so let's get the draft started. Thank you guys. Yeah, they're still clapping. I know it's late. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all of you in here. You're keeping the energy up right now because everyone's been waiting for this maybe very easy decision. Neo, you haven't had much time to think about it, but did you need much time to think about it?
I mean, we just finished the game. It wasn't easy to get a hold of the guys.
Yep.
There were some mixed opinions. So
oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Okay.
But yeah.
When there's mixed opinions, who's the one deciding at the end? You?
A little bit of both. Like, it's a democracy to some degree.
Okay.
But if it's complicated, you know, we make the calls.
All right, Neo, give it to me. Who are Astralis picking?
When do I say it?
Whenever you want. I'm waiting for you, bro.
We pick MOUZ.
MOUZ.
Yeah.
The Danes were very happy with this. You guys didn't want them to face Spirit? No, they're saying no. Okay, they respectfully said no. The crowd agreed with that one. Give me the reasons why you decided on MOUZ, and who? Can you tell me who on the team was saying maybe you should go for Spirit?
It was Hooksy.
Hooksy wanted Spirit.
He feels confident against Spirit, but also there's a huge bounty and VRS, right? The problem is that they have an early game, and it's pretty late now. So it kind of complicates things.
Yes, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, but also MOUZ has a new lineup, so yeah, it was mixed opinions.
Okay, so it wasn't so clear-cut. I just want to ask Magix quickly, because he made a very good face when you weren't expecting to hear that Hooksy wanted to play against you guys?
I don't know, Fizzy live game once.
They wanted that rematch again. It would never happen again though, right? FaZe could never do that again against you, surely.
Hopefully.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not in your case. Cyclone, this is what you expected already?
Yeah, it is, yeah. But I just gotta say, Hooksy knows ball.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I respect that, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And looking at that, you guys going up against Astralis after a shaky game against 3D Max, just how do you think head-to-head how this looks in terms of stylistically the matchup?
We have to see tomorrow. Yeah, it's such a new time for both teams. I think tomorrow will set the baseline.
Okay, I like it. And then, obviously, we're getting FaZe taking on Spirit in that sense. Nice and early for you tomorrow, mate.
Yeah, unfortunately. But do I get to say? Or should I maybe play one of my Uno cards here?
Go for one of your Uno cards,
Like the reverse card?
Oh!
Or potentially deny it, maybe? No, is that possible?
I like this.
No?
I wish you could deny it, right, for you personally, but I don't think it works that way. I see what you're trying to do. I like the style, but this time it won't work out. But that does end the draft show because there was only one in it. Audience, thank you very much. You guys are amazing late into this night. And you guys, you can all shake hands and we can move on out of here.
Cheers, Morphin. Yeah.
FaZe up tomorrow.
Thank you, James.
Thanks. Cheers, mate.
Okay, let's get in the shuttle, guys.
Actually, I don't know if FaZe knew this, but that was one of the prizes in the giveaways in the Bounty Bonanza, that you could win an Uno reverse card that actually reversed the draft order, and they would have gotten the pick. I am joking.
I would have said something even more excited than for winning the refrag code if I had gotten that one.
Really?
Boom
Yeah, well-
shakalaka.
I would have been Baba Booey.
Baba Booey.
I don't know where you grew up. What kind of household were you in? Who's saying Baba Booey?
It was a good one, apparently. Who's been some good vibes? He's been a lot of energy. Look, you might be bringing some unexpected phrases to the panel here, but nothing unexpected in our draft show. Although, I don't know if it was a joke or if it was a genuine Hooksy wanting to go for the Spirit thing. I gotta give him props either way.
He has, I mean, Magix was already, as you could hear, terrified of the FaZe life game. It happened before, he didn't want it to happen again, and now he doesn't have to hopefully face that, at least tomorrow, but who knows? Grand Finals, I mean, FaZe might be coming.
He saw FaZe against paiN and he said, I want none of that. Please don't pick us. We know what's gone wrong. It's going to happen again.
Well, now that we know what teams are going up against each other with our 4 remaining, we can have a look at the schedule, seeing when they play. It was alluded to there between Banks and a lot of our coaches up on stage 2. FaZe up against Spirit is going to be our first matchup, and then Astralis up against MOUZ. You can see the start times on the right-hand side of your screens there, so it is going to be 12:30 that our first series starts. Well, the desk is going to be before that, so if you want to make sure you have all the fun, tune a little bit earlier, because who knows what MOUZ is going to be throwing your way that early in the morning.
We're going to be having all the fun on the desk, and there will be domination in the server. Domination to be had in the server.
Probably. It's hard for me to go much further. No, I mean, I think the second game. I think the second game could get a little bit competitive. The only other interesting thing is, hey, FaZe and Spirit, they banned the same map, so maybe you'll just see a little bit of an edge go to FaZe.
Now,
I don't know if it's enough.
You know what's going to be interesting is Donk with his best event rating
True,
ever.
it will be a human highlight reel. We do know that.
Keep a track on this one.
Okay, I will.
Every kill he's counting.
I know he is. I've seen him backstage on his laptop. He's scrolling through the stats, keeping track of everything there, but I'm keeping track of what time it is, and that's time to end our day. It's been a lot of fun with our quarterfinals. We remind you guys what's happening tomorrow for our semifinals, so make sure you tune in for some more Blast Bounty Season 2 presented by Polymarket action.
Welcome to the Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. This happens during the live draft shows, taking place before the tournament first begins and after each round of play. Bounty hunters can choose from the most wanted teams, deciding if they want to choose their opponent based on strategy, past history, or simply going for the biggest prize available. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?